Had the lows, कैसे हो the lows? What is up? What is up? Are you ready to witness the insane DRX and Fnatic win? Huh? DRX नहीं, sorry, crew नहीं, DRX मेरा दिमाग. DRX and Fnatic win, baby. क्या बोलते हो? Abdullah, excuse me, Abhishek. LOL, crew easy win. काय को? ये क्या पोल है? Sorry, oxygen issues, guys. Oxygen issues. मैं आजकल क्या सीन है मालूम है? सुबह पिंकी स्ट्रीम कर रही है, करके 10 बजे उठ रहा हूँ मैं और सो रहा हूँ सुबह के 5-6 बजे. ऑक्सीजन नहीं पहुंच रहा यार. Want to play with you? I am really sorry, but I'm married. Hence proved he woke up in the shade. कैसे हो? लंच बिंच झाला? तुमच्या लंच बिंच झाला का नाही? डिले है वॉइस एंड कैम में. रिफ्रेश करो यूट्यूब प्लीज. फेनेटिक को जिंक्स मत करना. थैंक यू. फेनेटिक जीतेगा भाई. जिंक्स क्या करना है उसमें? हो झाला. आज सबवे का चिकन सैंडविच मंगाया. मैं सिर्फ वेज खा रहा हूँ यार 1 महीना. गुड मॉर्निंग बंक्स न्यूब. हेलो. हो झाला मस्त दाबून केला. एक्सक्यूज मी. आई म्यूजिक सुने
right now.
हाँ नेडी फेंको. अल्टी तो वैसे भी नर्फ हुआ है. आते टिल्ट कर देते आते ही. कैसे रहूं मैं पॉजिटिव? सावन मंडे से सावन नहीं रे, श्रावण रे. काश ने बोला है कि फैनेटिक सबसे इजीएस्ट टीम फ्रॉम ईएमए है. काश का मत सुनो, मेरा सुनो. फैनेटिक जीतेगा.
21년도에는 베를린 챔피언스, 이스탄불 챔피언스, 로스앤젤레스 챔피언스. 하지만 꽤 좋은 성적들은 다 못 거두고 항상 아쉽게 졌었는데
भाई कितना चैंपियंस ज्वाइन किया
이번
इसने.
챔피언스 서울은 한국에서 하는 만큼 저희한테는 진짜 거의 마지막 기회다.
Yo creo que es mantener y confiar y tener siempre resiliencia.
¿Qué es
nunca
Nerds Volte?
dejarte caer.
Creo que lo más fuerte de RX es su juego en equipo, sus rotaciones, que todo lo que hace
By team
es
player,
con un
team
sentido
player.
en conjunto. Es como un equipo que
Frutica
sabe que
जीतेगी ये क्या?
푸드랑 저희랑 이제 오래된 팀이고 국제전도 엄청
Fnatic
많이
against
팀인데
easiest team ever है वो.
아직까지도 못 만났었잖아요. 근데 이번에 만나게 된 만큼
न्यू बंडल ले रहे हो. मैं तो बस
이제
गन बड़ी लिया.
강한지 좀
lunga,
알아볼
lunga.
시간인 것 같고.
भाई क्या लेवल का प्रोडक्शन है ना बे हर टीम्स का.
比如说这一次打了第几名这样子，我更看重于是我们整个团队的就是表现吧。
For me, the worst one was probably losing.
किसको लगता है फेनेटिक का पुराना जर्सी ऐसा था?
We had a really great year last year. Like we won 2 events in a row. Something nobody had.
Jord Gamer with Jord Predictions is live. Like करो. Love you Shan bye.
相对于其他球队来说，可能
The self-gifted super chatter is here.
BLG.
Wait, super chat?
It was a bit funny that we got them because, of course,
तेरी वियाड़ की.
last year the upset they made on like a team that everybody thought they would like go really far. You cannot underestimate them.
因为前面一已经提到这个
बंगा
了，我已经幻想
आपको
着我
क्या
站在椅子
आपकी
上，站在那个桌子
अल्टी
上，
उनसी
跟着
लगती
台
है
下观众
किसको?
互动，让他们喊 BLG BLG BLG。
नाइटमेयर बेस्ट हो जाओ. भाई नया एजेंट कुछ तूफानी होएगा लग रहा है. सो जाता हूँ.
DRX.
FNS आ रही है क्या? FNS मेरे FNC है आज.
And here we
Dr.
go.
Bye.
Crew
Thank
versus
you, Poon
DRX.
के लिए.
Two teams with very, very
One
similar
rose a
paths, and
day,
you're right,
keep the
Tom.
doctors away.
Tommy's not wearing the suit. Uh-oh.
बिजनेस गया आपका.
Do you want to change your prediction? It's not too late.
I'm still
it's not
committed.
too late.
I'm still committed.
Both these teams have had such similar trajectories, having huge success for the organization early in
बंता
Valorant,
तुझी मराठी
both
खूप
making
छान आहे.
every single
Love you.
champs, but
मला पूर्ण
now here
येते
it's
ना.
a chance to kind of set things anew with these completely fresh.
भाई क्यों एबिस क्यों यार भाई. मैं सच्ची एक रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूँ भाई. नेक्स्ट चैंपियंस में एक वोटर मैप बैन भी हो. समझ रहे हो? सब जगह एक वोटिंग चालू करो सारे मैप्स डाल के, जिसमें ऑडियंस वोट करेगी वो मैप ऑडियंस बैन करेगा. देखने का इच नहीं है ऑडियंस को. हाँ सरप्राइज एलिमेंट. क्या बोलते हो चैट? मजा आएगा कि नहीं? हमारे वजह से एक टीम का फेवरेट मैप जाएगा.
On that neon roll, I've always thought about him as kind of a one-trick jet raise player,
Yeah.
but his movement was good. I think a lot of the set stuff they had planned as well were really on point. So
आपको याद नहीं
excited
क्या
to see
FNC
how
आ रहे हो?
that
बिलीबिली
matches
वाला एनर्जी वाला
up
अच्छा
against
वैसा.
this DRX squad.
And here's your agent select here. You're going to get that neon breach yet again. DRX
भाई ये
not really
केस
going
नट्स
to do that
बहुत
much
मारता
different
है.
either. You'll see Buzz right back on that jet.
ये
Both
नट्स
these
बहुत
teams, you
मारता
know,
है.
classic Valorant squads, and I think we're going to get some classic Haven. They're both playing a Breach Sova comp. There's going to be a lot of early fighting for areas like A lobby. Both are going to lean
2-0
really
छाती पे
heavy,
लगा
I
नहीं.
think,
DRX
into
2-0
these
छाती पे
set
लिखा.
retake ideas that are so powerful with that
आज
initiative
DRX
combination.
मैप पिन
Also,
देखो बे.
DRX as of recent
80%.
have had some incredible attack sides. So them starting out.
मेरा
I think
report
versus
card
Gen
भी
G,
नहीं
they
था
had a
80%.
10-2 attack versus Gen G
35
the last
था.
time they played. So watch out for that one. Because Crew, as you said, they're going to almost have to lean into the retake because I don't think they'll beat the
करण
set
भाई
strat.
सो
We're
जाओ.
going to have to see how these rookie players perform on that stage. 3 new members for DRX. It's their home here in this Artium, but it's a new team, it's a new style they're playing against,
Oh, yeah.
and it's new pressures.
Oh, this is going to be exciting. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. Two guys that surely have perfect
गुरु
pickups
100% है
because
तो
they're
दो ही
so,
मैच खेले
so
ना.
smart.
तीसरा
Isn't that
खेला तो
right,
हारते थे वो
Inside
लोग.
Show?
No,
we do.
I mean, mine has been
Oh, yours is
butchered, ruined. Too much Senko, I think.
It's only been one day.
It's only been one day, yeah. I mean, okay, would you expect anything less? I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so. We got DRX Crew here as our opening match of day 2 of Champs for 2024. And these are two storied orgs as well. The Destiny's been going into it. These are two teams that have never missed the Champs before. And
बताओ ना
they didn't want to
कैसे,
start
कुछ
this
नहीं है.
year, here and now. But despite that fact,
Sound
Josh,
increase
they've never
करे.
actually played each
किसका?
other.
How wild is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
भाई
very
बराबर है यार
surprised to
sound.
learn that Crew and DRX hadn't clashed across all of the, not just champs, but masters events that they've been to as well. So we start here on Haven, and this pistol round to begin.
Oh, wow.
looks
Let's go, baby.
explosive. We've got
5 man
9 out of 10
versus
players looking to
4-man
control
stack.
a tiny piece of square
भाई
footage.
stream
Yeah,
snap
classic
पहले
A
round.
lobby fight about to be occurring. To cage the feign like there's only one player crossing
Like
here for
करके जाना,
DRX, but they've
Crew.
slowed it down still. And Crew now going to offload that util, but a stun's going to be connecting. Kesnit forced and pushed back and away. Melter with the blind is good connection. Dart to try and again repel and push and ward away. And in this carnage, it is DRX that are just leaving Flashback alone. A 1v2.
क्या सीन है
Spike drop
बे.
down at his back. And he's trying to catch a timing of
पहले
his own.
राउंड
I like the
ऐसा.
reclear from Shy and Melzer, but now they've split up, and that's where the danger comes through. Does Shy have eyes on the spike? I think
इतना
he
लेट
must
क्या अभी
do,
वो
just
लोग को
based on
मालूम
the
रहेगा.
minimap.
Flashback wrapping all the way around here.
Free
Just
kill.
doesn't need spotting one of the players, and he knows exactly where Shy is for 1v1.
Ay, close,
Coming up on top.
close,
That's a pistol round, granted and earned.
close.
And that's immediately
Then
going
the
to what
Jinx gap
Tom was
DRX
talking
को
about
भी
on the
कर ही दिया.
desk. Are you
Language.
going to be able
DRX
to
जीतेगा,
stop
रुके,
DRX
रुके,
from
रुके.
taking map control, getting into their executes?
Okay.
He was talking about the fact that there were 10 attack side rounds for DRX against Gen G. Against Gen G! But to me, when I was watching the game, a lot of that was based on anti-stratting the Viper comp.
Yeah.
And the way that
Never
Gen
did.
G play this map. It's not just that. DRX are amazing on attack side.
Close था,
Here,
close था. पहला
Crew
round
stacks
close
4
था.
players
रुको
out. You
जरा,
can't do that
रुको.
every single time. And in this follow-up,
अरे
they've only got 2 there.
यार,
Kesnet,
ये
MTA.
हाँ, nice,
So
nice
mixing that up and trying to
मतलब
find
one
the
way
right
डालता है तो.
timings to contest DRX is going to be super important.
And Miles is dodging most of this util coming his way as well with a bulldog in hand, flash. Paranoia to supplement, smoke to at least cut up the side as well, buy a bit of time, kill trips as well, helping him out. There is that plan online for DRX,
nice.
so pocket change earns a little bit of extra money, but overall Crew keeping it nice and healthy for the bonus.
Looking lovely. Now, bringing up bonus round stats again, because of course, you know, your boy's nerdy.
Yeah, you've been digging.
क्रू मेसी का टीम में भाई मेरे को नहीं लगता क्योंकि आज तक मेसी भाई मेरे चैट में नहीं आया
the lowest bonus round win rate out
Simple
of
बात.
all of the teams from EMEA, Pacific, and Americas, which is kind of wild.
That is weird, yeah.
And so even with them winning here, they're coming into the next round with 3 Guardians,
Bro,
a pistol.
trip
They've
वापस
got
नहीं
no
लगेगा.
Vandals, no
ये लोग
Phantoms.
एकदम
The way that
recent
they
updates
manage
में
their
नहीं खेलते
economy,
ये लोग.
so
जो कल
different
परसों
from
आया
the teams
रहेगा.
that are actually competent in the bonuses. So they've got to hit some crazy shots here, otherwise it's just about doing a little bit of damage to the economy.
मेसी का नहीं एग्वारो भाई भी नहीं आया मेरे चैट पे
Be
जस्ट
used to get Kesnet onto that line. There's a dart to worry about. Oh, he's missed it. 2 shots rattled away, but not able to claim
मेरे
it. So he
जैसा
is
भाई
postured
यही होता है वर्ल्ड
off
क्लास
and away.
ड्यूलिस्ट के साथ
DRX.
रिकॉन वीकनेस
They themselves as well, trying to take this one out through Garage. The dash already active onto
Bye,
Buzz.
लग
He's
गए
gonna be
trip.
trying to get that first fight and engagement whilst he's into the back of the site. There's no one to meet him. Crew
दूसरी
happy
बार
to give
ब्रिज
this one up.
फंसा
Slight pixel angle. Flashback still committed and still holding it down. No one able to cross
किधर
back up into Garage
Huh?
at this point.
किधर भाई
Round is
क्रू
basically
जीतेगा
wrapped up.
देखना
With 2 left to stand with
100%
MTA
क्रू
and Heat.
जीतेगा
Not much they can really do.
I don't think there was any chance there for the Crew players coming back through Garage.
Easy.
Even if they'd had
कभी आएगा
rifles in
सरेंडर
hand,
का ऑप्शन
just far too snappy on the aim. Heat and MTA, they want to try to do a bit of damage, and that's a great opening shot.
Yeah. Need a bit more though, and
भाई
already
गन
the
सेव
flank
करो
is
यार गन
occurring.
सेव करो गन
Flashback
चाहिए लोड़े लग गया
spots it out.
Dodge,
Damage done to the
dodge.
remaining 2, so no bonus
Timing
round, no increasing the what is it, like a statistical anomaly, I suppose, sitting at the bottom
Bonus
in terms
था
of
भाई.
converting them.
Yeah.
बोनस में जैसे कि
Again,
गन
if
था
you
ही
were
नहीं
just winning it
हाँ?
like a rifle round,
नाइफ लेके भाग रहे थे
50% would
5
be what
बंदे
you
लोग
expect. Crew are sat at 24%, so they win less than half of what you would expect if the economy was even.
crispy
So they
crispy
really can't convert these bonuses. And you can kind of see why when they bring 3 Guardians into the round, but I don't think they were quite expecting
वो
to
एक
get
कितना
mauled
sad
like
क्यों
that
है
in
वो
Garage too. Crew going for a bit of a hard read though,
देखा
heading into
चश्मे
round
वाला
4. 3 players set
इतना
up
sad
on
क्यों
B.
था भाई
Yeah, heavy expectation, especially with Heat's position tucked into the back of the side. Just he's able to use that fault line in
भाई
case
बी
they do
मत
commit
करना
into the B
बस
side.
बी मुझे
So you
नहीं
see a
पसंद
smoke and a
personally.
recon over towards A lobby, but there's no paranoia, there's no stun. You're pretty confident that Crew are not fighting super aggro, and here the cam tells you with decent confidence, nobody there.
It's a bit of a slow siege. A flash and a peek through, trying to take that Garage control. DRX making it seem like they're working over towards that
भाई ए
area.
जाएंगे लेकिन ये लोग का रोटेशंस बहुत
Now
फास्ट होएगा
back
बे सोवा के
into
कांटेक्ट
A.
में
They must have heard the drone that MTA used earlier, and he does have to commit his body at least to try and get that
shit.
mid-round information at the minute mark.
oh
Missing the
shit
spot here, almost a punish. Straight from Mako, backs it up and away though. And
भाई
reinforcements
4 बंदे
are on
already
the
है
defenders. Yeah, they're already fast.
oh shit
Defend this again with the fault line. Util's going to be expended. Push back
big
and away.
recon.
No one on that dart. UT. Kesnet glides into the side. Smokes in their face. DRX might be able to persevere through the thick and thin of it. Shies the last one. Left him as the smoke dissipates. He's granted that
1v1,
easy
फिर से
angle
Cypher.
again. Into the 1v1.
फिर
Shots
से
rattling.
1v1
No casualties, but damage done. Flashback. He's low cam. Tagged up. And finally the kill.
अरे
Nothing
यार
about that, is there? Swings out through heaven. On the wide swing, the Mr. Rhinoceros.
तुझे से अधिक मजा
He's won now 2 really
अभी
important
anyway.
1v1s. Round 1 and round 4
माफ करे,
against
माफ
his
करे.
counterpart, Flashback.
Johnny
Both
Mate, thank you for the
firing,
party.
both hitting shots, but crucially Shy winning out on the clutches when it matters to keep Crew ahead. I'm watching, by the way, Kesnet zipping around on these
भाई
A defenses.
चारों राउंड टेक्निकली निकाल सकता था बेचारा
Always happy to
फ्लैशबैक
take a fight.
Huh?
And on Neon on this map, sliding in to play his teammates in.
टेक्निकली
DRX are gonna find it
चारों
difficult to deal
राउंड
with that, I think.
Like,
निकाल
kind of a
सकता
dart
था
immediately broken. Now Flashback is ahead of a lot of this.
और ये राउंड वो लोग इको जाते थे.
Played this box position by Melzer. A lot of bullets landing, but did he think it's cleared? Oh my, peace of mind is not there for him, and the Spectre in the hands of him. It's short work. The DRX team, only 3 of them left to survive into this as well. Norofet will give away quite a bit of info.
अपना मैप पे मार रहे हो ना, रुको जरा. Next map अपना है.
So Kesnit's going to come and try to reinforce MTA. But basically, crew just need to not overextend. They're in a 5v3. You don't want to give any opportunities back to DRX. And what a heartbreaker that is for the Korean squad playing in front of the crowd. Shocked, stilled here in the arena. They knew there was someone behind that box.
ये flashback कौन है?
Just feeling like the bullets that they did throw in were enough. And open up is what they need here. Cheeky kill. Melzer, he's not giving anything away. That is nasty. Okay, Phantom at work.
The ace.
He's on for the ace, yeah. One player left to stand, it's Bane, and he's being pressured, pushed, corralled into the corner. Kesnit steals away, but it's flawless at the end of the day.
That's a tragedy.
PCVC पूरा
Since joining crew, Melzer's never had an ace for them.
Oh, okay.
And Kesnit's just stolen it away.
That's brutal.
भाई क्या मारा बे?
Fair enough. Giving
पूरा vlog आज भी pin कर दो दियो.
It is given texture.
I mean, what is... it's a tragedy, honestly, that DRX get caught by that. The spot behind the box and the Spectre spray down as well. It's not even like it was a Phantom, a Vandal. They died slowly, realizing their mistake.
क्या वो Binks भाई lucky?
Crew are running away with this one.
They are. Right there. This is DRX ran down in terms of the money onto that half bite. Taking it slow and steady to begin. Again, looking towards garage control. Close quarter weaponry, so it makes a lot of sense here, but
वो लोग technically ये round जीते थे.
Not in front of this Korean crowd. Going to be making their way now over towards the seaside. Shock darts, at least to remove most of this one here inside towards the cage. Here's the footsteps.
Not again.
Free fire, no way is Shy surviving into this spot, and we will eventually be dropped. Melzer, Paranoia's dished out. The rest of his team now following suit as well. They want to get themselves into the action, into the fray. It's Kesnit overdrive in his hands, and he's lighting them all up. Another 4K. Dropped into his lap. This time it's Kesnit's turn.
And another ace stolen away as well. That's
VALORANT Champions
Tour for Kesnit, isn't it? DRX are going to take a tactical timeout here. Things are spiraling out of control. That was just an eco round.
Limited edition type है वो
आता भी नहीं है. There was an opportunity to make something happen when Shy was caught over towards logs.
जितना मेरे को
These
पता
flood defense though, crew, they're so rapid with it.
They are.
Kesnit is going to be if he's not at the tip of the spear, he's going to be the first one back into the site. Trying to get these big retakes, trying to flood in and help Melzer, help Shy, those players that have smokes and can stabilize their positions onto sites. Crew are genuinely good here as well.
Just saying, guys. 80% ने DRX लिखा है.
Apologies for that. They were the 4th seed last year. 3rd seed coming in from Americas. And like I said, people might write that off a little bit. But Haven, in my opinion, is clearly their best map. And I think they might even be like top 5 in the world at it. Which is
it's a wild
Please Fnatic का नाम मत लेना. Please Fnatic जीतेगा अभिषेक भाई.
Neon Breach Sova composition, they've been having a lot of success with it.
Yeah, and part of it is because what you already mentioned, you know,
Crew बहुत बज रहे हैं उनका map है भाई कोई से
shortly
ये जाएगा map
it's on the neon. You can constantly follow the action. Any noise cues the DRX are making. Right now they're not hiding their intent enough, I don't think, as well. They're making a lot of noise of which site they're trying to land on. And crew are either flood defending or getting players to anchor in incredibly quick.
क्या जिसने वोट किया लेकिन लाइक नहीं किया सारे बासुर मिलोगे ठीक है.
You look at the pings on the minimap here, Brent. And coming out of the tactical timeout, this to me looks like Mako wants to ult into spawn. Seen a few teams do this, where you send a smoke into spawn, ult in there, that draws people back towards top garage.
क्योंकि crew का 2 default है fast rotations के लिए, एक 3 भी और एक 4 है.
And Shy, he waits around the corner. Mako's baited to stick the ult. It's perfection. And what a play to make still. Fight isn't over yet, but this man will not be denied. Rips away 2 of the lives of DRX. They're going to give them up the site, but it's a consolation prize for DRX. And now Kesnit wants to make another go of things here. It's a fault line to set it up. Another stunner's just going to be layered all the way through. Rifle aim is on point. Movement, just a cherry on top, and crew cannot be stopped.
That was DRX's set play. That was what they took the tactical timeout for. That was supposed to send crew spiraling. Where was the smoke for him to play inside? Why is he ulting into a position that's so close to where the C defender's going to be?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a A really large mistake just in terms of the execution there from Mako. It's not how people are currently playing it. It's looking like something from a couple years ago, rather than how teams are currently doing it.
It's got to feel bad for DRX. You take your timeout just for that, and it gets dismissed as easily. Already a fight going to be taken once more. Oh my goodness!
Stun.
Listen, the weaponry's bad right now for DRX, but these guys are hurting. Able to catch another one, but Stinger in the hands of
मेरा
Mako.
कॉल सुनते ही मरना था नियॉन को.
Calling for that pause, but Crew going for a reclear, contacting. Mako reveals his hand. Buzz is trying to clear the corner. Bladestorm, rapid fire. Only the one before the trade comes out. Mako is worried about these players. Paranoia does land. Blinded up.
Sexy blind पे
Collected into the corner, leaves it down to another 1v1. This time, the Smokes players off against each other, and that is a minute on the clock.
भाई ओमेन मास्टरक्लास 100% ये राउंड माको जीतने वाला है.
What redemption
Mako,
this
my
would be
goat.
as well for Mako.
Plant करो.
After he got caught coming straight out of the tag timeout in the previous incredibly important round.
अभी वो देखना, smoke play देखना कैसे smoke के ऐसे खेलता है देखना.
So far as well, just in terms of the pace that's being followed. DRX trying to match it pound for pound when Crew are just running at them.
Mako has no idea where Melzer is. Hasn't shown himself, hasn't used anything that gives away his location. Just a smoke. Could have been thrown from anywhere.
Plant करेगा और बाद में around the smoke खेलेगा.
From Mako's perspective, Melzer could be heaven, sight, walking short. He's got to take a gamble now. Time is low.
It's a smart play. Drops the smoke down over towards B to make at least it feel like to Melzer that he's playing over towards that B angle. Walks most of the way, but now committing to the plan, and that's Melzer. Paranoia. There's a connection. Drops himself down into hell. The reposition. He's out in the open. My God. Almost just plays it poorly, but again, the reposition away and the mind games are kicking into full effect in this 1v1. The smoke drop down. Melzer taps, and the issue and hand being forced out of Mako. No stick inside, but pushes forward. Melzer catches him. A bullet to the brain, and another round one for Crew.
DRX sorely needed that one. Mako did a decent job getting it down into the 1v1. The reposition over towards short, though, I think a bit of an overheat in the moment. After just being surprised by Melzer's positioning, coming out of being nearsighted, deciding not to reposition over towards somewhere where he could play the spike, like Hell, for example, maybe even Heaven in a spot like that. He could have possibly got to.
Surrender का option है अभी.
And instead there, just gives up all of the space to Melzer. Spike down, smoke down, dominated. Kesnit's now going to pick up the operators. We go back into round 9, looking to take that peak short. This is where he fought before.
Yeah, I'm set up for it as well. It's a fault line onto the corner alongside
the punish होएगा ये आज के दिन.
It reveals up onto 2 players. Jump spot, damage through the wall. Mako's still alive though. Now able to at least take up that space towards A lobby and A long. Kesnit's gone for the pre-fire play, almost catching it.
एक इंच बड़ा रहता था ना उसका जूता जेट का. Leg shot खाता था वो.
They took a lot of A-long control like this, and then they just waited, cut the noise, make a little bit of pressure over towards garage, something like that, and then tried to go for an A re-hit. You can catch Crew if they decide to go for info reclears towards A-long or short, and then when you exec, the defenders are going to be spread out again. So we're now finally, at the last moments of this first half, getting to see DRX playing their attack side, how they would like to see it.
The trouble is, Crew are one step ahead already. They see that Foxy9 has this altar and the Rolling Thunder, and Kesnit, he's in a position to evacuate. Right by his side, he's going to be catching that first contact. The smoke's up and away, blind in his face as well, and he wants to get the hell out of there, giving up the site entirely. Collected down to Bane. Now the only at least silver lining potentially is that they might be able to get this plant down. Still, it's tapping away. It's forced out the Hunter's Fury, and they do have that Rolling Thunder in their back pocket. DRX desperate to get this plant down. Still with that player disadvantage. Sent flying. Maybe used into a response. So it's just a 1-for-1. And Foxy9 does take down Shy. Still holding on to the site. Wall up and over to the top. The retake is going to be difficult. Again, just blindly firing away and through with that op in his hands. He's hoping for an easy
Let's go, Buzz, baby.
Dominating the smoke, but does not win out his fight. And up through heaven, and all has to be contained. Flashback of Mako, and down and out.
Hashtag OP बोला था कि नहीं Mako का round है, baby. ये होता है, ये DRX.
I mean, Mako's just spraying him down.
I think he's done 120 to him. And the fall damage has done the rest in that spot.
God almighty.
Not the greatest ending, but
Positivity
listen, it's
रखे.
7-2. Crew will still be fairly happy with that. The post-plant breach ult ended up making the difference from Foxy9. He waited for that retake ult to come out. Throws one out himself, that cancels things. And then they made sure to keep rifles out, face towards heaven.
Abyss नहीं है गिर के मरने के
We're
लिए.
seeing another fight over A lobby again.
It's non-stop. The tempo increase is ridiculous here. Mako with another ult, this time up and towards heaven, but he's not going to be punished for it. Paranoia sweeps through. Smoke up into heaven for him to play around. He's waiting for the rest of his team to get in, and he leaps into the fray, trying to take the fight with a cloudburst in play, but already Kesnet is dropping them all like flies. DRX will have to answer back once more. This is ridiculous, man. Barely any time to catch your breath in the action, but 8-2, Crew win the round out. They're not stopping.
I thought there was going to be a set retake there from Crew. As soon as the two players on site went down, MTA and Kesnet, I thought, all right, the other three, they'll probably group up and try something more sensible. Shy flew out of heaven like Batman into the side. And Melzer was right there looking to back him up. I mean, these players are getting so much value out of the distractions that their teammates
Melzer ने कितना
are
50
going
मारे
for.
अभी
They're
तक?
just willing to put their bodies on the line for each other.
दो जन ने
That's a good
14 मारा.
teammate right there.
Only 2 rounds left in this first half, and it feels like we've just barely begun.
Yeah, the pace is incredible.
It's ridiculous. There's been
साइफर
no
क्या
slowing
खाया
down.
बेचारा.
DRX just getting sucked up into that whirlwind tempo. Crew happy to oblige into it. This time they are giving up most of this site, but they're setting themselves up as a paranoia, and the fault line out through into the back again. And already his util is just a little bit too late and delayed. Foxy9 presses the advantage through the smoke, but a spike drop down now, and everybody once more falls.
Breach और trip का कुछ तो
Yes, to
relation
get into
है.
the eco round for them, but they need anything they can get at this point. And Crew,
3
they've
से
just
4
got a
बार
handle
trip में
on
जो
this
फंसा है वो
entire
breach
half.
ही है बस.
There's nothing that DRX are able to do to stop this
क्या
flood defense
scene?
strategy.
कल सेन आज
Really, one of the
DRX
teams
jinx
that's the
please
best
Fnatic
at
को
dealing
चलो.
with this
Fnatic
kind of
जीतेगा
stuff
यार
is
mid
Fnatic.
by.
If you watch how
Love
they
you.
play their attack sides, they'll do pump fakes into
Bye.
sites.
Fnatic
They'll run and
अगर
execute, but they don't go all the
Bilibili
way deep
gaming
into
से
the
हार
site.
गया ना.
They run their
अगर
exec, they
मैं
take a
सच्ची
little
बोल
bit
रहा
of
हूँ.
space. Let's say like the front area of C. And
अगर
then,
Fnatic
rather than pushing the
Bilibili
backside,
gaming
they
से हार
just
गया.
wait. They just
Bilibili
wait for the
gaming.
defenders
तो
to fall into them. We're not seeing that. DRX are getting sucked up into the pace of Crew. They're getting dragged into it.
Oh my, what a shot.
And plucked away.
That's Kesnet pre-fires onto the corner. That's a Hunter's Fury gone for DRX. They were
Drone
hoping they could
recon होने
potentially
के
get a pick onto the C
बावजूद
side.
side
They're
step
all
lock.
set up. They're in the walls, man.
Well, that's the advantage of having a blooming economy.
You just don't expect it, but this is them trying to make a good go of it. DRX in through into the B sides. Rifles into their hands. Back up Wavenry. There's no slowing it down. 10-2.
Tom was talking about a 10-2 half the other way around when DRX attacked into Gen G. Could not be more different here. Crew have arrived on the champion stage, making a statement. This time, they're determined to do something. This champs, more like 2021 perhaps, than 2022 and 3.
Exactly. We're going to see if that pace just keeps on going into the second half.
भाई अच्छे बे वो भाई वो क्या था वो चैम्प्स का था क्या जर्सी ब्रो वो अच्छा था मेरे को चाहिए बा
Any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6 only on Verizon.
बात तो
Red Bull gives you wings.
क्या हुआ बंग्स भाई कुछ नहीं भाई क्या हुआ 10 to lead में DRX और क्या Hello my old friend, how are you? लास्ट ईयर का है वो गोट का मटन बना के कहा गया मेजर करो FTW गोट का मटन बना के कहा गया मतलब तेरा जिंक्स से ज्यादा लेटेंसी तो मेरे 100 Mbps फाइबर कनेक्शन में है लव यू यार बाय 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 लव यू स्वीट शीट हो जाता तो फाइनल्स में करेंगे सीधा
This is a crew team that is looking for
समझा
that
सेन गंदा नहीं
redeeming
खेल रहा था
qualities, I
तेरे
think,
वजह
as well. They've
वाह,
made
वाह, वाह.
every single champs since VCT's existed.
Dad, जो
Trouble
भी
is,
लोग
they only get
स्ट्रीम
out of group
लाइक
one
नहीं
time.
कर
It was
रहे
2021
याद रखना तुम्हारा
when they
दिन
last
अच्छा
actually
जाएगा
made that
याद
mark
रखना
on that
बस
international stage. It was a long time ago. It was a
जो
different
भी लोग
age
जिंक्स
and
बुला रहे
era.
याद रखना बस
This time, however, for Haven, the opening match against DRX, one of the hometown favourites, they have come out swinging.
They certainly have. And DRX used to have this aura about them.
भाई दो बंदे 17 में
They would
MT को
always
देखो भाई
dominate the opening game. And they
MT
would
को
always
देखो
make it out
मैं
of
भी
group.
तो खेल सकता हूँ MT जैसे
This is a new version of the team. They're looking to build towards the future. At the moment, they're still behind their past. They're trying
भाई
to
कैजनेट
hunt for
का
those top
है
3
नहीं आना
finishes.
लेकिन कुछ भी बोलो है कि नहीं
Love to
है
get some kind of turnaround here early on.
Bane's going to catch the contact of these players out through a lobby. Buzz, an attempt to flank and play himself into the angle, but Kesnet's not slowing down, and there's no util to help out. Bane is just isolated alone on an island. There's no helping him out with the same pace that Crew were showcasing. Even a flank timing a Buzz as well. It's going to come to no avail.
Shot
He does
Buzz.
earn himself at least
Pin,
one
pin.
kill, but can't land the second shot. Shy
ये
surviving.
बोलते ही
Paranoia
हम-
offloaded and flashed into his face, but flashback, again he's pushed forwards. Away from the rest of his team, disconnected, and it leaves it just down to 2. Mako, it's a nice shot
2v2,
into the
2v2,
2v2.
baby.
Damage done to either
Left
side.
deck, no, Scott.
Anyone's game, it comes down to these angles and
1v1.
timings. The 1v1. Melza versus
पांचवा clutch situation है,
49.
पांचवा.
Can hear the footsteps running around, but Melza wins
भाई
it out.
Crew versus DRX basically
Huge
Clutch का
from
difference
Crew
है.
to push them even further into the lead. These two organizations actually had a
क्या
bit of a
बोलते हो?
bet going before the game began
मत
about who
बोला
could get
करो ना
more
भाई,
kills
land
with their
भाई.
respective
वैसे
bundles.
chat में किधर है
On
वैसे?
broadcast, has to be on broadcast. Melza has just done it for them. Those are the
मेरे को
first
क्यों नहीं
3
दिख रहा?
kills with the Crew bundle or the DRX bundle that the camera caught today.
Yeah.
3-0 on top
Crew
of the
की
11-2
skin ले ले
scoreline
अभी
that's already
Crew
there.
का skin action में अच्छा है मेरे पास है ना शायद
They're eating
Yeah,
today.
they're eating good.
Classic
man. They want to
Luka.
get to dinner. They're not slowing down, are they? Class A lobby take. Dart has to be respected, so Buzz is going to be using just a dash to disengage.
Yeah, maybe they've got dinner reservations and they want to
बस मैं वॉच पार्टी का
let's
एक्सेस
get
कैसे
rid of
मिलता है
DRX
रेडिएंट
real
बन
quick.
के
just
But
a
this
blip in the
is-
road.
मजाक
This is
सेट कर
unreal.
सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ
They have forced here, DRX. They've got to.
And you
They're-
have to.
They're 11-2 down. But can they do something? You know, chunk them down with the Marshal, finish them off
ये
with the
राउंड
Stinger.
DRX एक्चुअली
He's a fairly even buy.
Committal here by DRX. It's Bane and Buzz.
देख रहे हो
Hugs in their face.
ये होता है
We
DRX
don't
का
want anything
फियर
to do with it,
ये
though.
जा
Just
नहीं
gonna
पाए वो लोग
explore different areas and avenues.
बस मैं पिकम पानी में गया
Broken
छपक
Any of this util that's been set
मेरा
down,
तो
laid
पहले
down by
दिन ही गया
flashback, you know.
छपक
Mid-trip, garage trip still active, but DRX haven't moved bodies away from those areas.
मेरा तो
It looks
पहले
like
दिन ही
Crew
गया
have found an open sea site.
रसर भाई बाय द वे आपको थोड़ा बहुत शर्म वरम आता है कि
One of the biggest
8
things
बिट
in
में
the
आने के
current
बाद
is
भी
noticing
ऐसे
these
टूल में आने
retake
के बाद
setups and
भी
contacting
अपना
into them, not using too many
membership
bolts
नहीं ले
or
रहे हम
pieces
थोड़ा
of
है
util.
शर्म वरम
That
थोड़ा
was
सा
fairly light. They've still got some
मैं
decent
रहता तो
post-up util to
प्रीमियम
use here.
मेंबरशिप लेता था
Plant now. DRX looking to regroup now and take this
क्या
one.
करेंगे लोग
potentially
इतना पैसे का पता नहीं
fast at their disposal. It's going to be that paranoia again to try and pave the way, but already just being chewed up straight through the choke points. I mean, Flashback makes a decent go of things as well, but they just can't get past anything right now. Crew, an absolute chokehold
मार
onto the
बस
sea
एक
side.
और
So
मार
this is
बस
them
मेरे को चलेगा
inevitability.
एक
They're
और
going to
मार
be
बस
reaching that
हाथ
12th
गरम
round.
करते
Trying to speed run 112 the entire event at this point.
And
Black
I am
Magical is
worried
scared
about
of
what
you,
this is
excuse
going
me?
to do to DRX. This is not the same team that had all the confidence to be able to make it through
Membership
groups
नहीं लिया
and
देख रहे हो
get
ना
to lower
केस
bracket finals and try to break that glass ceiling for Pacific and
जब
for
मैंने
Korea.
ज्वाइन किया था
It's already
कम
been
से कम
done by
500
GenG.
गिफ्टेड किया था मैंने
DRX at this point, they are rebuilding. They've got rookie players on the team. 3 of them, Foxy9, Flashback, Bane.
Oh my.
And they've got a brand new IGL, Marco,
Yeah.
who, in his own words at the press conference, says he wouldn't say he was entirely comfortable or used to the role of IGLing. If you get 13-2'd on your opening map, admittedly not your map pick, but a map that you're comfortable with, I'm worried about the mental being rattled here.
It does rattle you, I think. And it's a big test now for this DRX team. How are they going to pick themselves back up after this? At this point, already looking ahead to Abyss, and that's a map that's essentially a middle ground, I think, for both of these teams, if you're even looking at the strength of it. But here we stand. Crew not willing to hold back in the slightest. It's a fault line. Util can be used again on either side. A bit of a handshake in terms of the darts. Bane with the drone. Looking for that info. Gonna be trying to hide away. Only
Yeah,
one player
getting
revealing
it.
themselves. Buzz onto the off angle, but he's not expecting it across their placement. It's sky high. Pre-aim for Shaq, but he's not in the server. He's nowhere near.
मेरी DRX.
I do like the idea there as
32
well.
कैसे
Macro
हार
gave him
सकता है
a little smoke
DRX?
that you could barely see, so that you could try to play like anti against the recon dart and unexpected in the corner.
PC check
Didn't
बनता
work.
है.
Crew looking to close out.
Yeah, trying to force pause into the round to at least make them stim and a re-exploration is punished in kind. Any short plays as well, dealt with, dismissed, and that is the map closed out. 13-2, Crew, domination. It's the only way to describe it.
नहीं सुन सकता मैं कास्टर्स को भाई देखो मैं लेट्स ब्रेक डाउन बेसिकली डोमिनेशन नहीं था क्लच वाला सीन था अगर क्लचेस जीत जाते तो 5-0 अप DRX होती मोमेंटम होता सब कुछ होता क्लचेस प्रॉब्लम था क्लचेस समझ रहे हो हाँ मेरे हिसाब से DRX अभी भी मैप 2 जीत सकता है हाँ I still support DRX bro. केजनेट इज गुड केजनेट अच्छा है मिल्जर भी बहुत फॉर्म में बट आई फील कि अभी हाथ गर्म हो चुका है हो सकता है कि वो लोग को मालूम नहीं रहेगा कि ये एक्चुअल मैच है हो सकता है कि डेथ मैच जैसा जैसा मेरा फंडा है पहला मैच डेथ मैच हो सकता है एडिटर या 1-0 ऐसा ऐसा कर सकते हैं क्या थोड़ा सा और ये ट्वीट्स को हाइड कैसे करने का टीएच वर्सेस एफपीएक्स देख के सेन ने टिकट बुक करवा लेने का ना M3 भाई अगर सेन प्लेऑफ के लिए क्वालिफाई हुआ ना हाँ नंगा नाचना नंगा और यू सेल्फी वीडियो करके ऐसा डांस करते करते बोला बिंग्स भाई आई एम सॉरी करके नंगा नाचते नाचते ठीक है आधा आधा सिर्फ टॉप हाफ दिखाना बस ठीक है हाँ इजी लिख रहे बे लैंग्वेज नहीं होगा तो तू नाचना क्यों भाई हेलो I said from beginning I thought crew would be underrated. वामो क्यों हो रहा है यार भाई लेकिन क्रू अच्छी टीम तो है भाई रिपोर्ट क्रू स्मर्फ कर सकते क्या रिपोर्ट क्या बोलते हो चैंपियन ब्रैकेट का सीन समझा दो थोड़ा भाई देखो सिंपल बात है हर ग्रुप में 4 टीम्स है तुम लोग को मेरे लैंग्वेज में सिखाता हूँ ब्रैकेट्स हर ग्रुप है ठीक है टोटल कितने ग्रुप है 4 ग्रुप में है 4 टीम 4 + 4 16 टोटल 16 टीम्स है बराबर तो एक ग्रुप होएगा जिसमें 4 टीम्स है बराबर जो जीतेगा ऐसा 2 और ऐसा 2 समझ रहे हो हाँ तो जो इनमें से जीतेगा पहले 2 में से वो जाएगा आगे यूं ठीक है और ये जो दूसरा टीम है वो जाएगा नीचे ठीक है और फिर ये दोनों में से जो जीतेगा वो आगे जाएगा ऐसा यू ये और ये साथ में खेलेगा और ये जो है ये और ये नीचे खेलेंगे ये दोनों ऊपर फिर ऐसा होएगा ठीक है और ये जो ऊपर वाली 2 टीम है ये जो आगे गई है वो जो जीतेगा वो सीधा क्वालिफाई फॉर प्लेऑफ ठीक है और जो ये दोनों जो टीम है ये दोनों में से जो लोअर ब्रैकेट में ये जो हारा वो बाहर तो बचे फिर ये दो बचे समझ रहे हो फिर ये दोनों में से जो जीता वो दूसरा जाएगा प्लेऑफ में समझ रहे हो ऐसा चारों ग्रुप का होएगा ठीक है तो 16 टीम में से आधे लोग उड़ गो, आधे लोग बच गो। तो आधे लोग जो बच गो वो जाएंगे प्लेऑफ के लिए। प्लेऑफ में वापस वही होएगा, 8 टीम्स है, 8 टीम्स एक दूसरे से लड़ेगी और बाद में एक बनेगा चैंपियन। समझा? समझा चैट? समझा? समझा? समझा क्या? आई होप समझा। पहले से ज्यादा कंफ्यूज हो गया। एक्सक्यूज मी।
What we just saw was
मेरे हिसाब से समझा।
utter dominate. I mean, honestly though, real talk. That I didn't.
बंक्स बाबा की जय।
Look,
लव।
jokes
But
aside,
you should attribute real talk, because who said that?
I'll punch you in the neck.
Tom, talk about this round.
So yeah. I was just gonna say that Crew's looking fantastic, and I did not expect that.
Yeah, I also think on the other side things looked a little bit rough, like odd
sure.
timing there.
भाई
from
ये
Marco
अल्ट था
taking a
थोड़ा
risk.
सा।
You know that there was a plan for an attempted trade and pincer from Buzz. He's now so far behind everything else. It just gives players like Shy 1v1 battles. Well, the first one wasn't even a battle because the other player couldn't even do anything.
And you see on the other side for Crew, while all that was going on, they've instantly taken a lobby control uncontested, and because of how quick this Xeon is, they've rotated through.
शुगर है तो मेरा मैथ टीचर नहीं है भाई, मेरा मैथ्स ऑन टॉप था, मजाक से हटकर।
I think that was a super telegraph.
100 में से 101 मिलता था, एक गुड 100 टिंग कर दी।
But really, this was a massive underperformance, I think, compared to what DRX was showing regionally. A lot of individual mistakes. I think a lot of kind of failure to adapt.
गाइस मैं रिसेंटली है ना, मैं रिसेंटली एक टीचर का वो देखा बे क्लिप, खुद ही रिकॉर्ड करके ऐसा, ये भी राइट, वो भी राइट, ये भी राइट, वो भी राइट, ये भी राइट, वो भी राइट। हाँ भाई कितना गलत बात है बे, लेकिन ऐसा टीचर मुझे क्यों नहीं मिले?
Wait, it's
4K.
Kesnet?
Oh,
No
yeah.
way.
It is, and I mean, he just went all Palpatine fingers on these fools, and it worked out for him. I mean, look, real talk though, DRX certainly was not prepared for the speed at which Crew, as we had noted before,
He was like
were just
yeeting himself
attacking.
out heaven at times.
बिना
Like,
रेडिएंट
the
के
guy
बहुत बड़ा
was
एक्सेस
just
नहीं मिलता क्या?
the
नहीं।
craziest thing, I think that might be like the best performance I've ever seen from Melzer. Like the guy,
Dude, it was ridiculous.
just rinsing everyone on the other side.
Yeah.
I think he's the oldest player in the server by quite a margin. Clearly, age doesn't matter, you know. GB.
भाई क्रू वाले
That's
इंडियन
true,
जैसे
baby.
नहीं
That's
दिख रहे
right,
थे।
old and beautiful. But I will say though that while I was
सेतु पटेल भाई, मेरे हिसाब से आप लाइफ में ना लोनली हो यार, आपको एक इंडियन गर्लफ्रेंड की सख्त जरूरत है, क्योंकि आपको सब में इंडियंस दिख रहे हैं, समझ रहे हो? इट इज इट्स अ क्लासिक केस ऑफ लौड़े लग गए, या इट्स अ डिजीज, समझ रहे हो? गर्लफ्रेंड की आपको सख्त जरूरत है, चाहे तो आप डॉक्टर को पूछ सकते हो लौड़े लग गए डिजीज क्या है, ये वही डिजीज है, सब लगते हैं कि सारे इंडियंस ही है करके। हाँ
Sometimes they just come into events like this. They come into Champions. You look at them and you go, I
Ibn
don't
का
expect this team
रेडिएंट
to do a
दिल से
massive
था भाई।
amount. Like maybe they'll get a map here or there. They just destroyed DRX.
yeah, I can't remember the last time Crew had
बंग
a
भाई मिमिक
dominating
ये गया।
performance like that at a global event
No.
ever.
Well, I mean, the last global event was a year ago, and they went out in 2 series.
जय
So,
बाबा
like,
की, love
this
you।
is a big level up for this Crew team, and I mean, they're really showing that the changes they've made, the way they prepared for this event. They are
अभी
a
आया
different team
हूँ
than the
और ये
one
क्या
that
देख रहा हूँ,
floundered at Champs
313।
Yeah, and
तो अभी आया है तो देखा कैसे? कॉट्यूब भोसड़ी के, कॉट्यूब।
interview with Mika, you know, just coming in with a very
ए बाय द वे चैट, मेरा इससे बात हुआ था, सियोल में गया ना तभी मीका फैब से, भाई उसने भरतनाट्यम सीखा है भाई इंडिया के। आई वाज लाइक आश्चर्यचकित मैन।
It's funny
just, he
because
can't keep getting away
मैंने
with
उसको
this,
बिग
man.
फैन बोला
the
पता।
server, they're not relaxed at all. They're the most fired up.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. I feel like they're one of those teams that rolls off their emotion. If you get those openings, you start strong, which they did. They look so
इबन से
good.
बड़ा
So
फॉरवर्ड है,
scary there.
एक्सक्यूज
But
मी।
now let's go ahead and see what's going on with Coach Termy over at the DRX camp. We got Mika
सही
standing by.
बोला, लगे हुए भाई, मेरा रीड
Hey
परफेक्ट
guys,
रीड
I'm
होता।
now here with Termy of
Yay,
DRX
Mika
and
Fab.
Jen to help with some translation. Now, Coach Termy, that was a tough map. and
Jen
a
बोलते।
really frustrating game. So tell us, what did you tell the team in order for them to reset for map number 2, which will be your map pick of Abyss?
감독님 1세트는 일단 크루에게 크게 내주고 말았는데요. 2세트 앞두고 선수들에게 어떤 얘기를 해주셨을까요?
일단 저희가 생각했던 것보다 실제로 크루랑 상대를 해보니까 피지컬적인 부분에서 워낙에 좋다고 느껴졌고요. 그런 부분에서 선수들이 저희가 하던 플레이가 잘 안 됐기 때문에 좀 어느 정도 감안하고 저희 할 거 잘 하자라는 얘기를 많이 했고요. 네, 선수들의 멘탈은 크게 무너지지 않은 상태입니다.
We knew that, coming into Crew's matchup, we knew that they know how to shoot, but today their individual performance was way more than how we expected it to be. So they were shooting way better than how much we expected them to. So I just told them, let's play our own game and do not take it by surprise. Just stay confident, stay calm and collected, and let's do our own thing.
Well, let's see if that confidence can pull through for the second map for DRX.
एक और क्वेश्चन बनता
you want to play your own game here, but the reality is Crew just played you like a fiddle, and they were able to lock up that 13-2 in relatively strong fashion. Now we make our way over to Abyss.
And I'm going to be real, I worry about DRX's ability to bounce back. They have a lot of young, new players that haven't been in this position on a global stage before. They did pull off some great stuff back home in Pacific, but I think on this stage you saw their faces, you saw kind of how taken aback they were by Crew's style. It's a worrying sign.
I think even more worrying than that is that they got boomed the last time they played this by a team that literally is the epitome
Let's
of that.
go DRX!
They lost to a Neon Phoenix.
Let's go DRX!
On Abyss, a Neon Phoenix. Now,
Let's
do I
go
think
DRX!
the other side are going to do that? Do I think Crew will do that here? Probably not.
सारा positivity दे दिया.
Definitely not. They almost embody that, this more aggressive style, and they have switched things up.
भाई हार्बर ले लिया यार, इंडियन एजेंट ले लिया. मैं फिसल रहा हूँ मेरे डिसीजंस पे.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's a duelist-less comp. This is a little unique. The Harbor's really cool. To take mid-control, you can do a lot of walk-ups off the wall. It's super disruptive to the normal style. But playing no dive besides that Omen is really interesting.
He's going to do some wild stuff with that.
Guys, लेकिन बेस्ट बात है ना, इंडियन एजेंट है, लेकिन हम लोग को ही नहीं पसंद, बाकी सारी टीम्स लेते हैं. मैंने आज तक देखा नहीं जी को हार्बर लेते हुए.
Plus 13-2. This is not a good position for that Korean squad to be in.
Yeah, not at all. This could very well be a quick one if Crew manages to lock up the 2-0. Can they do it?
ले लिया,
over to your casters, Brendan
और वाला अपग्रेड के लिए रेडिएंट पॉइंट्स नहीं है, बैटल पास भी फुल हो गया. दूसरा बैटल पास ले.
I mean, this is crazy stuff. I mean, a no duel has gone from Crew.
Mumbai का राजा.
Like they are in fully the driving seat right now, and I think the question remains.
अभी जी को डाल भाई जी टीम है वहाँ पे फ्रेंचाइज में और कौन लेगा?
Revenant लेगी वहाँ जाके. Themselves back up after just getting slapped around, dismissed on home soil. Listen, this is a team that's been looking for that redemption, but when you're getting battered like that, it's a hard ask.
Termy thought it came down to firepower, and DRX are coming into the pistol with 3 sheriffs.
So if
that's not enough to shore up the firepower gap, I don't know what will be.
मेरा वाला कल का एंगल था ना?
This off angle is a common one. You see a lot of Jet players on Abyss playing, just to try and catch that contact early on, and he sees it, signs of life, but he can't escape. Bloody hell, suppressed by the knife, so he actually couldn't dash in and away. There's a dart's going to be used nice and early. Crew not committing past that point, just waiting it out and walking back up. But Foxy 9, quick to respond, takes up that space once more, but as he swings out, he's not expecting again Crew to be in these spots. It's disjointed, it's individualistic at its core, and DRX, not enough for them to really win out this map. It's going to have to hit some shots, and land them they will. At least Mako, into the moment, has made it. That 2 versus 2 onto this pistol round. They need this win, they need it now. Damage done. Almost single digits to a lot of Mako. Distraction necessary and enough for Flashback to just respond.
Timing ball
Crew did a decent job at getting into position, and they read the fact that DRX wanted to go for a flood. But once they planned...
Dear Crew, I know you are a goated team, but option आ गया रहेगा अभी surrender का. Just saying.
And then collect the kills. The Sheriff's doing a lot
ये
of work
होता है
as well.
जब खुद का मैप पिक होता है ये.
Good start to the map.
ये होता
already
है.
got half as many rounds as they did on Haven.
जैसा बाइंड में मेरे को कोई नहीं हरा सकता वैसे ही.
Maybe at least that'll settle the nerves
DRX
for these
और
DRX players.
At least a better beginning for them. Large part of DRX when on the defensive side of their
पानी पियो ना thirsty है तो.
setting up buzz with either the operator, the outlaw, Long sight lines.
भाई
trying to defend down B.
MTA को last game बोला भड़क गया बे 3 मारे
Down
उसने.
towards mid.
That is a classic way that DRX have been playing this map. They've been
ये
trying to
कौन
get
सा smoke
massive
है?
value out of the op, and on rounds where they don't have it, they'll set up some kind of like flash and dash play, aggressive out of B or aggressive through mid. Watch out for those at the start of rounds. Watch out for Kesnit.
मारो भाई
goodness
मट्टा
me.
मारो.
Yeah. If you're not awake after that, you will be.
भाई ऐसा क्यों play रही है ऐसा?
This guy is ridiculous, isn't it? He's playing the Omen as well. I mean, a lot to make out from this
मारा
group
बे.
comp.
So he
एक
has actually
बाद
played
आएगा
Omen
BP तब
once
तक MVP
before.
बंदा useless है.
Weirdly, you don't ask me when. I've no idea. I was just looking at the stats.
Last time
All right,
कब
okay,
MVP
apparently he's
थे
played
भाई?
it once. So very experienced, Kesnit on the Omen.
Of course. Yep. To be expected.
DRX
He knows
no
all the
delist.
tech,
He
like
knows
buy
all
a
of
sheriff and kill them in round 2.
तुम लोग को सिर्फ घुसना है बे blind man देख.
Tens loves that one.
With the mid player taken out though, Buzz gone. It's a big gap in through. You can already see the pings on the minimap from DRX. They're worried in case there are those lurking players. And the harbour wall.
Thirsty again.
Melzer holding it down at least. He will be able to separate out most of this site. Foxy9 wants to play close now. Avoiding, letting them even getting into the site here in front of the Cove. It's very heads up, but he's going to be overwhelmed anyway. Outlaw into the hands, flashback into the secondary, but not able to land the share of shots. Still, Mako is here, waiting to receive. They're all going down to the classic right clicks. It's a disaster right now for DRX.
They'd won the pistol. They'd won the pistol. They'd given themselves a little bit of breathing room to work with after getting flattened 13-2 on Haven. And then Kesnit gets that opening pick and it all spirals out of control.
No way.
The decision to play up aggressive at the A choke point as well, I didn't mind it. He got in front of the Cove, he got inside of it, but there was just way too many players.
Yeah.
And against, when you're on an anti-eco there, you're playing into the people with classics in hand. It's just, it's a fine decision on a rifle round, bad decision on an anti-eco, I think. MTA's already got null command online.
भर दो, hit को भर दो, भर दो.
Ability to get out of here unscathed.
मिला.
That might be more important because he's just.
Hey, how about some counter wo? Thirsty.
He's not shying away from the fight. Does he realize?
Cypher का round है,
the one
Cypher का
player
round
past
है.
him though, and including that rifle picked up.
क्यों pick ले रहे Cypher है ना इधर मेरी जान
Just put one straight to the dome. But lots of players ready to receive, and there will be no resurgence, at least from DRX into that round. Just a little bit of damage, but again, the guns being at least picked back up, and not even a worry, I think, for crew. If you're looking at the money situation, you'd think they were cheating. Got about 7K in the bank on some of the players.
Feeling sad for
There is one positive here for DRX,
not
though.
gonna lie. हाँ ना home ground में ऐसा आ रहेगा तो.
And they are playing for that.
Yeah.
They are playing for
भाई
that.
MTA क्यों भड़का हुआ है भाई? हेलो. जब
They
से मैं बोला मैं खेल सकता हूँ MTA जैसे देख रहे हो.
And Buzz was unbelievable.
मेरा ही gameplay. Love you MTA भाई.
At least regionally.
क्या बात करो बंद
I was
भाई?
so
में
high
तो
up
मेरा
on him, man.
opponent
I
आए
had him
थे
like
5
my second
भाई
highest
मैं
player in terms of
बहुत
warriors
पीटे
rating
थे.
coming into the event.
अब
Now that's crazy.
I've got the
देख
opposite of
रहे
the
हो?
Midas touch because so far I'm not predicting any team correctly or player. But Buzz needs to get value, and
मैं
it's often
bait
has
कर रहा
been
था
consistent
कौन
in the
stream
past. This
sniper
time though,
करके.
the
You
wall
got
rips
baited.
its way across, and as well with these
Biatch.
doors broken, DRX are watching it with a crossfire said, but it weakens a lot of the other extremities as a result. Asks a lot of
भाई
them.
कल का वो
Buzz
अच्छा था
can
ना वो mid
shore
से
up the
दरवाजा
B
तोड़ रहा
extremity,
था.
So it's only really A that
BT
you're
है
worried
वो.
about. But once things go silent, now you're concerned that crew are grouping up and about to hit into, you know, Buzz with a drone to push him off the angle or hit into A. Mako's going to be confident enough to jiggle peek out A, get a little bit of information, a bit of security there.
जेब में कहाँ हाथ डाले हो? हाथ निकालो.
Right now, but all throughout,
It's guys long
they're
time
having
no
to
see.
Be careful towards mid. 0 point, now thrown out towards A main again.
Cam tick कर.
DRX still feel like A is safe, and that's exactly the timing that crew are using to group up. Straight after that 0 point. It's perfect calling from Melzer.
Exactly, and Kesnit's still inserted as well, which means
भाई ये round अच्छा
he's
होएगा.
directed into a different location. Mako
ये round
is the
अच्छा
sole
होएगा,
recipient
DRX.
of all of this aggression and smoke.
Nice.
Just lay it down nice and early
One
and
down.
sprays it away and will play for his life. But the door's going to be broken. Still trying to take this fight offset with a movement.
Nice,
It's nice
nice,
by flashback.
nice.
He does answer straight back into a drone. It's going to be used, pressing
Nice.
forwards. Melzer's alone though, an isolated rest
Articolo.
up. Adjustment, transferring with the rifles, and now no time. Not
Guns
available
बचाओ,
here
guns
for crew.
बचाओ.
They
Jord,
will be
Jord,
dropping and
Jord.
falling. 2 for 2
Jord.
now in terms of the rounds. DRX Better beginning than Haven at least.
Jot.
DRX continue to have that
बोलना मत
awareness
अभी
of the
bonus था ये
mid-insert.
था वो था
Knowing
करके.
that somebody could still be there, could be using that earlier map control to slink through. And Mako went for the same play inside the smoke towards A main that we'd seen on that fateful anti-eco that looked like he was going to send Abyss spiraling in the same direction as Haven. DRX have got there too.
कल टीम
Now it's
में
time to
एक
push
मैच
further
MVP
forwards.
और एक टीम में
They're not
22
going
kill.
into this op on
Silver
B.
lobby.
It's only ever been a single player to make sure and give them
way.
information.
Look at this.
Yeah, that's a hard read.
Hard read, hard anti-strat.
DRX have been playing a ton of Abyss.
Yeah.
If you wanted to look at any team in the world, I think DRX, I don't have the numbers to hand, but I think DRX have played it the most. It feels like they opt into it a lot. They've been picking it tons in Pacific. So they're comfortable there, but it also means you kind of have a read on how they play. And they do the same stuff a lot, like this position from Buzz. I'm surprised he's still here, to be honest.
Yeah, but there's a blind spot in the cam too, so he's available to be perched up here. Anybody to break the drone? No, it's him himself who has to commit to this, and a lot of utils going to be sent flying forwards. Crew not backing away from this fight. In fact, they want to be the ones to draw that blood up and the bound. This quick scope, and Buzz is able to find the one, and there's no return of that fire, no trade in sight, still alive and kicking. And finally the reinforcements flooding back in and around, but the bullets running out. Buzz, how the hell are you still alive here? Dash back online, Shorty in his hands, Foxy finally there with him.
Shoot.
Over the shoulder, leaving it just down to Shy. Bullet straight through.
Buzz,
the miracle worker.
bro.
Finally challenged on B. Finally delivers. It's not that he was whiffing in earlier rounds, they just weren't coming towards his sight.
Yeah.
And he wasn't being particularly mobile with the op. It's a ridiculously large map. But here you see
क्या
what
क्या
you were talking about
नहीं
earlier,
हुआ
Brent, that
उसके
form
साथ
he was
बे?
demonstrating towards the end of the Pacific playoffs. Get him an op into his hand. And if you challenge him, if you come into him, he's so good at playing around the utility, playing around these angles, and around the way that his teammates are going to flood in, using him as a distraction.
खतरनाक खेला बस.
Now he's going to take it towards mid, so he's
अब
found that
गरम हो गया.
success on the west side of the map.
अब
Now
रुक
looks
गई.
to see if he can bring the sniper right
4-2
into the middle.
फिर next round जीतेंगे 5-2
I
उसके
don't
बाद
think
6-2
he's really going to get the
फिर
angles here
7-2.
against the half.
मेरा prediction दे रहा हूँ 7-2.
Very difficult to get yourself.
आगे का पूरा future तक दिखाया मैंने 7-2
Despite that
half.
fact, though, DRX are
मतलब
up in terms of the
थोड़ा
economy.
थोड़ा आगे
Not
तक
Crew
7-2
down.
half नहीं 7-2.
Drone around the mid round here. Util
Language Pinky is a better rank है ये गया.
taken care of.
Nice and bold from Buzz, getting himself back onto these angles. So much better re-clear of mid this round. But look, it's still going to be a split.
Yeah, an
Buzz
A
could
split.
definitely ruin this.
It's all about whether or not Buzz can even spot this one out. But again, High Tide works its way across. Crew calling for that pause. Oh my, okay, that is scary stuff. Pushing back and through. Flashback takes the time and pass, but it's watched for. Traded out and around. Hunter's Fury up through heaven. That's a connection onto the two, but they weren't anticipating that the players would hold their ground. It's down to just Heat. Last one left in through A main, but the spike
stats
is
है
dropped
बे
down.
लेकिन
Unobtainable. With only 25 seconds to
Huh?
work with.
stats तो है बे crew के
Basically
पास.
any sort of win cons.
Chat summary क्या है?
He'll contact most of the way, but a discipline of DRX here. It's just watching every approach. Bane catches it. I know where
Gun
Heat
नहीं
is.
गिराना, gun नहीं
Only 8
गिराना,
seconds
Bane.
left
Gun
as the round
चाहिए.
win for DRX.
Bane.
Just about how they play it. And Heat will look to
बस
do any sort
off
of
save
damage.
कर,
Not, doesn't
please.
matter too much.
Please.
At this point, DRX are perfectly happy. Economy is booming. It's flourishing. They're saving
Yeah,
for a house,
yeah.
even in this market.
No one's saving for a house in this market.
That's true.
Good luck putting a deposit down with 9K. Crew are going to take a tag timeout
Excuse
here.
me, Pratik
This
bhai.
map starting to get away from them. I actually like the idea that they came into the round with.
What
but
a beautiful
you could argue
chat
that Buzz
summary.
has just won 2 rounds in a row for his team. Despite the fact he didn't really get kills in this round, that updraft to get all of the info that it was an A split allowed and encouraged Foxy9 and Bane to stand their ground there despite the Hunter's Fury. If they didn't
Notice
realize that
skill
that
है,
was
वो
happening,
छोड़े,
they
नहीं, इसमें
probably
भी खेल
think that's
सकते हैं.
part of a big A exec. All about the info. And Buzz is
इसमें close
confidence
contacts बहुत है ना रे.
ended up paying dividends there.
लेकिन एक
So
जो
there is
मेरे
a
को
reason
लगता
that
है
DRX have
कि
been
एक
selecting Abyss.
ऐसा
But it's so
duelist जो
difficult
इसमें
to
shine
know how
करेगा
good
ना.
teams genuinely are on this map.
मेरे को
It's a
पता
wild
नहीं
card map
अंदर
heading
से
into champs.
feel आ रहा है
It
कि
Even if you've played a lot of it, there just
Phoenix.
isn't that much data and the regions haven't played against each other, so even if you're confident on it yourself,
पता नहीं.
it does feel risky for a team like DRX to
भाई मेरे को
peak
ये
it
चाहिए.
actively here.
जो assistant coach के पास है VCT वाला है, DRX वाला है, crew वाला है, कौन सा?
Crew floated their permaban bind, ended up going all the way to the end. But one of the advantages of floating your permaban is that they got to remove DRX's two best maps.
YouTube जब चालू करते हो मेरा chat तभी दिखता है chat summary.
That is the benefit. So you're seeing DRX here playing on some more of the maps that are in like the middle of their pool, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Punished for on Haven, but actually working out quite nicely here on Abyss so far.
It's not like DRX are slouches, I think, on Bind as well. They are a good team on that one, but it is scary when you see a team that normally has their permapan and they floated it all the way towards the end. It basically screams, we've set up a bit of a trap play, or an anti-strat.
Yeah. At the same time, though, DRX are really good there, so very solid team on Bind.
Yeah.
Crew are putting such an emphasis on the middle of the map, trying to get value out of this harbor. DRX their players are being drawn into this area, but it's not like Crew have been able to exploit that by exploding into sites.
आज Valo की stream होगी रात को या.
To watch it, even potentially going for a contact reach
here.
This is wild.
Foxy9 is alone when he sees this one. Only the one play. It's Kesnet jumping, hopping around, but the fact that there was no punish should be a tell in itself. Is that solo player flash peek as well, Kesnet? Might see a bit of an overheat as well. He's still got plenty more util where that comes from.
क्या चल रहा है बे, एकदम boxing match type
for that pause and a different angle for Buzz, but still the same value. This guy has got that consistency when you put that up into his hands. And considering the dart just to get that info, but he spotted one player before the smoke was up, so he knows that there's at least some presence into this mid angle. Again, they've called for that reinforcement. Buzz, though, smoked off now. In for the wall, he's going to hear these footsteps right past him. Wilted away. And there aren't really enough discipline in terms of the way the Crew are playing this one, but potentially able to barrel their way through regardless with that brute force. It is chaos. The spike is just isolated, picked up by Kesnet. TP's back and away again. Anchoring players, not expecting it. Flashback.
Jord, baby. Jord, baby.
Crew are trying everything they can, working the middle of the map, more than most teams would on Abyss. And DRX stands strong. Buzz as soon as they got that into his hands, and as soon as he actually got the read on which areas of the map Crew were going to challenge, it's been a game changer. It has shifted the momentum in this map massively.
उसने wall रुका है क्यों नहीं लेकिन?
Different angles too. He was just trying to post up on that classic high ground on B. Now he's playing all the way back in heaven, then maneuvering his way over towards mid.
पांच अल्टी बस अल्ट पे हाथ रख दो एक बार DRX पांचों एक साथ.
This is really risky, but Bane comes out on top anyway. He was in no man's land and in no position to get a kill either.
हाँ भाई DRX haters हाथ उठाओ जरा.
A nasty adjustment.
ओए.
Termi was worried about the firepower diff.
Prediction king.
The performances we've seen in these last few rounds from the DRX players, not something to be concerned about. Actually, I think it was more so the flood defending from Crew that Termi wasn't given enough credit to be honest, in that coach's interview, which will see whether that has impact in this game once the sides swap.
For
the moment, not really getting much value out of this. Are they going to try to commit Harbor ult here? It's good against an Oppa, but Buzz dodged it last time.
Yeah, drone's going to be used at least to, again, circumvent that position. But Flashback is caught by the knife here. And as well, that golden beam of light up and over. Flashback is forced to make that play, pushing forwards is traded. Hunter's Fury to try and help them out. Buzz as well, he tried to get back into the action. He's dropped as a result of it. Now the plant position isn't the best here. Playing to the side of Cliff. He's a Crew who have to commit a lot of bodies to try and hold on to side control. That does leave an opening for DRX. They've saved some util, it's in their back pocket. The dart and a paranoia MTA in the off angle. Needs to be that trade shy. He joins up, links it all the way through. Bane spotted up onto that high ground. Has to know what his last two players are. But now, wrap it around once more. Slowly as you go. But a real difficult round to win. Set up here. Shy taking that first one. Knows there's a player tucked. Again, the off angle will save you, but again, time is of the essence, and it's starting to tick away out of the grasp of Bane. Win cons diminishing, and that's gone with a circle just shrinking. And Shy wins it out regardless of the kill at the end.
Similar game plan from Crew, except less focus towards mid. Pure site exec,
यार ये
overwhelmed,
जीतते
behind the
इको
reckoning.
जाते 7-2 होता
But this
ना
time, the important thing being that Buzz
यार.
didn't find too much value. He's
Hitters
in a
है
spot
बे.
where, in theory, he might be able to get 1, 2
क्या
point around
मारा
that.
बे इसने लेकिन शॉट.
God. Back to the operator for Buzz.
And another big test, but this time DRX.
Massive stack.
Yeah, hell of a read. They've got 4 players waiting.
They've been putting the sight. Oh, they're doing the flash and dash
Yeah,
play.
flash and dash play to try and fight for that control early on into the cloudburst, but the dart doesn't reveal too much.
Salah
and Buzz,
recon ये
yeah,
हुआ
I mean, he hands it over towards that
scam.
weaponry. Players have dropped though. That was Mako committing an ultimate
बाकी
to
लोग recon
spawn
ही
at the
नहीं हुए
same time.
यार.
And he's going to be paying the price for that.
यार बेट हो गया वो.
Slow play. I mean, you really have to overextend yourselves as a defender to try and fight over that B main angle.
लाइनअप अच्छा था लेकिन
As you
recon का ना.
saw, and it ends up meaning that DRX was stretched a little bit too thin.
I assume that DRX have chosen this round because they were worried about the null command that MTA's just popped. You don't want to allow crew to get into position and just exec on you with this ult. So they tried to disrupt the game plan. Fortunately, it doesn't quite work for them. Can they recover here?
Yeah, they're right back into it. Flashback though, backs away, just only with
Guys,
one kill. He wants to
3-3,
play
technically.
for his life. And he knows it. At least with the teammates who are arriving, but not expecting that Melter's already crept up onto that deeper angle. Shy, finally with the plan. There's no chance in hell MTA is getting res online, so he's going to be dropped just post-mortem. Bane, angle reset, at least enough to get the 2. And Flashback dropped down into that 1v2, not enough. Can't overcome it. Crew with that discipline, doubling up and contacting together to win that round out 5-4.
Good reaction at the end there with the double swing. One wide, one shallow.
Lucky round.
Make it very difficult for DRX to win the round. How did Mako end up dying in spawn? That is such a bizarre one. He's just trying to make use of the distraction as the fast push came out B. Like you said, to Omen ult into spawn. that's an interesting idea. Doesn't quite work. So far, the success from DRX has come from trying to hard anchor sites.
Has to get broken here. Glide its way forward.
Knife
does not get broken, so Buzz wanted away from the angle. He'd love to be back up on top of him. But
and crew walk away from Buzz.
Yeah.
The player with the op who's been ruining our chances of getting into sight. So I think we'll go the
भाई
other
इसके
way,
वजह से
actually.
rotations वो हो गया बे.
Completely different angle.
किस निट के वजह से.
Heat looking to maybe invest the drone here to
बोलो
fake
ये
as if it
देंगे
could be
अभी.
over towards B. But the team's grouping up on A. Look how weak the A site is right now. Only Mako home.
भाई उनको पता है क्योंकि 2 बंदे बी पे सप्रेस हुए थे जेट और साइफर. लेफ्ट में सोवा दिखा था और फिर राइट में केओ दिखा था. अभी उनको लग रहा है सिर्फ अकेला है.
As the drone comes out from Heat.
लग गया.
Surely they don't group up A on defense.
One way smoke timing back.
They do have the crossfire.
Crew के
Mako,
लग गया.
paranoia. They know he's isolated onto that corner, spamming away into the one-way. MTA, he can't respond, and he can't back his teammate up. They are trying to fight this one. Pound for
Nice
Pound.
one, Mako. Nice one.
Just swinging into this one with really barely any util.
Nice,
Buzz
nice.
happy to oblige and take part into the action and fight. And up through mid as well. Everyone dealt with. Everyone accounted
Flawless,
for.
baby.
Flawless
Flawless.
Good read from Mako there.
अब दोनों राउंड जीत जाए बस 8-4
Newer to the IGL role, but
और
reading
मैं
out that
7-2 के
drone coming
14.
towards B was a fake.
Oy,
Didn't
काला कपड़ा,
over-rotate.
oy.
In fact, took the aggressive option himself. Made
Super
sure that
Jet
they were
minus
playing
one.
towards the choke. Made sure it was impossible for crew to get through. Looked like there was potential there for DRX to let this lead slip, but they've recovered. Minimum of 6 at the half is so
अगर
so
फाइनल्स
much
विंटर
better
में
than
हुआ
the way
तो
that
क्रू
they
जीतेगा
opened their
क्योंकि
champs.
क्रू की टीम में हिट है. नहीं फाइनल्स विंटर में हुआ तो क्रू को कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है क्योंकि ये वैलोरेंट खेल रहे फाइनल्स नहीं.
Yeah, it's been Crew consistently on that back foot. A lot of players at least the two as well.
Double OP.
Crew still just trying to brute force their way past this one.
करो वन वे से घुसो.
Rifles in hands, DRX will hold
एक
this one. You're
रीजन है
not going to
उसको
be
वन
phased there. There's
वे
no util
बुलाते
to set up
वन
DRX
वे
into
वन वे
some
में
sort of
दूसरी गाड़ी अगर
advantage.
यहाँ से आएगी तो
At least
समझ
Crew,
रहे
I
हो.
should say.
I think that's a spot where crew should probably be investing smokes.
नहीं
Seems
लगता.
weird to smoke off
नहीं
your
लगता.
own
दो डब्बे.
avenue, but just to take a little bit of control. That's a headshot. Knocks Bane down weak.
DRX
Could there still be danger in the 3v5?
Yeah, you don't want to let this one slip, do you? But seems like
आते
they're
ये
grabbing
सुन लिया चले जाता
necessary
वापस.
kills across the map.
जाहिर है तो अनमोड होते होते
Here,
जाना.
but Cove makes it difficult. Flashback's already way ahead of it in a distraction play. Bane
लॉल
capitalizes.
लॉल
This is a much
Back
better beginning, as we already
to
mentioned in that prior
back.
round for DRX.
Flawless baby.
Flawless.
अभी बस 8-4
Got that
खत्म
momentum
कर
back
दो
at
नेक्स्ट
this as
पिस्तौल
well.
राउंड
You know,
जीतेंगे
I was feeling
10-4
rattled from
फिर
this
वो लोग
team. I
को
was
फोर्स
wondering if they
करना
were gonna
पड़ेगा
pick
बाय
themselves
करना
back
पड़ेगा
up with so
लेन
many
4
players,
12-4 फिर
pushed
लग
into
गए
new roles themselves,
13-4
despite the fact that
गेम
they're veterans like
GG
Mako on
फुल
the IGL,
मूवी
but
दिखा
all
दिए तुम लोग
new
को फुल
rookie
मूवी
players. Despite the fact that they've been playing in front of the
Full
home crowd
movie
for most
दिखा
of the
दिया
year
तुम लोग को क्या होने
regionally, it
वाला
is a
है
difference maker when they are at the
Let's
biggest event
go.
of the year.
They still have one final test to get over, though. 7 rounds is good at the half, but Crew are now coming in with that Harbor ult, Sova ult. It's a great combo. It's
घुसेगा कौन
very effective.
सब अल्ट मारेंगे घुसेगा
Got to
कौन
imagine
भाई
they're going to use it here on one of the sites.
Careful.
It's a battle towards his main angle. No one dealt with the
भाई
dart. What a play from DRX.
strategy
That is absolutely lovely.
strategy
Reminiscent of what
heavy
teams will
था
sometimes do in that ascent A
था
main
बे,
play.
था,
The DRX
था,
have taken all of the
था,
sting out of
था,
this round.
था बे
The
था
Reckoning down instantly. The teleport up recon so that you can get kills
heavy
through the
था बे
smoke. Yeah, Buzz falls. Crew have been able to find
Kesmit Buzz का
kills like this in the
kryptonite अलग है
3v5 spots. But normally the damage has already been done to
पहले
early.
वन वे स्मोक किया
DRX have been
केओ ने
usually
ब्लाइंड
confident
किया
enough that when
सो
these
ने
sides get
रिकॉन
pressured,
दिया तब
especially
तक
over towards
ओमेन
B,
ऊपर चला गया और फेल दिया
Matter.
इजी 5 स्टेप्स
Everybody be able to get a kill, back away. Never overextending their hands here. Flashbacks gets that acknowledgement. Cage, you're going to be got back up here. Shock darts removing most of the trips. Knife for a knife, darting through the back as well. Needs to be broken here. Crew starting to walk their way back up, but again, all the noise is being made, and DRX should know this one. Adjustment, flashback, he was blind as a bat, yet still manages to come up with the one before the trade online. Kesnit, it's just an ult to try and pick up the spike. It was out into the middle of nowhere. A tap with 22 seconds left, but you've got to start to commit into this, and again, ice cold by DRX.
हीट को मारना
Slow
पड़ेगा
it
ना नहीं
down,
मार
and now to full commit by Kesnit. Paranoia makes his way across, leaves it just down to the one. Kesnit backs himself away. He's hoping that he'll be able to get that easy fight.
अरे
Singular in action.
दूसरा
Does
peek
isolate
लो
just the one onto Foxy9, but it's still a 1v2 to overcome. Smoke up.
अरे
The one way, but one for their own here.
Big fan,
Jumping
baby.
around, a tap, there's the danger zone. Kesnit in potentially a bit of trouble. The dart pushes him back and away in, and up for Vayne to just get that half. Sticking and
Oh.
it.
बच गया
Too
गोली
much
खत्म
health for Bane. Kesnit, a valiant effort
दो
with
1v1
DRX
मिल
get
गया बे
8.
लेकिन
What a different beginning compared to Haven. I thought there was a chance that DRX capitulated there, but they've done such a good job during that gap between map 1 and map 2 at regaining their mental. And what a play here.
What a play as well. This is a much better beginning for this second map here. We'll be finding out if they can keep that going as well if we end up going to that map number 3.
मैप 3 जाएगा 100% 100% मैप 3 टाइम पे भी ए बे अच्छा खेला बे DRX लेकिन वो एक थर्स्टी छोड़ के ना बाकी सब राउंड अच्छा खेला ब्लैक क्लवर एनिमे देखते हैं बिंक्स ऑब्वियसली DRX जीत गए 2-1 छोटी छोटी बहुत मिस्टेक्स कर रही है DRX नहीं तो 2-0 होता है? एक इको राउंड में क्या बस तू जीता तो मेरा 100% पिकअप रहेगा यार कोई मेरे को टाइटल गिव अवे कर दो ना वो वाला 100% वाला मैं कैसे करूं 100%?
We'll be getting back into the second half here shortly. As the teams have their mandatory half time, they can discuss, they can talk about it. But for now, DRX are going to be feeling real good about this. Crew, you know, Mimi kind of mentioned onto the desk of their composition. We haven't really talked Crew that much because honestly the full focus has been on DRX, rightfully so, with how they've been able to bounce back. But you know, this Harbor pick, you might start to see a bit more value from it this time around. They were getting brutalized when Crew ended up playing against Leviathan. Mazzino taking all sorts of liberties, just using the high tide to walk himself down mid. I wonder if they're going to be taking a page out of that book.
They can definitely take mid control, but we saw them take mid control on their attack side and it not find very much value. Here on the pistol, Crew have got 4 players stacked on A. They're not going to be able to do any aggressive flash and dash combo stuff. Feels more like a read that DRX would be heading in this direction on the pistol. It leaves B extremely weak. And what we saw from
DRX, baby!
flood retaking. You can't flood defend if you're not close to the site that's being hit.
LOL, LOL, dude, LOL.
If B exec right now, Crew would still be migrating.
Yeah.
The Great Western Push.
It's massive. Rotation timing is a big problem for a lot of teams. There's a kill trip. It's laid down, even though there's a heaven start, but by walking all the way up, DRX able to navigate it easily enough. Going for the plant down. It's a good plant spot too. Committed into the boxes. It's very strong into the post plant. You can allow most of DRX now to retreat into the main angle.
Crew are trying to retake here with no flashes.
And they're just trying to make a go of it. They've already made their way in through the side. And watching that one, Flashback gets taken care of. In through mids, and a peek by Foxy9 is not set up at all. Buzz trying to at least even out the odds of the fight to be taken. Again, doesn't adjust in time up through that heaven spot. And now Melzer sticking at the fuse, spamming into the angle, but a Cove defending against most of these bullets. Half is earned. Another smoke. Blooms and blossoms. Kesner with the kill, and adjustment again. Flick of the wrist, tapping away with the guns, and it has to be reclaiming it. Bane back it up and running into it.
Oh my God, मेरी गोटी shrink हो गई थी.
And a pistol round once more counted for this DRX team.
होने के बाद भी हार गई
Bane, a
Crew.
divine
ये होती है
blessing
ना
for
बात.
DRX towards the end. How's he managed to pull that one away?
गोटी टाइट हो गई
Crew
थी.
looked like they had that under wraps. They're still trying to play this retake
4
style.
with 5 with Kawata.
They should have been using as much util early in the round. It would have been nice to see them still have a paranoia or a breach flash. A KO flash to be able to retake there on B. But the way that they just play around each other, it's solid. It took everything from DRX to be able to repel that. A 4K from Bane.
ये कौन सा स्मोक है अभी? ये स्मोक कौन सा है अभी?
Crew are still putting a really heavy emphasis over towards A. 4 players beginning on that side of the map. Feels like VOD prep to me.
Yeah. Potentially just praying for an early skirmish as well when they're on the eco.
Alternatively, they might be very confident in their B retakes from scrims and less confident on A, but that would be a weird way to play the map.
Yeah, most of the time you see teams trying to fend towards the backside of A. A Crew have rooted themselves in, at least for this round. It's a gamble stack, of course.
और वे smoke.
DRX are going to be handed a nice open sight.
आनकुश के बगल से होकर गया
It
जैसे.
doesn't look like there's going to be any danger here. Seeing Marco's calling, be very cautious though, doesn't want to run into any of these stacks. Foxy flashes, looking to see if he can get some info.
Careful.
I don't like this. You normally want to be sending flashback to do that because he's the one with the ghost. You've just prime delivered them a bulldog.
Yes.
And it's not ideal.
उससे अच्छा डायरेक्ट स्मोक से जाके जी दबा देते और रिटर्न चले जाते. दे ही देते ना गन. तुम जिंदा रहते क्या बोलते? नाइफ फाइट लेके.
Potentially a little bit better for it, but
Camera, I must wait a moment.
Crew now grouping up, ready. Try and make a good go of it. The cam was saved just for a rainy day. That was now, so they get that information that there's 2 players. DRX out through into the back.
ये लोग फास्ट अटैक करेगा क्योंकि उनको लगता है कि इनके पास गन है. और फास्ट अटैक के चक्कर में DRX मारेगी गोल.
Very soon here for Crew. Drone used, time already running short here, but that Bulldog finding value. It's up to these site anchoring players. Mako trying to reposition up and around, and again, Kesnet a tap onto it. No way, you can't let this. You squandered an opportunity, not again. Kesnet sticking, half everybody's fallen, but the time is on their side. Crew with a thrifty win.
Now, I don't want to point to the fact that there was a bulldog for the retaking team, but it did find a bit of value there.
Oh yeah, it found the opening kill, man.
And again, another post plant over towards B that looked very difficult, this time impossible for DRX to hold on to.
Oh boy.
If they're going to be planting safe like this every time, their post plants need to be better. They need to be able to stop Crew from getting back
basically, वो लोग
It's only been pistols in their hand.
साइड छोड़ के नहीं खेल सकते भाई क्योंकि वॉल ऐसा काटता और बाद में कॉप भी आता है
very worrying here.
Kesnet is not one to back away from a fight and a challenge. He's trying to get that back up again by MTA, overextending and overcommitting.
He pulled his knife out like he was the most confident player in the world. There was only 3 there. Could not be more surprised to see extra players. He was like, what, I haven't aced already?
He's damaged up, worse for wear, but still surviving here. Drone spotting the last 2. See if it bites them, handing over to Guardian. Flashback's already dropped though, so very little chance of this now as well. Foxy9 will be shortly following suit.
Denying another one of the Kesnet aces.
69, shout out to you, Merijan. Shout out to you, shout out to you, Merijan.
Round 16, we're seeing both teams with good economies. I'm concerned if DRX go into another BXA. That is where they're grouping up on the minimap. But these post plants have been...
By MTA,
they've been rough. They haven't even been pressuring the crew retake. They just give them all the space in the world to run back into the site. And they're like, oh, whoopsie daisy, now we have to stop them from defusing.
And yeah, just looks like a lot of exec util. Everything being combined. Concatenated, Shido just takes a bullet to the side there. Thought he was safe, at least into his cage. And our crew have much less options in terms of trying to deal with this one. They won't be able to push back the plant.
Better
That's going to go down, and it is a better plant at that. So DRX holding their positions now. The flank from Kesnet will have to find value, and he does have options to get past the initial trip. Drone in and through, and spotted. Buzz out, tagged up, pushing them back and away. There's still no 2 of these players here, but that's being heard by Flashback, and he deals with the flank. Pesky problem of Kesnet dealt with now. Flash in through the back as well, and bullets to follow through off the back of it. Hunter's Fury forced to be used here, but a knife is going to be cancelling that one out. So, no, oh no, just out of range. I stand corrected, and a tap of the spike will force them out wide. MTA now got to do the most, but with the rifle in his hand, just not enough to get over that barrier. Still heat, adjustment, Snappy, tapping away. Can't quite get it, the easy kill. Time was never on his side.
Tragedy or a comedy, depending on which side of the table you want to sit on there, who you're rooting for, DRX or crew. This time, though, that different plant position, in my opinion, makes all the difference. And yeah, they still had Hunter's Fury to work with in the post, too. The fact that you're planting in that better spot, more open, that you can play both sides of the pillar, people on site can play out. It's super helpful. Crew are going to take a tactical timeout. They're down 4 rounds. The score 6-10.
Timeout भी बनता था उसके बाद.
It's not like they've even really been able to make a recovery in this half. This half, the score is still 2-2. Another rifle round. Another opportunity to knock DRX's economy as well. If crew can really come out here,
Binks gameplay, excuse me,
get a big result on their defense side.
3.5k लोग देख रहे हैं. जिसने भी stream like नहीं किया, अंडी मंडी like कर दो stream. तुम लोग साला vote करके भाग जाते हो, हाँ? कल भी 10,000 votes था, ban से like नहीं. Like करो.
It's very important. You consider DRX full investment with the economy. You know, losing here, they don't have the loser's bonus earned up at this point because they just won the prior round. So the economy will be knocked. They'll be able to string together those rounds if they win it. Has to be all in from crew. Now, I'm cheating a little bit. I can see the player positions of crew in through this timeout. They have stacked most of their team over towards A at this point.
The same thing again.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the problem. The reason I said earlier that it would be a weird way to play the map the whole time, stacking 4A, playing retake B, is because it's just so readable. Yes, Mako's new to the IGL role. Yes, they have 3 rookies. They're not stupid. They're a really competent team. They're here at Champs. They're going to be able to figure out a setup like that if you run it the same way every time.
Paranoia, come on, position there. It's going to be catching most of this one and draft. Oh my God, just dashing into the face of it. Yeah, full understanding that Shy was going to be backing away. There's only a few positions he can play. Flashback. Looking up through mid, there's supposed to be that instant response from crew as well. Ults are being committed with the no command sweeping through, but he's missed the chance to strike from behind.
Patience!
Yeah, it's not being played just in that moment here, but MTA dropped down to his knees. A res possibility for it. DRX did get that plan a little bit prior. As there, tap onto the spike, forcing out most of the util. Kesnet Smokes to play with, util on top of it, nades, rebounding, echoing pass, flashback, stepping up to the challenge, right past most of this fight. Melzer not able to stick this one, sprayed and spammed down onto that angle. Heat trying to get tricky with it again, pushing and forcing the issue, but Buzz, the timing is impeccable. Dart reveals Kesnet is alone, and not enough.
Wow, let's go, Eco 36 GG!
And the round that may decide the map goes the way of DRX. Crew out of the back of the tactical timeout. Didn't look like they'd adjusted too much there. They were lucky to get away with it, not get caught by that mid lurk. The DRX looking like they're making the adjustments that are doing the job. Wow. Shy adjusted his positioning, but Buzz was on top of his head within the first 10 seconds of the round.
Yeah.
Buzz vadak gaya.
It's because of the knife they've been conditioning with. They've been using it against the box, so
Shy
hasn't been able to anchor the back of the side position.
I think Shy should be playing essentially offside at this point.
Yeah, retake maybe of heaven.
And I think he should have been doing that in the previous round as well. They're just running
very
similar defensive setups over and again. I'm seeing the timer not ticking towards the top there.
Timer pause, and I start to get worried.
Yeah, and here's
because of that.
And here's the tech pause.
Where's the game?
Well, we seem to have identified the problem.
Yes. That's a problem. You do need the game open to play.
Yeah, some of my ranked teammates haven't figured that out yet. Game on, monitor on,
checklist. Got to run through before you jump into rank.
Keyboard plugged in.
Yes.
Game chalu to kar lekin late gaya wo.
Working.
Yes,
all
that
important.
Too.
All important.
All important.
Well, this does give a little bit of time then for Crew to, take themselves out of the game and all ponder. They're not allowed to speak to each other, but all ponder in their own way how they might try to adjust this and get back in. Their buy is rough. They've got 2 guardians, and they don't really have that same opportunity to break DRX's economy. They can do some real damage to it if they win here, but they have to win here. They have to stop DRX from getting up to 12. Otherwise, it's curtains. And I'm not convinced the Crew have come out with the correct adaptations out of their tack timeouts. I don't think their read on it, on their defense side, is that fleshed. Over time, over the course of the tournament, maybe it'll get there. But right now, it's looking like they're a step behind DRX.
It starts at the basics to a large degree, I think, as well, because DRX, they've earned up these big ults. At least the null command is a massive one.
Chat, तब तक बात करते chat. तुम लोग को कौन सा कच्चा पहनना पसंद है? वो स्क्वायर टाइप वाला या वी वाला ऐसा यू? Let's talk about some personal lives here. हाँ? क्योंकि तेरा भाई आजकल स्क्वायर पहन रहा है. पहले मैं ऐसा वी पहनता था, अब स्क्वायर. स्क्वायर लेकिन वो क्या है? एडवांटेजेस एंड डिसएडवांटेजेस फॉर द गोटीज.
Shy is now playing off-site towards B. They've got 2 players there on the B side of the map ready to support. This is finally them threatening mid-control.
Yeah, which we thought they were going to do.
We thought they were going to do tons of this. This is the first round where we've really seen it. Is it too little too late?
There's bullets flying past Melzer. It's his teammates trying to make it feel like there is still obviously presence at the top of the site. There's nobody that's lurked up. Melzer's not pushed up in the spot. Difficult one. Ult committed. That's an interesting one, yeah. I mean, Maka's right through this, and the timing taken right past them here. And this is going to be a squeeze and a pinch into these A anchoring players. MTA dropped straight to the floor here. Hunter's Fury being used to again push them back. Heat will be able to get at least some value from that with Mako falling. Flashback holding off angle. Claims to kill onto Melzer. DRX.
But DRX
feed that is filled up with red, at least for now. Kesnet traded. And so all the options that at least were present, available, were moved shortly after here for Crew. Not able to hold their ground onto that one.
And brutal. I mean, look at the webcam for Heat.
Yeah.
It looks like he's had a tech issue again. That is a brutal one. A tilter, too, because damage already done in the round. Listen, I don't work for Compops, but the rules, as I understand them, are that you're not going to replay a round like that. He was also in a 1v3.
उस टाइम मैं
from
स्ट्रीमर
our
के
outside
चैट पे लिख
perspective,
रहा हूँ
very
कौन सा
unlikely
बच्चा
for that
कंफर्टेबल
to be
होता
a
है
winning scenario for him. It looked like DRX were massively in control of the round. But as a player in that spot, you're feeling like your agency has been taken away. That's the kind of stuff that puts you on tilt. After you won 13-2 on the previous map.
It's a tilter.
I feel like I'm talking about the mentality of both of these teams a lot, but you heard it from the desk too. This crew squad, they live and die by their emotions.
They do.
They are such an emotion-driven, fierce, red-hot team when things are working. And then
viewers in the chat are debating the pros and cons of wearing
getting a
square
little
boxer, short
frustrated
square
when things are not
V-shaped
working.
box.
And there's nothing more frustrating for a player than a situation like this. And they're also,
victim
economy's boomed. They're down 6 rounds. DRX are winning this map.
Yeah, it's 12-6. They are winning this map. You can say with most confidence. Doesn't matter how wrong I've been so far in this tournament.
साला लास्ट मैप इतना फास्ट किया था ना, खाओ टेक पॉज. हम लोग ऑलरेडी जीत रहे लेकिन फिर भी तुम टेक पॉज खाओ, बैठो. हाँ, बहुत खुशियां मना रहे थे, आराम से दांत से नहीं खाते.
That kind of stuff in there. It has been a map that's looked regionally very solid for DRX. Crew's permaban recently too.
Yeah, a lot of unknowns.
So we're expecting that to be a bit of a trap where Crew have got something prepared, but what? How good it is, we have no idea. And DRX historically have not actually been able to translate success on bind into international success on bind.
Yeah.
So that's another thing to keep in the back of your mind too. Has looked good in Pacific. But is it good enough to be able to get wins here at Champions?
भाई म्यूजिक अच्छा है, किधर तो सुनेला लग रहा है बस.
I'm just thinking ahead about it. I mean, from the prep that I've done, at least, of watching DRX on bind,
कोई गाना था क्या बॉलीवुड वाला?
At least in some of the matchups, you know, when they were going up against Gen G, who a lot of people pen as
कॉपीराइट खाओगे भाई, इसमें मैं एड्स ऑफ करके रखा हूँ.
Yeah,
कॉपीराइट को सुनना.
you know, close losses in that regard. And it's a very fleshed out map for them as well. So
yeah, तब तक 4K likes कर दो.
What exactly could they
votes हो गए 4K अंडी मंडी. 5K votes होने वाले बेशर्मो, 4K likes कर दो.
Yeah, it's tapped out a little bit.
A little resigned, frustrated. They'll give it their all, I'm sure, in these.
ये कौन है haters जो मेरा old friend का नाम लिख रहे chat पे?
Right now, if we're really getting into like the mental warfare, you know, thinking about sign language advantage during tech pauses, I'm trying to, you know, evolve the coaching game here. But if I got a timeout called after all of this and I was heat, I would lose it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, is Termi that cruel?
If we see it, DRX are winning this event.
I mean, Termi has been known to not call tack timeouts sometimes when his team are down. If he ended up sending one here.
Listen, he's got rid of the suit. He's turned a new leaf.
He has relaxed. He's stopped benching Foxy9.
Yes, he's given him a chance to play.
Yeah.
Which is a point that we haven't really spoke about too much, mainly because Foxy9 has been on this map, he's been supplementing, he's been helping out, he's been there, he's been present. Prior map he wasn't.
Hasn't taken over the game. But
exactly.
The last time that Foxy9 played an international, he's not a brand new rookie to these global events. Foxy9 was at Tokyo. But I would forgive you for not remembering, because he only played 2 matches. He went 1-1 and then he got benched.
Yeah.
And that was kind of a theme, a running theme of last year's DRX. As they kept subbing people out and rotating the roster. A lot of questions about DRX, but they ended up settling onto this squad. A lot of rookie talent that they believe in. And their development and their scouting has been good. I think Foxy9 may be towards the bottom of the list of good, brand new, you know, great players that they've integrated into their team. But if you think back, Mako was a duelist main that they integrated into the Smokes role and brought up. So they do have a fantastic history of being able to concoct talent and build for the future.
Yeah, they really do. And a lot have been asked, I think, at a veteran presence and talent on DRX. Buzz, as an individual who I was highlighting. Now, I'm going to steal an asset from the desk, which I'm sure they've called in and prepped. Which is the Buzz Ob highlights, because this guy has been taken over when he had that weapon in his hands in the defensive half. And for me, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit upset watching map 1 because the guy just, he didn't have it. He was kind of getting diffed in that regard by Kesnit. This time, showing up back into that stage 2 playoff form.
Yeah, and putting on some real excellent performances back here. Dancing around, dodging a lot of utility. And stinging like a bee when it comes down to it.
Exactly,
Yeah,
but if
hey,
Buzz is
babe.
putting up numbers like this as well, it helps the whole team because you got to think with the amount of just turbulence that this team has had throughout this year. Hello, we're back on camera. Wasn't expecting that, but that's okay. It's okay. Always ready for it. But yeah, with the amount of turbulence that this team has had over the course of the year, it's up to the veterans to pick up the pieces sometimes when morale gets low, when things aren't
Yeah, you know,
together.
it's interesting you say that because DRX
DRX
internally
की
have
watch
talked
party
quite a lot
da
about
करो,
people
trophy
like
confirm.
Bane being
Language.
uplifting to the team and being that breath of fresh air that they needed to be able
Round
to
replay
turn the ship
में
around and
उसका
focus
game
on a
crash
new
हो गया.
identity and bring
I highly
that
doubt.
positive energy.
I
It would
highly
be,
doubt.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall and a fly that spoke Korean on the wall. In the back end.
Round
between
चलो
map
गया,
one and
round
map
चलो
two,
गया,
because,
21,
you know,
20,
who is it
19.
that's there helping
All chat पे
DRX
उसने कुछ तो लिखा
maintain
हो.
their mental with all of these players that have had some experience regionally, but you know, when you're looking at Flashback and Bane,
Here we go.
to be honest, Foxy9, not as much experience.
Yeah.
We're back.
We are back. We are back. And yeah, at this point, staring down
अच्छा
the
comeback मारा ना
inevitable, which is
230 हारने
DRX.
के बाद मैं
Most
बोला
likely walking away
बेसिक
with this map. They are grouped up. They are ready to
उसका
go,
है.
raring to go.
मतलब जी
Towards
Binks
a
देखो क्या बोल रहा
slow
है.
wait,
है ना
seeing
सर?
if the knife gets used,
ऊपर
but
का
the timing
हाथ
of it is awkward, so it is going to catch most of them here. Pushing them back and away.
बंक पे लड़की चढ़ गई मजाक से
They
हटकर
showed at least
सीरियस
presence
मोटिवेशन
towards
दे
that
दो
area of the
प्लीज
map. Maybe that was
जो
always part of the
बोलोगे
game plan.
वही
Shy is
करूंगा
pushing up.
उत्कर्ष
So
भाई
this is the first time we've seen Shy go aggressive on defense
आज
over
मॉम
here.
डैड से बात करो और
Might be able to at least get a kill. There's a
मम्मी
fight
डैडी व्हाट डू यू
about to be
एक्सपेक्ट
taken,
फ्रॉम
more
मी
mid.
उन्होंने जो बोला वो करो
Flashback's going to miss that.
Yeah.
लेट योर
Round.
एक्स गो
It's
गेट
a
सम
real awkward
ऑयल
one.
तेल लगाने
Spots
के
abound, up through the ropes, there it is, Flashback strikes, and with Shy down, so goes the setup, over towards B, so no command not even necessary, and he's really just done enough. It's two removed, he was running his wee little legs there as fast as humanly possible, but at this point, it's weakening out the defenders. Player spotted out over towards the A side, there is time still available, and with all this space gained and pushed up, vacuumed up here. Flashback even with that third. It's cracked open the side and essentially won them the map with that.
Yeah, I think if it wasn't curtains already for
भाई
Crew,
फ्लैशबैक को
that
क्या हो गया
play and
ब्रो
those kills have certainly driven the dagger into the heart.
Yeah.
Kesnet and MTA looking to pick up the pieces, and it's a
क्या
4K possibly on for the ace here as
क्या
well. Can
reaction
MTA
है?
shut it down, or are DRX going to be thrown into bind?
MTA survives, Flashback's on 5L, running his way around, no ace
नेड़ में
today.
घुस के मारा
But it is inevitable. MTA just making us all wait for a little bit.
डिफेंस भी नहीं कर
Give it a
सकता
good go, but already, look at the angles to account for here. I mean, Buzz has already just taken up this position into Spawn Bladestorm right behind him. Let's
Buzz
knives out.
is
He's behind him. He's
toying with
toying, yeah,
him.
he's toying with him. He's walking up right behind him. Oh, no, 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 no. It's like a horror movie. But 13 to 6 on the
आराम ज्यादा
finish.
मस्ती कर
Map
रहा
3
था
bind, ready and waiting.
भाई फ्लैशबैक बहुत मारा
And if
बे
there was ever a final
Oh,
kill in a
hot
map that
Mara.
showed you a team has recovered from being battered in map 1, reset their mental, and are feeling perfectly confident, literally toying with the final player.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, DRX have definitely pulled themselves back up. The momentum now firmly behind them. The morale turned around. We're going to be sending it to a break on the other side the rest of the series.
हाँ कौन बोल रहा था DRX नहीं जीतेगा बोला था कि नहीं 2-1 DRX छाती पे लिखा था छाती पे वो 2-0 को एडिट करना बस रुक जा मोबाइल लेके आया पानी लेके आया Hey, can you like take over my stream for a while? Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. And DRX forces that Mat 3, and we got ourselves a game, and Tom is gloating with, you know, okay, we get it.
Do we have the clip of GB celebrating off the last map?
I don't remember
that. What was it that you were like,
honestly, that really doesn't sound like anything I would ever do.
It sounds like something you would say. I also remember you saying something like, oh, it's going to be a quick day.
No, I don't think I would ever say,
And
I don't think I would ever jinx
then
us.
when it's map 3, and it's tech pause.
Hey, it's still 6:30, okay? So we're only an hour and a half into this thing, all right? Because map 1 was like 35 minutes long.
I'm just saying, DRX fans, he's your hero.
Yeah, I guess so. But hey, you know who's actually the bigger hero in that one? The young players who stepped up big time for DRX. You got Fox9 Flashback, who popped off. Flashback especially was so instrumental in this one. The lurks he was getting, the way that he was really getting those first bloods, not really allowing Shy any opportunities to be able to lurk himself. And we got to say, Flashback was impressive.
Yeah, it was actually one of the best performances I've seen from him. A youngster on the stage, you're always going to question pressure.
Yeah.
We spoke about it after that first map, like, were they going to crumble? Were these youngsters not going to be up to the standard?
That's ridiculous.
He was kind of good.
Yeah, those numbers are pretty high, I would say. An excellent game from Flashback, and from DRX as a whole. I think that, I mean, the casters were talking about it. They had some really good ideas on their defense, the way that they were building around Buzz's operator. I think they gave him a lot of opportunities to A, have individual impact, and B, the way they were calling their macro around him was really good. Setting him up on these early lines with the heavy side early, sometimes even showing that with utility, and then stacking the other side, showing a lot of variety in that. I thought it was really good from DRX and from Mako as their IGL, especially there.
Yeah, but then on the opposite side for Crew, they went with a different composition. Leviathan had rolled the composition before. No duelists in this comp as well. So you're thinking, okay, this could be an opportunity here. Maybe they've learned a little bit from what Leviathan did with that composition, but instead, I think this is the case of like, hey, it's a good idea, it's a good comp, but they didn't quite feel comfortable with it.
The thing is, I think, wasn't it, the difference with the Lev one is they do have a duelist.
Yes.
Other than that,
true.
it has similarities. So it's that Omen coming in. I actually don't think that, like, Kesnet will always play well on his agent. It's whether the team works well with him on that agent. I think that was the problem. Like, he was setting up paranoias. It's like, if that guy is at the back using util, that means he's not at the front.
And to me, a lot of the issues were a little bit more like macro. I think that they indexed really heavy on their defensive side into playing set retakes with the hardware. They had a lot of ideas around using the Cove to get out of choke points or put that down on the spike. Very similar to how teams used to play Pearl in the Harbor Viper meta, right? You're putting up the wall, everyone's fighting forward, one player's sticking on the spike. I think fundamentally that's
Pulkit by language.
Okay, game plan. I just think it's really hard to deal with the post plans
Kab
on this
start
map.
होगा अभी 2 मिनट में
The spam game
मेरा आने के बाद ही go करते हैं लोग
consistently every round from DRX and from the other teams that have played this map as well. I think it's just too strong. I think that maybe
you need
indexing...
a Sage wall.
I don't know about that.
Mera
She's
lunch.
good on this map, but I don't know if she's the play in pro.
Well, let's go ahead and look forward, though, to map 3 because we're going over to Bind. And, you know, this has been a solid one for DRX. So if you are a DRX fan, you're feeling pretty good about the team going into this one. But I do want to see what we talked about before about Kesnet being on the Omen, being behind everyone, not being in front of the pack.
Sure.
This time around, Kesnet's going to be in front of the pack this time
but
around.
we don't even know what they're going to play. This is Cruz Protoban.
But I mean, realistically,
they've not played it for a whole year.
Realistically, like, do you really think Kesnet's not going to
call
play
it,
duelist on
He's
Bind?
going to play race.
Yeah, he's going to play race. So you're going to have him be that tip of the
3 साल के
spear
ग्रांड के बाद मैं
for
रेडियन बन
Bind.
गया
What
बॉस
found them that success in map 1? So
love
they can
you
lean
me
on
bhai
that again
love
here.
you
They could very
एक ही
well
जगह जहाँ पे
live it up.
तुम
That
भी
being
रेडियन
said,
बन
though, I think
सकते हो
DRX
buy
should
the
be a little bit
membership
more
now
confident. And if these young
Skip
young
ad.
guns at a global event start to step up the way they did in map 2, it's going to be quite problematic for the LATAM squad to figure out.
They've got more data than they could ever need. The last time that it was played by DRX, they lost 18-16 on this map. So you can basically have watched every single round
जिंदगी में नहीं
1 million
मंगाऊंगा
times
मैं
just
ये
in that matchup, and you'll have everything to
मेरा
try
हो
and
गया
break down what your opponents are doing. Maybe you can try and throw a spanner in the works here and there.
But that was against Gen G, who
क्या
is
कर रहा हूँ?
presently the best team
Wet
in the
chili
world,
bag.
I think, in most people's opinions, after their early performances here and winning the last global event. They play the 100 Thieves comp with the Fade and the Gecko, and I think they play it really well. Their defense
Manchurian balls को
on point. I think the
चिड़ी बना के डाला
coordination
है
between the initiators was really nice on the timings they were using to pull out those util combos, and well, it's not as much opping as we saw on Abyss. Buzz is still going to be a menace on the defensive side in this comp when he's playing the Rays.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look out for that for sure because if
लास्ट रोटी सब्जी कल कब खाई थी? कल मैं वेज कोल्हापुरी वेज तंदूरी रोटी खाया.
it's gonna be real difficult.
We got a little spoiler there at the agent select, but it looks like Crew is also playing the mirror here with that same 100 Thieves comp with the Gecko and the Fade. I think it's the best comp on this map right now, and Crew have played, or at least watched, other teams in Americas play this a lot, and I imagine scrimmed against it as well.
The only thing is, I feel like if you're going to come in as the team who's never played a map, I feel like you need to go a little bit bold. Because if you come in, you haven't had the reps on LAN, you haven't had the reps in the server, it's only been in the practice, which sure, you're going to learn a lot from. I still think it's a little bit of a worrying sign to go in against a team who've already had plenty of reps on this comp and then try and beat them on it.
I disagree. I think this is just a good comp to play. I don't think you need to overcomplicate it. You have a lot of odds you can watch of how to implement this one, and I think that Crew have played similar ideas before with the Gecko combo comps. I'm not worried about the comp, I'm worried about the team and how they can bounce back into this third map.
That's right. Well, here we go, folks. Map 3. Which squad is going to be starting champs with a big dub? Let's send it back over to your casters. You got Brendan Sideshow yet again for the call.
Bind is going to be an interesting one because of all the setup that the desk has been talking about. You know, it's been Cruz, Permaban, and the DRX. They are a good team on this map. Their setups are well thought out, especially on the defensive side. And already, I'm getting an early glimpse in terms of how they want to play this one. It looks different again. Normally, they're playing double initiators up towards B, trying to crunch areas. This looks like a fight towards short A.
Well, it actually might end up being a crunch just through the other teleporter.
Yeah.
If we see Shy take a little bit of space and have that Viper contact battle.
Bane hears all the noise, including the stimmy. Doesn't choose to use the C's nice and early here. It's a big tool to try and delay this one as well. He actually gets it a little bit too early. But crunch online now. Shy doing that play. It's a nade into the corner and Shy isolated. Push back TPs on TPs. Crew will never do with it. But the Molly is preemptive. Drops them down, including a smoke in their face. Has locked them well out of that site.
Perfect play so far from DRX.
Yonder, very nice it is, very up.
But now, as Crew reset,
please have no, it's very up.
They're going running around the world.
They're not going to know exactly where people like They're not going to know that it's a 4-player stack, but Crew are much more grouped up.
Walking around here, just onto the corner, expecting that re-clear, but crouched up, the bullet's just not quite landing. Only the one for flashback. Melzer, nice and pretty, still with that shower's control. Buzz, it's a level of awareness there for him.
And this is good. This is a nice read here from Melzer. When flashback dies, you're expecting Crew to accelerate into B. That's where the defenders go.
Buzz seeing signs of life down. For a short, Foxy 9 over the top there with the Dizzy as well. Forces Melzer out into that fight, crouched up Heat. He removes Buzz. No longer a problem into this round, but a spike has also been dropped down. Tap from Heat, seeing if there's that second wave of things again out wide and open. Not enough of the movement. The timeout is thoroughly against him. MTA, a lot to do in this spot. Forced to at least get the kills or stick, but it's an impossibility.
God, baby.
That one to perfection, despite the mid-round adjustments of Crew being on point.
Great round from DRX. Perhaps a hint of things to come, with one of these teams being much more comfortable on bind than the other. The crunch through, and Shy not recognizing that potential of the threat. It's a difficult read to go for, because they had no info.
Guys.
But he got sandwiched.
Guys.
Absolutely.
Guys. खाना खाते वक्त मार रही है, देख रहे हो ना?
Some emotion.
Okay. Guys. देख रहे हो ना, guys?
It sets up the economy nicely for DRX. Catching the players out towards B long here. Crew of them.
Camera conscious, है ना?
Orb in the face though makes it nice and difficult. Nice from the perspective of DRX, not willing to give them too much ground.
Just trying to piece off the map, portion by portion, see if they can build up to large ultimates.
मेरे हिसाब से DRX AF करेगा ना तो भी जीतेगा अभी.
Normally you're going to see the attacking team want to build up their Thrash first. That's the one that tends to come online.
Take a little bit of a TP straight into the open arms of Bane. That is a lovely adjustment. A lot to overcome there. Even if they are eco kills.
I might let him catch up to Heat's ultimate.
Yeah, shows that he's on point with it. large part of this composition that CRU are running. It relies on the ultimates to try and generate fast execs that can't really be stopped by anchoring players.
And they don't really have one. They're going to be heading into round 3. He's the closest. And that Nightfall, I don't think it's on its own good enough to really be a massive execute tool.
Yeah.
You can get a lot of room over towards B if you take Long and Hookah. But Heat is still 3 away from that, so we're not really going to see it online for a little while. DRX with an opportunity to convert on a bonus round. Flashback takes up position in Hookah with a judge. That's brutal to get through. Any time on bike, in any part of this match history, that is brutal to get through.
Doesn't matter if you're on bonus round, listen, it's good, even on a full dive. Out through the smoke bane. It's broken, so there's some acknowledgement for him.
And that sends Buzz, he was playing a float position in spawn, it sends him more towards the A site.
Flashback would love these CRU players just to walk straight into him, but nobody's budging right now. CRU making sure that they try and play that slow siege. That's a walk up, and I think just a pre-fire into the corner as the orb was coming up. Hard to tell. Shido.
They may have got the timing wrong.
It's a massive kill.
As you said, Flashback has his orb over there, but Foxy9 looked like he was caught out in the open. Have to see that one in a replay. Kesnet still with a huge amount of patience, knows there's a serious chance that there's a shotgun on the other side of this. But also at some point, you're probably going to want to go in there, and you're not going to have initiator utility.
Try and use a nade rebound, but depends how deep he'll bank it. Could still be alive.
And you don't know which side he's on.
Exactly. So it's a lot to clear here. Buzz sees a lot of them. Signals now for the wall to go straight back up, and so does the Dizzy. It actually does connect into the tube. Is that CRU going to be sending it forward? The go button is hit ever so slightly here. There's a lot of util being used. Again, is disjointed, but that's partly because the molly's already been placed down as well. So CRU being stunned with only 15 seconds left, and this is ball time for DRX. They've got players into the spot position, and Kesnet just goes for the widest space in the world to clear it. Doesn't work out. Still alive onto the corners. Molly at their feet. They can't step over it. They can't get access to it. Jumping around, making a mockery around. DRX are converting this bonus.
From what we've seen on Bind so far, and from what we saw in Abyss, it's like a totally different team for CRU. They haven't even been pushing DRX that much. You know, rounds like that, they fall apart so easily. Kesnet just walks into a judge, and the others are stopped by small pieces of defensive utility. Nothing earth-shattering that DRX are doing. A jump spot, a nade, smokes down, and then CRU are forced to push through the smokes without their entry player, and it all falls apart.
I think there's pieces of the puzzle that are missing here for CRU. I agree. If you're playing the attack side, you have to pull out the mollies, snake bite, mosh pit, whatever it might be, but any sort of that stall util in every capacity as well, because it's going to deny the plan, it's going to deny you even being able to go into these execs, and you're going to be tested in that space. We've been talking a lot about the mentality of these teams, especially because DRX got slapped around, dismissed on map 1, immediately was handed back on Abyss, with a rather tilting tech pause for CRU.
Batu sends you regards.
Now it seems like DRX haven't slowed down from that map 2 here. This is a very committed off-angle. Quick to respond there, and he's good with the movement on top of it still. With Shy dropped, getting themselves into the site. So Nightfall scatters its way across, does connect onto a multitude of targets, but Bane is not to be pushed back and away here. Tries to at least offset his movement enough to survive, but he's going to be dropped in the process. Now through onto the side, MTA planting. The snake bite rebounding, but it's a little bit too late there. Just missing the mark, so still getting into that plant. He's sort of post of it. CRU. Rivals in the hands, Melds is spotted out, and spam through the box will do the job. It's methodical here by DRX. Take their time with most of this here. MTA only with the Sheriff to work with. He would have to hit a miracle shot, including the Sheriff in the hands of MTA, but it's just not happening. Peeking around. The wingman taps that first point of the fuse. They know exactly where Heat is. He's going to be not long for this world. And the defuse is completed. Slightest amounts of danger there in the round, but still DRX looking like they're more than comfortable to navigate it.
You're right that there was some danger, but it also took them the Nightfall, which was the first ult that they got up to. And MTA had 3 opportunities to try to get a kill with a Sheriff. Couldn't get any of them. And that would have brought it into a 2v2, and then we're really talking about danger.
Timeout round 5.
Yeah. Normally this is a sign of a disaster.
सुन लो वरना तुम्हारे साथ मेरा भी जान खाएगी.
4 बॉक्स मंगाया, वो भी ऐसे रैंडम अननोन प्लेस से, जहाँ से मैं यूजुअली मंगाती हूँ वहां से नहीं.
यूजुअली जो तुम मंगाती हो जहाँ से, वहां से आज तक कितने बार मंगाया?
3-4 बार.
1 बार.
3-4 बार.
2 साल में 3-4 बार मंगाया है तो यूजुअली हो गया.
हाँ.
ठीक है, फिर जल्दी बोल, 20 सेकंड है, फिर गेम भी देखने का.
इसने 4 मंगा लिया और टेस्ट तो इतना वाहियात था उसका. तुम लोग खारवास खाते हो? वो लोग ने साथ में कैरमल सॉस दिया खाने को खारवास के साथ.
चैट को बता भी दे कि ये कौन सा एग्जाम में आएगा ये क्वेश्चन.
Map 1, we were talking about potentially turning around the dire straits this team has always been in since 2021. When they attend these champs, they never really make a deep run, and still early days in Map 3. But for now, in terms of what we're seeing, rather dejected crew, they're going to have to turn it around. They want to see if they can dispel that narrative. Deep orb is going to be used here by crew. Shy zone. Feels like they could be walking all the way up here.
Trying to control the B orb as well and make sure that that's not something that a player like Kesnick could take away and get his showstopper online. You see that
the membership.
The alt orbs stop crew from getting those active.
Dropped as well. Crew looking like they want to potentially up through A short. Got to save some fuel in the tank for that one, for the wall to be up and abound. And this is a classic from crew. They love to contact into these plays, but again, might be to their own demise.
Buzz is getting called back. He's the player with
sorry,
the showstopper.
Babu, I'm sorry.
It should be very difficult to get back
हो गया था.
We're waiting for that timing now. The util's going to be following up past it. Up and over, doesn't clear out Maka though, there's nothing for a showstopper in the hands. It's returned there and a swing off from the side. Bane still alive and kicking, but will fall in the end. That's enough to drop him. Shower's control is going to be given up and lost. A flank timing here by Flashback. Out and around. And a full avoidance of lamps. Crew wanted nothing to do with it, so they can't give up their lives to the judge here. It's going to be resting on the shoulders of Flashback, who we're watching right now, but slipping past. Here's the footsteps. Running around, got to wait for this wall to drop as well. Is going to be given the easy kill. Yes, he is. And DRX, they make sure to swarm. It's disciplines and an ult in the back pocket of Foxy9 will basically seal it up. Checkmate at that point.
DRX with another very nice defense round over towards A. And that's after crew got about the best case scenario against Buzz's showstopper. If you go 1-for-1 in that spot, the wingman 100% title. That's about as good as you're going to get when the Raze on defense has that ult. But it's the post-plant situation that's just brutal for them. Didn't quite get the read on Flashback coming through market, and Foxy9 also winning that crucial battle from Cubby. If you just look at the duels and who's winning them, and the pace of the game, the pace has slowed down, and DRX have started winning a lot more of the rifle fights.
And that's an important point to make out, I think, as well, just how much DRX are controlling the tempo. They're not getting sucked into fights. Map 1 was them honestly losing their cool. They looked frantic.
Yeah,
I think they were getting sucked in constantly to try and take duels. DRX really going to be tested, I think, in this instance. This is a lot of players up into their face, but again, to judge and hearing it, nobody wants to step past it. Mako spammed down. He has answered back finally onto the board there with those 2 kills. A peek from Kesnet, lucky to be alive.
They still haven't used Thrash or Showstopper. Here comes the Thrash.
Now going to be used to not even take much space, just in case it peaks most of it, but they already had control of lamps. MTA will pick it back up, another go at things.
Timer बढ़ा दो यार, monster on the loose. 10 second melt मार.
Himself away into showers, one of the best chances they've had in a long time. Wait a second, util is used, combined attempt. Kesnet showstopper has to use, at least to offset that one. Bane, he's sticking it. And it's not spammable for Shy into the spot. Off onto the angle again. He knows that there's a chance, and it's one out.
Flashback,
Shy finally puts one on the board with a Red Bull clutch.
He was good with them on Haven. He won 2 incredibly
Kahe
important clutches for
flashback.
his team. And now he's put the first round on the board on
Ankle
Blind.
bus bana ke rakhta be.
The fact it ever got to a clutch situation, though, I think is a bit worrying. I really like the util dump, though, that DRX had over towards Lamps.
Yeah, they had a good way to clear
भाई
Lamps
ऐसा
there.
लगता है कि
Lovely
शायद
clear in
सारे
that spot.
clutches जीता हो ना.
For Crew to be sat in a post plan, everybody in a nice position, and still have to use Thrash and Showstopper, and it comes down to a 1v2. Squeaky bum time.
Yeah, it doesn't bode well. Probably getting that connection as well, just from the trail, the haunt up and over. That was used a little bit earlier.
Yeah, the haunt over the top there's a nice one. It's one that DRX uses as well.
कैसे कर लेते हो Jinx ऐसा?
Often can set somebody up to take B-long control, but DRX are trying to lock that spot down.
Yeah.
थोड़ा पड़ा.
Got a lot of control over the map right now as well. Doubled up onto B-long, an op in the hands of Buzz so he can watch the Shower's position and angle.
भाई rotation नहीं.
Both teams running their Viper Orb on B-long there, contesting for space, but it's a fake from Crew.
भाई
Group up,
rotation
cold
नहीं
from
है.
Melzer. He has orbital strike for post plant. If they can just get this plant down, again, they should be in a nice spot. Oh,
Util here
being
might
used
even
early.
be choosing to use this one. No, cancels the call here. It's a Nightfall now that's going to be used by DRX. This is a respawn that catches on to absolutely everybody. And all sound cues are deafened. Crew are working partially in the dark. The tap, MTA is looking for that response out. Orbital strike is used, but into the wrong spot. There's absolutely nobody waiting there. Dizzy around and about. It's Crew trying to fight tooth and nail over the spot into Lamps, but they still don't have this plant down. There's 22 seconds left. Time escaping them. The hourglass running dry. MTA fully committing and tapping onto, finally committing into the spike, and there is that reinforcement. Side by side, Kesnet joining into the fight.
बोलो मत ये round Crew जीतेगा.
Down and he saw the position of
Impossible.
DRX. They were fronting, trying to take it. They do have that Shower's control still.
Snakebite to clear Lamps.
तो बता miss नहीं
It's going to be the important elements here. Buzz has already picked up one, but it's already equalized. Nade into the hands. Kesnet, Util, out and away. Movement by Bane, almost enough to isolate still. Players are dropping Crew. Another chance, and it's grasped firmly here to put that second on the board.
More solid in the post plant there, Crew. After a very bizarre ultimate from Melzer, it must be said. But Crew, with that patience, Lamps control, then tried to fight a bit towards backside, never really getting lost in these situations. And starting to win those duels as well, even in slower paced scenarios.
I will say, Bane made a good go of it.
भाई
Did a lot of damage to the short player.
Yeah, I still feel like DRX are attempting these fellas. Maybe the operator's not the play, though. If Crew are putting a heavy emphasis on walking down behind the Viper wall and then just execing short, your op is not going to be able to find too much value. We've seen this before when we were watching the Americas teams, and Aspas was struggling with it.
Yeah.
क्या लगता है बंद भाई इस बार प्यारे फ्लोर ब्रैकेट से खेलेंगे नहीं इस बार ऊपर से पहला टीम को क्वालीफाई
at the end of the day, it isn't the right pick.
Yeah, it's a trap to fall into. A bind at the end of the day, you look at the map, anybody can do it. Listen, you can pull it up on Google.
I can look at the map.
You can look at it, we have access to it, but there's 4 avenues. It's not like traditional maps where you have these long sightlines where you can post up an offer, they get constant information, they know exactly where the team's going to be. Binds, you can hide that intent quite well, and not just that, you can put up smokes into the face so that you can really mitigate an offer's value. And if you're trying to play post-plant denial as well, a rifle is going to help you do that. If you're looking at an op isn't.
Yeah. I agree with those points. I think that
after so fucking long, I am back. Hello,
and we've seen that can already find some value.
And they might be talking about what we were just discussing in that timeout because they had the money to buy an op. They didn't invest into it.
Pit down towards short, he for the ult tried to clear it, if they wanted to. Instead, Crew taking a lot of Shower's control. They might even try to backwards Nightfall here. Set up that trail and have, Melzer clear flashback from short. There goes Buzz early on.
That's a beautiful shot.
I think you can still commit A here. Flashback is now under so much pressure.
Yeah, he's worried about players potentially lurking up right behind him.
A fade ult into the pit from Showers would go crazy.
Foxy9.
Uh-oh.
What have they got to do with it?
Yeah.
सुना दिया रहेगा क्या?
Yeah, not too much.
They didn't make champs.
Jump spot. And a knife fall. Going to be committing this one over towards the back of the site. The nade as well. So down below, just about. Wriggles himself round to the corner, but that's both Snakebite and Mosh Pit that's expended. 44 seconds of Crew in danger of running out of time here. And already with a sound cues cut away as well, they are making their way through. That is rapid. Kesnit, he is the charge for his team. Flashback worried as well, still trying to maintain control. Towards A short, buying DRX a bit of a recon as well, but the plant is down. Starting to tick away. Kesnit also with that showstopper.
Nobody can really wrap through. I was going to say no one can wrap through short, but now Flashback, pit down. These players can try.
They're trying to bait them in here. Flashback only for the one still alive though.
The defuse!
No way, Bane! He sticks it! Where's the protocols in place, man?
I've got to assume they thought Kesnit's showstopper was going to deal with it. Kesnit somehow thread the needle with his Razalt to miss the defuse and, I think, miss the player that was pushing him. And just somehow landed it in the middle.
Yeah.
The splash damage didn't catch.
A lot of unknowns there.
Look at that! The Razalt just misses. But I think he was distracted because of that push from Mako. So he's like kind of putting it between the two of them. They still have Mel's Molly to work with. Like, there was so many more players there. They just thought the Razalt job. Uh-oh.
Disaster time for Crew. Squandering those rounds that should have been easy. Mako, it already plays up in front of him. The contact play again works out for Crew. Not pushed back in a way here. Dizzy over the top. Inside the smoke though. Buzz, he's hiding. Rebound with the nades. It's going to be landing and does deny that plan. As a nade and a mosh pit all going to be used for Bane trying to help him out. Doesn't fully commit into the fight at the front of the site. He's just about wiggling his way through. Damage is excellent, but still Melzer there with a trade. Foxy9 instantly back and at it again. Kesnit, he's here. It's a three-piece for it. Nade rebounds. Flashback about. This guy, there's no safety in terms of anywhere that he can stand as that solo play, and they give it up. Crew, got nothing to do with this.
And because he has to be worried about Shy and Showers, Flashback there had to very diligently clear the angle. He couldn't just sprint over towards B and make it a foot race. This is looking like a save. Credit's not good. Crew is starting to get a bit of a toehold, let's say.
Yes.
On bind. It's not a full foothold yet.
No, it's precarious.
6-3, working their way back in. At least getting into good post-plant situations like they were in the previous round, even if they mess it up. I'm wondering, though, how many rounds Crew actually need. We have no idea how good their defense is going to look. This map, again, to remind the viewers, this is their perma-ban that they floated in order to get rid of Ascent, Icebox, DRX's, in my opinion, two best maps.
Stringing together rounds here for Crew. I wonder if there's anything cooking in the back of the minds of the DRX players about how to stop this contact play, because Crew have just been essentially disrespecting a lot of this util and doing exactly this. I mean, walking up onto the angles. And you might want to buy an operator, but again, you fall into that prior trap of, maybe then they avoid the operator, they go into a different site.
You could try to take aggressive short control.
Yeah.
As it looks like they're doing that pistol round setup that we talked about. Aggressive short control. If Flashback takes contact, you sand crunch. Very solid. They've got big ults in this round too. DRX.
Still a half buy though. Making sure they save money for the remainder round. Crunch is there. There is a possibility to crunch.
Not yet, though.
No. Players are sitting there. They backing around. There's a lot of util being used by Crew. Here it is. Time to strike. It's being held by Crew. Watch onto that one, but it doesn't matter if he's holding it. He's not ready for this. Foxy9, he's straight back at them. Drops two. And Mako's right there too. Alongside it, just watching that A-short avenue. Heat. Alongside MTA, last two alive for Crew. They were not expecting that one. Again, it comes down to comfortability onto the map. Are they aware that somebody's here into the TP?
I'm not sure they are.
Rifles flicking around there. They're wondering about it. They're looking.
They seem like, they know there's some level of danger. All Flashback has to do, though, really is stay alive.
Yeah, he does. And he's going to be the nuisance player now. Wingman's out through and a wide, and the Dizzy can't really see absolutely anything here, but it leaves it again just out of heat. It's a 1v3 25 seconds. Spike's dropped down. Discipline played by DRX is tempered. They back away immediately. They don't want to give up any easy fights. How low Bane and Flashback are.
Nah?
Buying time.
अंदर प्लांट कर दिया भाई.
It's committed inside. Heat.
Spike planted.
Hell of a job ahead of him. Gonna isolate these fights. Orbital strike. Does not catch it. Haunt is dealt with. One bullet will drop it. Has to reposition. He's worried about every single angle. Flashback was ready. Aim trained on it.
By DRX, क्या
works on the pistol, works here in round 10. Beautiful crunch strategy and a great way of dealing with what crew were throwing at them. Those contact plays down short.
And
I agree with you that it comes down to comfortability. Most teams are going to have protocols. They know that if they hear that teleport sound, they need to get out of there ASAP. And crew are just a little slow with it. Didn't quite throw counter utility towards the teleport. Doesn't look like they're ready for those kind of
Pacific
higher level plays that we see on Bind.
Huh?
And now it's odds and ends for crew to
by
try to
MTA
recover this.
भाई क्या सीधे पहला मैप MTA मारा नहीं.
Would be fantastic.
दूसरा मैप MTA ने इतना मारा, हार गए.
And money's back up. There's a thrash on either side.
तीसरा मैप MTA ने मारा. क्या सीन है MTA का?
Again, just walking up through the A short angle. There's a lot of pressure though with this util, but it's flying forward straight past this one. Foxy9. First confidence maybe. Speaked out, almost getting a collapse melter. Again, he was trained onto that spot and position, so they do hand over the gun. It was trained or traded back over, so and Melzer still has control of lamps this entire time. It gives options for crew if they do choose to make their way back over.
I mean, kind of, but he doesn't know that lamps itself is clear. He hasn't felt confident enough to pick up the weapon yet. Only now is Melzer full clearing lamps, and the fight is happening showers.
Yeah, Bane. Danger.
God, baby.
Again, safely navigated with Shy going to be dropped. No longer has to worry about that backstab potential. Here's a Nightfall going to be utilized. Forced to swing out from Melzer. It's not going to be long for that world. Stopper in the back pocket of Buzz. He's going to be able to use this one for any sort of win cons here. Round 11, but
8-3.
Honestly, again, that patience and discipline on display here by DRX.
DRX, bro.
Overextend or overinvest. Flashback with the wrap around ADS. He deals with it. 8-3. Looking like a marvelous
DRX on tops. DRX on tops, bro.
Crew clearly felt like they'd done enough prep work on this map to float it all the way to the end as a decider.
DRX
thus far, getting outclassed.
DRX bacha bas.
Looking quite similar to map 2, I think, where there's competency. They're not getting flattened in the same way that DRX did on Haven, but at the end of the day, each round seems like there's a mistake or an extra play coming out from DRX.
तीन अलग-अलग team में तीनों Pacific on top. क्या मजा आएगा ना?
Floating this map against DRX that have looked competent even at some of the worst times on this map regionally.
Yeah,
hasn't quite paid off.
Huge ultimates here for crew. If they want to try to push things across the line and get at least 4, trying to work towards the pistol and close the gap to 2 in the next half. They need to be able to get value out of stuff like the Thrash and the Nightfall.
I've just noticed the buy. I mean, Buzz has got an operator at his feet. At least he did. He's handed it over to Bane. It's a double op setup. Tasted their own medicine from map 1.
Yeah.
Why not when it's flourishing in this way and form? The peak. Of course, it's punished there. Foxy9, sharp. Rifles ready to be picked right back up again. Thrash out and through to Seize and a Mosh. All going to be used. 50 seconds down. Wait this one out, but there's a gap, I think. Bane not actually going to be caught by that one. Showstopper used up and over the top here. Dizzy has to be used to respond, and now Buzz right back at it. Ult of his own, revealed. Spamming and praying and spraying away. Bane, he's losing track, but still wrangles the kill. Rifles are there, and they put down these crew players.
Even with crew trying to set up a 2-phase push there, the Thrash debate out defensive utility and then go forwards. Even with them learning as the map went on how they wanted to approach their attack side, DRX 1 step ahead. The power of experience coming from a team with 3 rookies.
Talent qualified.
Now looking prime to take this series. What a turnaround from that first map. They are in that driving.
Talent first team to qualify नहीं हो सकती क्योंकि लेव के ग्रुप में समझ रहे हो. बाकी जो पैसिफिक टीम्स है तीनों, वो तीनों फर्स्ट ऊपर वाले विनर ब्रैकेट से क्वालिफाई फर्स्ट वाले में हो सकते. टैलेंट भाई, अगर टैलेंट फर्स्ट इन द ग्रुप हो गया ना, नंगा नाचूंगा मैं ऑन स्ट्रीम, नंगा नाचूंगा। लेव का ब्रैकेट में भाई, लेव जो 9-1 चल रही है अभी प्लेऑफ्स के बाद, 10-1 शायद। लेव कैन चोक, अभी तक तो देखा नहीं है चुप करते हुए। वैसे DRX भी नहीं आएगा, फनेटिक आ रहा है, वो सब क्लोज आएगा, लेकिन टैलेंट और लेव में 0% चांस। बाकी सब ऐसा 50-50, 60-40, 70-30 कुछ तो चांस है, लेकिन टैलेंट लेव 0%.
Looking forward here to the second half of Bind. And if
हम
Crew
तो
didn't have
आपके
anything
good
up their sleeves,
excuse.
it has to be on Showcase. Here and now. Starting with that pistol round again.
अब क्रू क्यों नहीं कर रही जब
record sometimes, I think.
पहला मैप 13-2 जीतने के बाद हार रहे, कैसा फील होता रहेगा?
At the same time,
इंटरव्यू में अगर एक उसने पूछा,
this is going to
hey
be
crew,
an enormous uphill
13-2
battle for
जीतने
Crew.
के बाद
They
आप
don't have the
दो
experience.
मैच कैसे आ
I
रहे?
don't know how their defense is going to work. If they try to play
पे
heavy
लगेगा
flood
यार,
defending,
दिल
which
पे।
was the only thing that's really worked for them in this entire series, we didn't particularly get to see even them play the attack side on Haven. They were just flood defending over and over again to get a 10-2 half.
What if they upset Lev? Nanga Nach
to a massive victory there. Even if they wanted to
MT
play
by
that kind of style,
dobara.
Bind is such a post-plant map.
See how they set themselves up here. Let's get into it. Round 13. Our final map in the series. DRX fully committed. All the bodies over towards B. Tiptoeing their way around most of this one here. They're going to go for a bit of a B split. Most of their players out and through this. The tried strategy. They do this one quite a lot. Up and through, and Shy just didn't know which way to look. The flood attempt met and shut down Heat. He was caught between a rock and a hard place there. There's no chance of him being able to escape. Spike dropped down, a bit of time burned. Buzz lays down that nade just to give him the safety net to be able to get that plant out.
blind plawler एक सैचल के
Now
पीछे
into a solid post. Yes, they don't have any use.
और अपने इसमें लॉबी में क्या होता है? ए सेज तो
versus
घुसना
two.
पहले
Buzz does not have a teammate to play off.
No, he's very much alone here. If he goes down, there's chances. Here for Crew, doubled up. This is what they do best, trying to take these fights, but again, just tapping away with the damage done. The game IQ just winning that one out for Buzz. It's 3 in a round for him before he's eventually dropped. Kisnet has to do so much here.
Kisnet अच्छा है, लेकिन इतना भी
just
कास्ट
walking, trying to bait out that peak, not giving anything whatsoever, tapping away. It's no easy fight. Nades re-earned, but expecting that reflank, and right from behind, it's a dagger to the back.
Easy
DRX now up to
10.
A lovely
Fence के
execution
team का
from
क्या हाल है?
DRX.
अच्छा खेला
They've
वो
got
लोग।
great ideas on their attack side of Bind, and they might be able to keep them fairly hidden, because the lead at the moment, looking like it's going to go to 11-3.
13-2
within
से chat
touching distance of the finish line.
13-2 से
And again, a remarkable recovery from what we saw in map
13-2
one, where they just got destroyed.
2
It's a DRX team that they've been through a lot of shifts. and
Warm up
changes
भी
in
नहीं कर
terms of
पाए
their
थे
roster.
DRX.
They
Comeback
had to
कैसे
watch
मारा
on the
पता नहीं।
sidelines. Another Pacific team make history. Getting close to it before here. Kesner getting punished for the yaw pickup, but this
Hey,
squad
Caster
are looking
+1 Caster
make their own
+1
mark, even though all the spotlights are on this Gen G squad for good reason.
Playing in front of the home crowd, here at Champions in Seoul.
चलो
And
आज
they were
तो
the
prediction
Korean darling
correct
of the
हुआ।
team. And I
मेरा
think that
पिकिम्स
has been
गलत हो गया,
overtaken
लेकिन
somewhat by
पिकिम्स
Gen
में
G.
मैंने क्रू लिखा था, पता नहीं
Can they fight their way out of this one? Yeah, I think they can. I think they're fine.
It's brutal, man.
खत्म कर
Exactly
दिया
right. They were the
मेरा
dominant team
पिकिम्स के
of
तो
not
लौड़े
just,
लग
you know,
गए
Pacific in some capacity, Korea.
पिकिम्स में कुछ
And they've
बचा
had
नहीं
to
है अभी
watch
देखने
that
लायक
get overshadowed as Gen G have stepped up into that spotlight, have made history before anybody else.
And again, you can see it in the body language coming out from the guys over towards Crew.
Who
Ever
lower
since
bracket?
kind of like halfway through Abyss. Maybe even early on in Abyss.
अरे
They've
भाई
seen that.
हेलो
Crew are going to take a tactical
excuse
timeout.
me बैठो भाई आराम से हेलो
DRX had that legacy with the old roster of always making it to
पेनल्टी
play
कमबैक
almost
देखा नहीं है क्या ये लोग ने DRX
slip-ups here and there, but they basically dominated groups, and then they couldn't quite get over the finish line to be able to pick up a title. We always thought it was maybe possible for that whole DRX roster, but at some point, just got a bit long in the tooth, and they decided to make changes and pick up fresh faces. This roster, I don't think many people are expecting them to go on a very deep run, lift a title. I know that Sliggy had him as his dark horse for the tournament to go deep.
Yeah, I think that's respectful.
A top 4, something like that. I think that is possible for this roster.
Crew deserved it first match.
I was very high on the going into this event. I'm not just saying that. I think that they look very good in the finals performance, even though they lost versus Gen G. We're talking about a team that has just been dominating.
Then hashtag to नहीं आ सकते क्या table पे आ सकते ना?
Yeah. And DRX's map pool is very strong too. Yeah. The fact though we thought
भाई
they
ये
would
क्या है भाई 2 बंदे 12-13 बाकी को देखो वो भी मिल्जर भी भाई मिल्जर का एम कितना ओपी था
of it. But other than that, they've looked very solid today, and this bind performance
बस ने दिया बिली
goes from strength to strength.
भाई केसनेट का एंट्रीज मेरे को
slow
देखते
down here. Showstopper that was earned prior there. Buzz has already got it, and he's going to be using it to pave the way, set the pace once more, squeezing through any available players. But Showers is completely vacant. You can just pre-fire this one into the corner, but Fuse runs out. Still, the plant is down, and that's the important element.
ये मैं करता तो
Crew not playing for that plant analysis. You see many teams do right now. They're going to have to try and do this one. Got a bit of extra util available at least. Nade, Kesnit. Wondering which way to play this one as well. Just cycling through the weapons as a seize and a nade. Buzz tucked to the corner, still safe and still firing away. Shots fired. Through. That's a Showers player dealt with here for Crew. Onto this retake. If they deal with Buzz too, there's that danger. But now he's going to be active. Into the fight now. What's the next layer to all of this one? Has to watch it all down. MTA at least the tap onto the defuse, and DRX at least forced wide into the open. Plenty of time available.
Not the boom you hoped for. Yeah, a couple of seconds.
मुझे देखना है कि पिकम से कितने
would have
टीम
made a
जीत
large
हुए
difference if DRX were
अभी
willing
तक तो
to
दो गई
fake or really fight for backside
एक
there.
हुआ
You saw that
क्योंकि
Kesnit ran into backside.
end moment पे मैं
fact.
उसको
He
support
knew that
किया,
DRX were going to be
FX
falling
को
back into classic post-plan positioning, and so he wasn't worried at all. And then you get these kills coming through where Crew are able to contest.
One enemy remaining.
Crew would have to put together so many more though before this comeback felt like it had
comeback
any
comeback
real
हो गया
sting
तो लग
behind
गए
it.
वो कड़ा नहीं होना
What
था
they're going to aim to do.
इससे कड़ा हो गया हार गए
Some ults may come online for Crew to
मैं
try
बोलता
to
हूँ बैठ
deny
के
plant
खेला करो
late into this
चुपचाप
round, but otherwise it's just the utility.
एक गोली मार के भी reload ये होता
Jiggle from Heat, really, he's got that acknowledgement. You can hear the sound cues, but now walking back up, smoking their face. Oh, that's a cheeky play. Crew trying to go for that trap play, expecting him a little bit deeper onto the line. But it's evacuated, backed away by DRX. They navigate it well.
A fake करके B जा सकते हैं क्योंकि B पे सारी utils waste हो गए
Be long and then pressuring short. This is a classic strategy of theirs. And Buzz can either become the backstab lurker or go through the teleport. This time, just choosing to reconnect with the rest of the team.
And the timer taken by Shy. My God. Just expecting some sort of presence there.
कसम
All off the Viper.
क्या smell आया उसको पता नहीं.
That's what you need.
Yeah.
यार A fake करके B जाना था.
For Crew. Potentially even hearing those footsteps, but with the spike drop down, there's no chance. There's more or less here for Buzz.
Nugent कब आएगा chance के end पे?
If he keeps this rifle into the next, but he might not even do that. That's nice.
30 seconds left.
Getting cheeky with it.
यार कड़ा नहीं होना
This
था
kind
लग
of
रहा
free
है.
round though, where Shy picks the perfect timing and gets a couple.
कड़ा नहीं होना था
kills.
लग रहा है chat.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered for Crew.
जब तब दो
Buys
round
them
तो हो
time,
गया.
Gets them closer to big ultimates so that they can crack.
जब खत्म होने के बाद कड़ा हो जाता है यार.
Really difficult defensive setups to get through. And it gets them one step closer to making any kind of comeback a reality.
Oh, now, Kesnit.
No, I like it. If you see that from Kesnit, it means he's...
Has he forgot what country he's in?
Oh, well, I mean, the point being that he's not just frustrated, he's actually channeling
Fired up.
Yeah, channeling it into a desire to win.
क्या बना? Didn't forget which country is it?
Home crowd here.
I don't think he's ever been
Home crowd के सामने कर रहा है. ये गया.
Of course not.
ये गया मैं अभी.
But yeah. Feeling quite large and in charge here. Potentially got that fire back beneath them.
So they're going to play for the ult orb over towards B long by the look of things. Get a showstopper online early.
Tries to be challenged and tested. He's right in front of most of this one. Snakebite at the feet. A lot to overcome there, even if it is against the pistols. And Melter, TAS, which is trying to hold on to control of Showers. Succeeds at that at least, forcing the rotations of KRU. Tap of Foxy9.
Hoping to bait that ult out.
And now they're going to be TP, and they've given up the entirety of the B site.
Can they bait out the showstopper as well?
Could be a victory here for DRX, even if they don't get this plant down. If they manage to pull these ults out of them, Wingman planting, Kesnet to nade, rebounds across and away, not enough damage. I don't think to break this one. Mosh pit into the corner, pound for pound there. Tucked away, KRU going to be corralled into the back of the hall's position, but he does have the weaponry and still that ult to make usage of. Foxy9 as well with that crash, but why not want to use it? Here's the ult, showstopper forwards, MTA taking care of Bane, and Rocket not really that necessary here with the rifles. Foxy9 making a decent go. Gotta respect it.
Imagine अगर उसको पड़ता one tap to feed को. Holy fuck!
It's the fact they dragged out Melzer and Kesnit's ultimates.
Holy!
They've got no value. I mean, nothing.
क्या
it was just a cheap
मारा
tap
बे.
on A, and then Kesnit trying to make the retake work. Worried, even though they're on an anti-eco, even with a player advantage.
क्या मारा था बे.
Because every
Shit.
round means
Tapak,
everything to KRU
Tapak,
currently.
Tapak. इसको भी
But
टपैक
unless you're
होना था
saving
बस.
ultimates like that, it's going to make the comeback almost impossible.
मजा आता था.
DRX are going to take a tactical timeout here. Frankly,
Direct shooter देखा नहीं.
really need to do that, but Tommy's just looking to stop the rot early.
They might have done enough just by, like you said, pulled the ults out of them, making it all the more difficult for KRU to mount any sort of comeback.
DRX have a lovely strat that I watched them run in Pacific, where they haunt over the top towards Garden, the same one that we saw KRU throwing, insert Buzz in that area,
Holy
B
man.
long, and then they'll run, so it feels like a B default at that point, and then they'll double lurk A. So one player tries to lurk down behind the Viper wall short,
तो जो अगर
and one
फाइनल
player
में
tries
ये
to
वाला
lurk in showers.
finisher के साथ
Whichever one dies,
trophy आ
the
जाए,
other just runs
मजा
into
आएगा.
sight. And it has ruined a lot of the Pacific team's defensive protocols. We haven't seen them run that strat yet. They pulled it out multiple times to huge success in Pacific. I'm wondering if coming out of a timeout to get a big round on the board, it might be a moment to unveil a strat like that. But on the other hand, they've got two big ultimates that maybe they just want to keep it simple, keep it safe.
अब कोरेगा चले गए सारे पैसिफिक के प्लेयर्स टॉक्सिक हो गए.
Taking the timing to think about.
आपको सिखा क्या है मैं? तेरी
Shai's going to be
यार
using this ult. Could potentially use a Thrash to clear it, even a Nightfall as well. A really good ults. Making the most of it. You can see, one way going to miss.
बेचारा.
All good though. Shai with the ult in his
But
back
देखिए
pocket.
ना
There's no
YouTube.
signs of life from DRX. They are nowhere near this A site. Anticipating that would be potentially the position there. Prowler catching. Thrash going to be used as a squeezing the players out and through here. So has to be that evacuation again from these KRU players. Out through the back, Kesnet. Got to respect that one. It was a haunt up and over the top here with the Nightfall now. Sound cues up and away. The spam, stray bullets. Gliding past one another, barely giving haircuts. But no casualties, not just yet. Plant is down now for DRX. Important element now into the post. Mosh going to be laid down in a deep, committed site control and the hold for them. It's an orb in their face. A Thrash round 2.
Elbow ले रहे क्या?
Sent flying out through elbow. Nobody's sticking to try and at least break that. And everybody's detained.
Oh,
Can't
fuck.
defeat. Players
Alt
top
भी
one,
है,
bodies
लग
full,
गए.
DRX. Inevitable to get that 12. Just Shy remaining. One to stand.
भाई बाप खेला बे भाई फॉक्सी को क्या हो गया?
Keep it simple. DRX just play towards their ultimates.
Last दो राउंड में क्या हो गया? गुस्सा आ गया भैया.
Utilizing that Thrash in the post plant as well. All looking lovely from DRX. A 6-round lead, 6 chances to be able to put KRU away and move on as the first team in this group looking to face whoever comes out of Fnatic Bilibili.
कौन सा म्यूजिक है?
Buzz with a showstopper. NTA didn't get a chance to use the Thrash in the previous round. He was one away, got detained, taken down in elbow.
Careful here.
Last time, Buzz accelerated very quickly through short and tried to wrap onto a Showers player. But everybody was playing
Chat 5k likes कर दो Fnatic match के पहले.
DRX are happy to again play
600 remaining guys.
Slow defaults It's more akin, honestly. They've been showing this on their attack sides a lot.
Yeah.
Just trying to hold for any deep pushes.
I like it. It's something that DRX, the old roster, never used to do that much. It's why they weren't as good on bind when it came to these global events. But learning from some of the EMEA teams, to be honest, in terms of the style.
Yeah, I जैसे डालेगा और टूटेगा शायद गेको वापस रोटेट करेगा लेकिन
Flashback's got to lurk over towards Showers. Looks dangerous over there, though.
Really dangerous. I mean,
Again, I think
Flashback has contact here onto one of these players. It is return with a fire, but as a showstopper right onto the other side of the map. In through B, and Buzz has gained a lot of ground from it. Just the threat of it! That is egregious by Heat. Thinking he can take that timing back and away, and the Thrash is just dealt with. Broken down. Kesner can't take the timing. This is it. The impetus. DRX know exactly when to strike where it hurts with an orbital strike. There is nowhere to run and nowhere to hide now. MTA push back from this corner. Many of these players contacts the Thrash up and around. Detainment onto Buzz. That will be the kill. And the angle just not afforded to at least answer back, but finally doubles up. And Shy has to do it all. So much to overcome. Not quite possible.
दूसरा Pacific win chat.
Overwhelming.
Huge opener for this newer squad for DRX. They've never lost an opening match at a global event. And this team is not going to start now. I think we were all very worried that it was going to be a different tale after map 1. There was possibility of capitulation. The mental fortitude required to get back into this series and play on Abyss and Bind deserves a lot of credit for this Korean squad playing in front of their home crowd. And Buzz, you were talking him up earlier, what a performance from him towards
13-2 हराया था क्रू ने उसका गुस्सा जो निकाला DRX ने.
Top of the scoreboard in that last match, 23 kills, 4 first bloods, on point.
Pickens गलत हो गया.
The crowd going to be happy with that one as well. Roaring applause for this squad that, as you mentioned, hasn't dropped an opening game. That Champ's not really looking to start any time.
Are you saying that Plat becomes better than Radiant becomes?
Radiant नहीं है, तू Ascendant है.
तू भी खुद को Diamond बुलाती है Plat ना?
मैं भी Ascendant थी. If you call yourself Radiant, my peak rank is Ascendant.
Accidentally.
Where's to?
Where's to? हाँ, where's yours? How's सबका मिला के where's? कितनी काट रही है?
classic kill versus classic kill battle.
Don't know what that was playing for.
Are they going to feel good about that?
Yeah, गाली दिया.
So,
Finally.
चोंटिया बोला मैंने.
Finally.
चोंटिया.
Oh, तो काहे कैसे बोल सकती है चोंटिया?
Whoever loses the Fnatic Bilibili game, do not doubt.
आज चोंटिया बोला कल उस दिन जैसे बोलेगी.
Why are you even saying that? You're disrespecting them by assuming they'll lose against Fnatic.
I'm sorry, we'll be finding out after this match, I'm sure, but we're going to send it down to the floor. I believe we have the Gentle Giant waiting for the interview.
सबसे ज़्यादा दर्द होता है चोंटिया काटने से. पिंकी बाबी अजय बिंक्स ने काजवा जुजे पासो. ज़्यादा पैसा दे रहे तू. पैसा पड़ा. मेरी फ्रेंड.
Now DRX, you guys had a shift in the identity and the play style, moving away from that execute heavy team to more of a team fight heavy team, right? So taking down Crew today, who is known for their contact plays, must mean a lot to you, especially here in Champions. 마코 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 뭔가 DRX가 올해부터 조금 교전 위주로 경기를 풀어가는 스타일을 선택해가고 있잖아요. 이런 좀 스타일의 변화를 주고 있는 가운데 크루라는 대표적인 컨택 팀을 상대로 승리를 거뒀다는 게 참 의미 있을 것 같거든요. 오늘의 승리 어떻게 보시나요?
일단은 크루라는 팀을 제가 21년도 때부터 되게 눈에 좀 들어오는 팀이었거든요. 그래가지고 뭔가 교전에서도 이기고 전략적으로도 이긴 것 같아가지고 조금 많이 행복합니다.
Bangsman, what are your views on
Well, I
Valorant?
always
Zero
had my
views
eyes
क्योंकि launch ही नहीं
on
हुआ.
Crew since 2021, and to be able to match their firepower level and also, you know, out aim them, but also beat them with our executes and strategies, it definitely means a lot, and I'm really, really happy with how today played out. Now, speaking of DRX though, in the past global events, post plans were something that you guys had so much success with, but the meta has kind of shifted away from that.
Yeah.
And ever since you taking on that IGLing role, we see DRX relying less on post plans as well. So do you think this is because of how the current meta is kind of, you know, folding, or do you feel like it's just changes that DRX are trying to implement with your new play styles? DRX가 그동안 국제 무대에서 가장 잘했던 게 세계적으로 가장 잘했던 게 바로 포스트 플랜이잖아요. 뭐 몰리로 한번 맞고 하는 거. 근데 그동안에 메타의 변화도 있었고 또 마쿠 선수가 이렇게 아이즈를 잡으면서 좀 이 포스트 플랜트에 의존하는 빈도수가 많이 줄어든 것 같거든요. 이게 좀 현존하는 메타의 한계인 것 같은지, 뭐 몰리도 버프가 됐고 아스트라도 현재 나오지 않고 있으니까, 아니면 그냥 DRX가 조금 더 변화를 주고 있는 것의 일부인지도 궁금합니다.
이 부분에 대해서는 솔직히 말하면 발로란트가 요즘 들어 교전 위주로 좀 많이 흘러가는 것 같아가지고 사실 메타상 이렇게 된 것 같아요. 그래서 포스트 플랜트는 22년도 이후부터는 뭔가 좀 잘 안 되는 것 같고, 요즘 교전으로 모든 팀들이 다 그렇게 흘러가는 것 같아요. 그래서 어쩔 수 없이 이제 그렇게 되는 건가 싶기도 해요. 네.
Now, I feel like the meta these days kind of don't allow a lot of post plans. It's really harsh on making those post plans kind of successful, and a lot of it comes down to winning those skirmishes and those aim duels. So that's definitely being more aggressive is what you need in the current meta to win out the games. And I believe that the era of post plans are kind of dying away. Now, I'm gonna ask you a quick question, Mako. Fnatic or Bilibili?
Fnatic.
Okay, then you are going up against one of the best ideals in the world. Do you feel like you're prepared for that? How are you feeling? 그러면 푸나틱이 이길 것 같다고 예상을 해주셨는데 세계에서 가장 유능한 아이젤로 뽑히는 보스터 선수를 상대해야 되잖아요. 자신 있으신가요?
자신 있죠, 당연히.
100% confident against facing Boaster. Now, congratulations, Mako, once again, and good luck against whoever you get to face.
Thank you.
이렇게 마코 선수 만나봤습니다. Boaster versus Mako. Is that the matchup we're gonna get? We'll have to wait and see with the next matchup coming up, because we have Bilibili taking on Fnatic coming up after the break.
एनर्जी फैंस बिलीबिली बोल सकते कहाँ से? भाई फैनेटिक जैसा बिल्ली से थोड़ी आ रही है भाई, इससे फैनेटिक भाई कम ऑफ एक गर्मा गरम
कपट
होने में डाला था चप्पल जो गरम हो गया। हाँ ओए बिल्ली सपोर्टर, बिल्ली सपोर्टर, सिंपल बात है। तेरी बुंड दुखती ब्लैक फ्लोर बोलते जैसा है क्या था, मैंने तो खाया था पहले कैसा मेरे पेट पे काहे नजर मार रही हो? अभी तक सारी प्रेडिक्शन सही जा रही है, बराबर है मेरा सारा 100% राइट है। मैं आपका ब्लैक क्लाउड दिख रहा है, लव यू अभिषेक। अबे स्मेल कौन करता है उसको? ये भाई है देखो, खाने के बाद हैवी उल्टी से हो रहा है। बहुत गंदा था, बहुत गंदा था।
You know, unprocessed pharmaceutical. Yes. Fnatic. मिसेस जिंक्स ना बोलो, मैं आई और मैंने पावर दिया DRX ओवर के। पिंकी लाइव सुबह को करती हूँ मैं, मॉर्निंग स्ट्रीमर। Excuse me? Did you hazardly ignore?
It really makes me want to live. There are times when I feel like I have no will to fight. You always come and chase away the demons from my mind. You're beautiful inside and out.
क्योंकि बंक्स भाई को बोल दो जिम जाने, आप ही बोल दो जिम जाने।
For you're the one who made me want to stay.
वो जिंक्स और आप उसके काउंटर हो। सही बोला। ऐसे हमारी ईटिंग हो जाए। उल्टी होता है मेरे को।
Welcome back to day 2 of Champions Tour on our second opening match of Group A. I'm Golden Boy once again joined at the desk here with Mimi and birthday boy Tom. Had to do it again just to give you some embarrassment.
Didn't say that in the script.
It didn't say that in the script, but I added it because I'm my own man and I could do what I want. But up next,
we have
a great potential. Hopefully, I want to be hyped about this. But of course, it is going to be a 23 rematch between Fnatic and Bilibili Gaming. Now, if you hadn't been watching the Chinese region for a little while, you might remember Bilibili from their incredible run that we saw at Champs. Everyone's so enthusiastic about this team. Obviously, time has changed, right? It's been a while here, but Bilibili, they were the underdogs then, they're the underdogs now, and we know what they do when their backs are against the wall.
The last time we saw them, they did the funniest thing possible. 2 wins in a row against NRG to make playoffs at their first ever global event. But Fnatic was the team who queued them up for the second match of that bout, right? Beating them in the group stage. It was a very, very dominant game. Fnatic rolled them in a quick 2-0 and made their own way into the playoffs.
Yeah, I also think last time around I kind of looked at that team and there were a lot more positives. I'm nervous about them here. I think they're going to have to have come in with quite a few changes from what we saw in the regular season because they got through in a very tight margin.
Yeah, Fnatic, however, I mean, it has been the resurgence of all time.
They're a great team.
Yeah, after not making it to Madrid and going out swiftly in Shanghai, they have come back into stage 2, did not drop a series, and I think reinvented themselves. The critique of this team so often was that they're just playing the same stuff, they're doing the standard, they're running through the same motions, but they were playing new comps, new ideas. This was a fresh-faced Fnatic in stage 2.
Yeah, well, they literally had a new player in the mix as well, and they haven't lost since he joined, the youngster in Hero, and it's funny calling him the youngster when Alpha is still like almost a similar age to him, but it really is impressive what he's been able to bring, but also how they've been able to bring this guy into the team. Still the 4th best EMEA team in your mind, though, which is what you said, top of the show, we have evidence of that.
I don't remember that at all. But look, here's the deal, though. Fnatic, a team that, would at times lean on, hey, Durka, go shoot everyone and win. Right now, famous strategy has worked for them from time to time. But now this team has actually leaned so much more on their defense, so much more on what they're bringing to the table here. You're really seeing a more well-rounded surrounded Fnatic coming into Champions.
Yeah, like the statistics will tell you what you need to know, but at the same time, I pulled some clips specifically for their map of Sunset, because on the defensive side, this was a map that they didn't play up until the end of the season. They pretty much banned it all the way out.
Yeah.
And this is just them taking B main versus Vitality. Now, Vitality were a team that really loved leaning on that B main control, and that's how they would set up. So you had different utility setups every single time, using the stuns, the stars, switching the personnel that were there. In some cases, they were very aggressive, taking deep control. Other times, they were combining it with the ultimates that they had online. It was ultimately just a beautiful counter to a very, very good team on Sunset, and they ended up obliterating them.
I was so impressed with how Boaster and the coaching staff showed so much variety in all these new compositions. I think a lot of the times when teams try and innovate, right, not a lot of other squads are playing as much Yoru, as much ISO, as much unique stuff as Fnatic
That was
is.
Alfia on Breach.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. But the depth they've shown, they have multiple looks in all of those. They have a couple different looks on the default. They have a lot of set plays, and that's across their map pool that is proven to be incredibly deep. This is no longer the fraud Fnatic that was struggling, that wasn't making it to the globals. This is back to the Fnatic that is going to be contending for trophies at global events. But the thing is, they've never done it at Champions before, and this would be the perfect place for them to find their redemption.
Exactly, and with Leo out, Hero has been brought in as the sub, and they have been dynamic, unreal this the previous stage. And now you're going to have Hero at a global event here. You know, it's a different type of environment for him. But honestly, I can't think of 4 better people to share the stage with for your first match.
The other thing as well is you have to think of the stakes even when he came into EMEA.
Yeah.
It was a team that, okay, they made it to one of the internationals, they failed the first and didn't look particularly good. So it was basically a story of, okay, we have to get to Champions, we have to do well at Champions, otherwise this is a failed year for this squad. And this kid hasn't broken a sweat. He's looked fantastic all the way through.
And he's filling into the shoes of Leo. The kind we've always lauded is one of, if not
Sentinels. That's the, he's playing multiple roles for the team, not just the Leo's roles.
Exactly, right? And
डोमा का खेल रहा है, 6th बार है वो।
ओह हाँ क्या?
आके गया स्टेज पे, देखा मैंने।
हाँ क्या? भाई उसका मैसेज आया था, पता है डोमा का? क्या? मेरे को बोला अरे कितना दिन है कोरिया? मैं बोला यार मेरे को आज ही निकलना पड़ेगा। बोलता है हम लोग आज ही लैंड हो रहे यार।
एक दिन बोला था मैंने इसको एक्सटेंड कर, बोला था मैंने। पोस्टर को मिला होता, पोस्टर के साथ ऐसा फोटो होती तेरी।
ये देख रहे हैं ना, बुलाया डोमा ने, मिलना है इसको पोस्टर से, देख रहे हैं ना गाइस। हैशटैग के साथ शर्म आना चाहिए, हैशटैग के साथ।
ए इधर ही तो हम।
हाँ।
With Fnatic, but what do you think is Fnatic's biggest obstacle to lifting that trophy?
I'm gonna have to say it's our mental aspect maybe, but I think this tournament we're feeling good, we're feeling prepared, we're feeling really positive, and yeah, nothing's gonna stop us, hopefully.
Hopefully. Well, let's see it on stage. Good luck to you guys.
इधर से नीचे जाते हैं, राइट से नीचे Starbucks.
Of course, this Fnatic team, they're such a
Ah,
talented squad, but
whoa.
at times to kind of, you know.
Whoa, bro, the Fnatic version of war, अपना version बहुत अलग है। भाई क्या टॉक्सिक है ये? हेलो? अब समझा ना मैं हॉरर गेम क्यों नहीं खेलता?
Was predicted by the entirety of the talent team, which goes to show you how favored Fnatic is in this matchup, Mimi.
I don't think there's an opening match that is more heavily favored, at least on paper, than this one. Bilibili coming out of China, I think it's very different if you're not watching this region than the teams you're more familiar with. FPX, EDG. This Bilibili squad doesn't play as many crazy comps. They have like one map where they're off kilter. For the most part, it's standard meta stuff or what was meta like a year ago.
Exactly.
But I think where they falter is really in the execution. There are moments when you see them playing really well together, having solid trading, really seeing the improvement in fundamentals from the last time we saw this team. But there are still a lot of moments regionally where that is slipping, where people are overheating, individual mistakes are cropping up, and the team isn't able to adapt and stay in these games. And That's why they're coming in as the 4th seed from this region.
They scraped it as well. It was a joint 6 points. Like they were literally the bottom team to make it through, just about got here, which I think is always an achievement in itself.
Of course.
But this is now where it's like the level that they need has to go up a significant amount to get close to Fnatic.
Yeah.
It absolutely does. And I think also they're going to be playing against a Fnatic who doesn't play like the Chinese teams they're playing regionally. They're really structured. They're going to punish those individual mistakes. And honestly, I think the biggest fear for Bilibili is that once those risks start to be taken, when a player like YZ's going for these swings, if it stops working, if Fnatic is punishing it, can they come back into this game? Because they haven't had a lot of experience internationally, no matter how great Champions was for them last year.
Yeah, great point on that one. A lot of pressure here for Bilibili. Some added pressure as well, courtesy of our friend Artis over in Navi.
He's never said anything silly about Bilibili before, so what would be a problem with him saying something here? I also want to point out, I'm going to mainly direct this GB.
भाई मैं भी अगर बिलीबिली ने Fnatic को आ रहा ना नंगा नाचूंगा मैं नंगा नाचूंगा भाई.
Maybe it's a reward.
You get, that's right. I'm gonna look at it as a reward. That's the best way to see it.
I think there's like some internalized phobia within both of you to assume it was a punishment.
Maybe.
I don't think that's a thing.
Well, here's the thing. This is going to be Neff over on BLG's first global event. And earlier, Paperthin had an opportunity to sit down with Bilibili's IGL to talk about this whirlwind of a year for this roster.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Paperthin here, and I am joined by Bilibili Gaming's Neff. Now, Neff, I have so many questions for you, but we don't have a lot of time. You have had a crazy journey the last couple of years, right? Last year, you win Ascension with Bleed. They qualify for Pacific. You can't move on with them. You have a bunch of time in between to play some games, play with some other teams and things like that. Then in stage 2, you join Bilibili. What's this year been like for you, going from winning to Ascension to now qualifying for Champions?
I mean, following last year, right, after our Ascension win back in Thailand, I mean, I was pretty ecstatic. And then after that, knowing that I had some complications about the following year, like I was obviously like pretty down and pretty like sort of depressed about it. Like I couldn't compete. Then I had a bunch of time. I sorted out everything, and then I was able to compete again, right? And then I was actually about to join a team called DSG, if you know, Disguise. And then I was ready to sign a contract, pen and paper, everything down. Then suddenly Bilibili approached me. I was like, do I really want to take this risk? Because it's like moving to an entirely new region and such. And yeah, I took the choice and now I'm here.
Awesome, man. So, speaking of that, you moved to a new region. What has it been like for you playing in VCT China? You know, you've got a Korean coach, Chinese players. How has that transition been for you?
I mean, at first, before I took the decision to move to VCT CN, right, Bilibili, I mean, it's kind of like a very new experience. Like, throughout my whole playing career, I've been speaking in the English language and then having to switch over to Mandarin. And I mean, obviously, at first it was pretty tough. Like, I did not know anyone on the team. We only had a couple of scrims before I made the decision to join, right? And then after that, I moved over, and then we interacted more between the teammates, the coaches, and the staff as well. And then everyone got along pretty well, and then now we're here. And I think right now I'm pretty comfortable right now.
Awesome, great to hear. What about for this event? Are there any teams or players you'd really like to go up against, or that you're looking forward to playing?
I mean, before the draws happened, right? Like, we are the 4th seed, not the best, and we knew we had to play the 1st seed for our first game, right? And I told myself I really want to play against Fnatic. I want to play against Boaster and Alpha in particular, and we got it.
You got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're a tough opponent for sure. So looking forward to that. And then finally, what is the expectations and the mindset for you and your team coming into Champions 2024?
I mean, like I said, we are the 4th seed, right? So obviously we didn't do particularly well in our own region for the playoffs. But I think we are still not a team to be underestimated by the rest of the teams. And I think that throughout this tournament, we're just going to take each game one step at a time. We're going to take every round, every game as a learning experience for us in order to better us for the future.
Awesome, great, man. Well, thank you so much, and congratulations again on making it. And we're looking forward to seeing you play.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to hear there from Neff, and quite fascinating, right, that, you know, this team, like, they know they don't want to be underestimated here, but they know that the work that they have to do is going to be quite substantial.
But what he's saying there about taking this as a learning opportunity, I think it's definitely the right move. You know, the CN region is still, I think, behind, clearly. They haven't had as much time as the partnership league. The game hasn't been out for as long. But Bilibili is trying to play a lot of the style of some of these other teams from other regions. And I think taking that learning opportunity, growing as a squad is so important.
लोग बोलते हैं यहाँ पे resources नहीं है, उधर तो game ही नहीं था बेंच.
Like YZ.
Yeah, I think, I'll be honest, if they played against early in the year Fnatic, who ultimately stuck with a lot of stuff from the year before, I think they would have had a good opportunity to face off against them. The problem is, they've come up against a Fnatic who are now in their innovation era. That was always the thing with the OG Fnatics going back even a few years. It was the scariest prospect when Boaster had those chances to really go wild with the comms. So now they're going to have to learn to play against a whole different style that they won't have faced before.
And they still have to get over some of these blocks. You were seeing there some of the best highlights, the highs for this team. But they have still never beaten VG or FPX, the two best teams from their region in the partnership era. And they've never beaten EDG as a squad whatsoever. So there is still a pretty big gap, I think, between those top two CN teams and the teams like Bilibili, like Trace, like DRG, who we saw earlier in the year. So any opportunity to come here, scrim against so many different teams around the world, and also to have a chance to showcase and make an upset happen like they did last year is huge.
Real quick though, before we get ready for the match, I want to ask you guys differences between, you know, what we saw the 23 Bilibili versus the 24 Bilibili, right? Because we were kind of saying the same thing last year, and then they managed to pull off some pretty incredible things.
I think YZ just isn't, I don't think he's hitting as much as he was before. Like, he was truly in his, like, superstar era last year and managed to sort of almost diff some of the players on NRG. I don't know if he's quite there right now.
But I do wonder if there's something about champions, about these global events, about wanting to prove yourself so bad to level you up. But it's against Fnatic, and that's, I think, one of the toughest two opponents you could get for your first round drop.
Yeah, of course, of course. Well, I think it's about to be time to send it down to the stage, bring out our two teams so we can
Let's go, baby!
Billy going up against Fnatic. And we are going to be bringing them out in just a moment here because teams are getting set up, ready to go, and then we'll be all copacetic. It's going to be interesting, though, considering that Bilibili, again, they are coming in with this underdog mentality. Fnatic cannot sleep on them whatsoever, regardless.
They absolutely can't, but this is a Fnatic that is so confident right now. Didn't drop a series in EMEA, only lost 3 maps across their run. This is, in my opinion, the best form we have seen Fnatic in heading into an international event since maybe Masters Tokyo?
1972.
I would also say definitely heading into Champions.
First one, maybe.
That's arguable. I think that because of the lows, there's been a work ethic. I think bringing in Hero had that additional boost of just him almost energizing the team and having that desire to win. And I'm hoping maybe on the other side, Neff can be that as the leader of this squad as well. I think there's a good opportunity there.
Yeah, all right. Well, we did get word. Players are ready to go. So let's go ahead and bring them out. You got Fnatic going up against Bilibili Gaming. It's about to go down. Let's head to the stage.
Bilibili.
मैं कितने क्यूट लोग हैं यार आ गए अभी जानवर लोग आ गए
Fnatic is coming into this event in their best form. Pretty much in any champions in the history of the game. They're feeling really, really good. But on the other side, you have a Bilibili lineup that doesn't have many expectations for this competition. So that could be scary for their opponents. But let's go ahead and look at the series layout. You got Bind, Lotus, and Ascent if necessary. Let's see where this goes.
I don't mind the Bind coming up, just as their own choice. Because even though it's very good for Fnatic, I'm looking at Bilibili and going, play to your strengths. Don't try and look for a weakness on the opponent.
Yeah, it's true.
I am not the biggest fan, though, of their Bind. They've won it regionally, but they're still playing this solo Sky composition that I think can be really limiting. They have a lot of ideas that I think think are somewhat one-dimensional, which is like pop flash plays, setting up their star duels. It's not bad by any means, but they're going up against a Fnatic who is innovating on this map. The last time we saw them play, they pulled out Alpha Yara on Clove, and it looked sick.
Yeah, they just look nasty in general. I also think that this first map is going to be critical because going to Lotus, I believe, is now a 6 streak. They haven't changed their comp pretty much the whole year on Fnatic because they are so comfortable at how they play it. But they've still been able to innovate the way they actually play the map, and they have been dominant in pretty much every first half they've played.
Yes, they built the meta comp on this map. Everyone has been playing it. Everyone emulated them. There's a reason why they continue to go back to this map.
Curious to see what we end up getting here. Does Bilibili try and pull an FPX, throw a spanner into the works, try something new?
I would be really surprised.
I would be surprised too, because it's not their style.
Well, they've also won it 4 times in a row, so it would be coming into an event going, okay, this is something that we've actually been relatively comfortable on, and then changing it just for now because of the opponent they're up against. And on the other side of things,
let's go, baby, Fnatic!
We're actually going to get the Gecko out from Alpha. I'm quite excited to see that because, again, it seems like his role just changes all over the shop.
This is a comp we have seen, not with the Astra, but with the Brimstone normally from a lot of other teams. It's kind of become one of the standards on this map. But as we know, Boaster super comfortable on that Astra. They'll lean into it on a lot of these maps. But to your point, GB, I think that Bilibili is really focused on trying to play good.
What if Fnatic हार गई?
That's why you see them play classic comps.
भाई क्या भाई? What if Fnatic हार गई? हाँ, ये तो वही बात होगी. पढ़ाई किया नहीं. What if मेरे को 100% मार्क्स आ गए? मतलब थोड़े से मतलब कैसे भाई? FNC Fnatic, हाँ? Fnatic बे. ये देखो एक्सरसाइज कर रहे हैं लोग. एक्सरसाइज ये देखो, ये वाली टीम को हम ऐसे मारेंगे मारेंगे कर रहे हैं. ऐसे करके मारेंगे. और सामने है बिलीबिली गेमिंग. आर यू लाइक किडिंग मी? Huh?
And boy, already it has been some banger series throughout this first 1.5 days that we've had. And hopefully that is going to continue as we get ready to go into this fourth matchup.
No doubt about it. I mean, obviously, it's going to be heavy favorites in the case of Fnatic, as the desk was rightly pointing out. But Bilibili has a chance to do another funny thing.
It might be even funnier this time if they could pull it off.
I mean,
it's up for debate. Yeah. We also, Artis has his hair on the line. That wasn't something that existed the last time around. So if it does occur, I think it is a little bit more comedic. But as the desk was also saying, it's very unexpected to occur. Let's see what happens though. Is out the rip. Bilibili going to be here on the attack. Alpha here. Bringing out that Gecko, jump peek. It's a little bit of damage, but spots out 3.
Yeah, really just trying to secure hookah control.
Push
up and through, and a quick kill from K-Knight to open up the B site. Just Boaster left now.
Yeah, eyes on the dog there, but a little wide swing out, finds the headshot, puts him down. Solid opening now here. There's all hookah, all site, very much in control here of Bilibili. Double approach coming up through that elbow side of lab. Slow movement here from Fnatic.
Trying to find an opening. Good one-way setup here for Bilibili. Try to slow this down. Prowler to check, but Bilibili's holding their angles.
Boombot has just drifted across the site. Nearly gets the explosion. Would have done quite a bit of damage there. Paint Shell going to be flying down. After eating a little bit, put some damage down, but now puts it as well. The balls. Durka finds that kill. Chronicle just strafing forward, finding one Knight. K-Knight rather will be able to find a third, but cannot hold the line. The defuse will come in, and Fnatic will take the pistol.
Somebody called Vin Diesel because that Boombot was fast and furious. It was just zooming out there. But yeah, Fnatic, just great protocols. As always, you know, just taking their time, being really disciplined. You know, BLG has all the time in the world to do their setups. And something else that the desk was talking about, Coach Bile has generally gotten teams into really good fundamental positions where they can hold those angles, but Fnatic just so snappy on these shots. Durka, Chronicle, Hero, all getting involved there.
Soul versus
storm on through and retake it. It's going to be really interesting and maybe a little bit rocky here at the start for Fnatic with these role swaps. You know, like the desk was mentioning, it's a very different look, frankly. I mean, Boaster, though, back on his classic Astra, kind of the agent that he's so well known for. Durka does get spotted, but not the end of the world here as BLG looking for
Hugo
a
क्या हुआ?
push-up,
Health
short
issues है?
shower so far, but
sees nade up over the top, looking for a catch. A little bit of decay there. Somebody trying to pull back, but Chronicle through the corner of the wall, able to find that
मेरा वाला
headshot.
angle OP है.
Shuts down that enemy Viper. It's been a decent investment into this round. These sheriffs and the Ghost.
Cypher और
a
बुटा
bit
रहा
of
है.
patience and an orb grab though at least
टोपी
for
उतारने के लिए
Bilibili,
यार.
but now they're gonna have to make their way through towards the site. Already
Entry
another
मिलेगा तब जाके ना
star
टोपी
right in
उतरेगी.
front of this door. See if that's gonna be a grab well or what?
Spam from Durka, holding them at bay for now. Neff down to 61. Left in 75.
मारो spam
Tap
मारो.
of the spike, plant not being found yet, but they managed to overwhelm Chronicle. Do find that elimination. Why is he jumping across the way with the blast pack? Able to recover that weapon. So now they do have a Bulldog in play.
Technically अच्छा तो खेल रहा है. Site मिल रहा है, plant कर रहे ना.
K9 the only one at full HP at the same time. Tucked away behind
Let's
the box.
go, Dirk.
Push forward. Why is he able to find
Dirk.
an elimination? They know that he's going to be low. Boaster eventually able to pressure him out. Eats a little bit of damage, but Widely's going to be okay. Mosh into the corner, forcing Neff forward. Have they read this timing? No, they have not. He strikes, finds one.
Let's
K9
go,
gets the
Dirk.
other. The push forward. Durka shut down.
Okay.
And it's similar scenes to the opening series of the day. But this time, it's BLG getting the eco after the pistol loss over Fnatic.
Well, they're just sort of able to dissect Fnatic's defense there piece by piece, taking down Chronicle first, and then getting to the plant, and they're able to get back into safer post plant. Send Flexen all the way out. He's got his molly ready if things go really sideways. But YZ really stepping up to the plate. K-Knight having a hot start to this map. He was really good against EDG when BLG faced them. He is so nasty on that Cypher. Has great aim, and he's going to be the hype guy as well for BLG.
Well, Alfie trying to push up, but Pete get clipped there by a cyber cage. Somebody's able to collect the kill. Boaster here into the smoke, though, runs out of bullets, and Wisey able to find him with that outlaw.
I know exactly.
Already a bit of a scramble here at the start, but it's the one casualty thus far here for the side of Bilibili. Not liking what they see on this B site. It's just going to be a full ship through the teleporter, work their way over here towards A, but faster rotate are Durka as well as Hero. The paint shells up over the top to try to interrupt, but it's going to be a truck side plant.
Oh, इसको पता नहीं.
They're just shut right down. BLG gets 2 quick kills.
What they do, Chronicle now, last man standing, does have that recovered Bulldog, so an opportunity to maybe deal some
Champions के लिए
damage.
कैसे पता नहीं रहेगा?
Why is he Yosemite cash-wise not in the best spot, but and with K-Knight as far ahead as he is, and granted, I mean, he already invested in the neural theft that he was able to build up.
Guys, थोड़ा सा
He will be
पेट
able to drop
खराब
for
सा
somebody.
लग रहा है.
YZ would love
मैं
to get this
बंद करूँ
kill.
stream.
Get that showstopper online into the next round. Holding that angle with the Outlaw. See if Chronicle falls for it.
He's training for the peak. K-Knight trained for the
भाई
wide
Fnatic
swing.
Bilibili से हारने वाला.
A little bit of a push up, and oh, the quick scope in. Finds the shot.
Nice.
Showstopper going to be online, going in around 4, and Bilibili now find themselves in with a lead.
Yeah, they're really quite aggressive at times on the teleporter. When I was watching some of their games on this map, this is one of the maps I keyed in on because I kind of expected it to be their pick. They're 3-0
मेरे pickings
on
के
Vine
loaded
throughout
लग गए
stage
लेकिन.
2. And they're really willing to just take risks with the TPs. In this case, you know, they don't have a ton of information on the other side of the map. They'll still go for it. Sometimes they'll set up these cool crunch plays between the teleporters as well. So really curious to see if Bilibili's going to keep leaning into those ideas as this goes on, and if Fnatic can kind of challenge it. Because sometimes Bilibili doesn't really take a ton of showers control aggressively. This time they've got some Cypher until there. But otherwise, the main force, Bilibili trying to put some pressure towards Long. Hero just has to back out. Can't really contest that just yet. Still haven't seen too much value out of this Astra, other than the pistol round that they've switched into. A little bit of damage done.
And just a little bit of blind spraying there. Hero going to be knocked down to 51. Orb take here from Neff, just now one step away from having the Seekers online. Yosemite taking some space, pushing forward. Boaster able to strike, finds a headshot, shut it down.
Boaster मार रहे
Viper now
बे.
out of play.
हाँ? जाओ ना ये क्या हो गया?
One budging here from the side of Fnatic. They get that
Court
one
के
pick. They
side
still
पे
know that
आएगा.
there was presence over
Court
here towards
के.
B, and they suspect that this is where the spike is going to end up.
सारे चट मेरे को अभी.
That's a huge find from Boaster. It gives him a lot of information. You know, it's either going to be Yosemite or K-Knight that's lurking around the map, so you can just hold tight. And if you get one kill here for Durka, he's going to have a showstopper.
Slow peek in. There's a finisher on to Hero. Paint shell's out, but a little bit too late. Showstopper looking, hunting down, trying to find a target, spots him out. And Durka will get eliminated. Kill coming through now. The man advantage very much here in the hands of BLG. And realistically, Boaster likely going to have to make the call for the save. You see him already rotated over towards Heaven, so it's already been sounded. BLG going to be allowed to move up 3-1.
They're so disciplined on these executes. Doing a really nice job of just taking their time, finding the open man and taking him down. Neff has been a really big addition to this BLG squad. And like I talked about in his interview with him, he's had a rough year. He qualifies with bleed through Ascension for Pacific, has to take some time off, comes back to BLG. He has been a huge pickup. He is an initiator specialist, and he has really done a good job of being a steady hand for this Bilibili gaming team.
Both are now at risk.
अच्छा बर्मुडा ट्रायंगल
Looks like the answer is going to be no. They know that these players are decently close. You don't want to be giving the pit over. Posters want away from that, Cosmic Divide. Let's just leave him alone. Let's not over pursue.
Timeout. Come on, baby.
Still, Fnatic.
Fnatic coach
Coaching
timeout.
staff wanting to see how the rest of this plays out.
मेरे से बात करवाओ.
Seeing a pump here, not seeing that
मजाक
timeout
नहीं
get
हो रहा है
called.
अभी.
Showstopper, a Guardian, scuffed
चलो
by.
चिंट टपक टम टम करके मारो
Side
अभी.
of
चलो.
Fnatic. Just really not finding much success with these defaults. Feels a little bit uncomfortable at times, and YZ seemingly stepping up once again at the international level. He's had, at times, a bit of a rough go of it in
भाई
VCT.
नाइट मार रहा है यार दोपहर को. क्या
International
सीन
events,
है?
he always seems to come through big
गंदा
for
था.
them.
ये गंदा था.
And they're expecting some kind of aggressive play here, so they're going to pump the brakes a bit as BLG and just watch every angle they can. They've got the camera to watch Hookah, they've got Neff to watch Long B, 3 hits short, and the Cypher to watch Showers. So every base covered, just seeing if maybe this was going to be the round that Boaster might call up a bit more aggressive play. Wow, Chronicle.
Chronicle again.
मेरा stream.
Looking to hold down short.
हाँ Chronicle देखा देखा.
Getting a sense
Yeah,
of things
nice
off
shots.
that Viper wall raise.
मेरे हिसाब से 2 और मार सकते तो यही पोजीशन.
Gives them the advantage. That Showstopper still in the back
करके
pocket.
मार.
Now everybody from Fnatic. Quite a
कोई
minute
सी नहीं,
queue,
कोई
getting
सी
ready to rotate over towards this side of the map. Right now, just going to be
देख रहा
Alpier
हूँ.
left as
मार
Spicy
सकता है इसको.
spotted dead by his own paint shell. Got vulnerable.
Nice one. ठीक है
And
रख
gets
रख गेम में
taken down.
concentrate कर.
Well, we might have just sung some praises for him. Chronicle is the one who deserves the praise right now in this round.
देख रहे हो कॉल आते ही.
As he looks to single-handedly close the gap, Neff will be able to punch back a little bit. Finds the headshot to put him down, stop him from getting a full
अब
piece.
बोलो
but
ना baby.
ultimately, that is going to be Chronicle putting the team and that round on his back.
He has just been stellar in EMEA this year. In my opinion, maybe the best player overall in that region, especially throughout Stage 2. Was absolutely crazy good for Fnatic and is so reliable throughout the years. Obviously, the many trophies in his case already, looking to add another to it. And that is just so clean with that Vandal.
He might have already hit it, but it looked like he just tiptoed on to that snake bite right at the very end. Hit the ground for that brief little moment before the second blast came through. Uh-oh.
Oopsies.
It's okay. After that last round, you get one.
You get one.
No one saw anything.
Block कर रहा हूँ.
YZ.
हाँ.
With an op though.
Network issues है इधर.
Okay, I didn't account for him
हाँ
dying
number block
immediately
कर
to
रहा
an operator.
It's not a great round for Chronicle after such a good one.
Now YZ opening things up. Alfier spotting out a couple. Decides to pull back away. Neff for now just going to be tucked over towards teleporter side.
But this has gotten so difficult for Fnatic to read based on this setup. Now they don't
back
have
stream
that
देखते.
Viper control over short. So any contact they had on the other side of the map, they were trying to lean in towards it. And again, though, it is Yosemite as the sole player trying to lurk through short himself. See if he can cause some distractions, cause some chaos. And everybody else.
He's just going to be waiting for the rotates to come through as the exec comes out onto the side. Boaster eating a bit of damage. The paint shell right up over top of his head. Knocked down to 82, but did put some good damage down onto Flexen on the entry. This paint shell going to be sent to bounce through. Neff going to be interrupted, rerouted for a moment. 27 seconds. The team now starting to rotate out. Somebody realizing he's not going to get the catch. Swings back around through the link.
Still this op to worry about as well. In YZ's hand, over towards elbow.
All the stun, the C's coming through. As that's going to be, can I take it down? Durga able to find one. Showstopper now in play. All the players getting flushed out, sends it over towards Long. Quite a bit of damage there onto Yosemite. Are they ready for the forward player? They are. They find Flexen. Now the paint shell is holding him back, nearly taking him down. Yosemite at 10 HP. Has to run away, and he cannot save that op.
That's a huge round for Fnatic. They had a lot of ults in cycle, and they put him to great use, and it's going to force the first time out here of this match from Bilibili. As well as this has gone, these retakes coming out of B have been not contested at that door. And so Fnatic's allowed to get out and flood towards the site, and they're making the most of it. Done a great job on the pistol round, and here again. And seemingly, Bio wants to talk about these. I think the ideas just need to be a little bit deeper in that post plan on those B sites. Just really just shut down that angle, maybe try to push elbow a little bit more, see if you can create that off angle towards the alley. Things like that. Maybe in consideration.
Fnatic, baby, Fnatic all the way.
Chronicle messing up the poison orb, getting picked off, but then we also saw it from Bilibili. And while it wasn't in the moment the most impactful thing, it certainly is something that I think he's going to bring up.
Same
mummy daddy ko question and not making the same mistake twice, because we had that corner peek moving over in towards elbow. This is a full team flash into the face of YZ with that operator. And if there's a player on the opposite side who's able to just turn away from that flash fast enough, YZ is going to be dead to rights. So, you know, I think there's plenty to point out here for Bile to go ahead and get involved, but now we find ourselves tied up at 3-3.
For sure. There's definitely a lot to consider here for Bilibili and Fnatic. You've got to worry about handing that over to him. Another op going to be grabbed by YZ. Durka's going to hang on to his. So the Razes going to be dueling with the sniper rifles potentially.
Sab kuch chahiye, please.
Still though, you're getting close to another Seekers for Neff.
Greed is bad.
Alfier very, very close to a thrash for his own. First time out on Gecko here on Bind. And it's a little bit rough, but it's Alpha. You can never count him out. Once that rifle gets hot, he just starts taking over maps.
Pit now invested heavy stack on B. Ultimately, though, Fnatic going to be more than happy if they kind of route people in through showers, because it's going to go right into the sights of Durka with that operator. Going to have something in place to try to displace him here. At least smoke off the angle, but...
Chat race, showers pick karega to...
So likely, the smokes to cut off the middle of the
Fnatic
site.
वाले क्या call देंगे पता है? YZ
push through towards A.
picking showers.
They can kind of
बाद
take
में
the legs out
confusion
of this
आएगा कि
ult.
तू पूछ रहे है बता रहा है क्योंकि
really
question है
careful.
ना YZ picking showers.
Oh, and it's just a slow peek unescorted. YZ goes for it. The dragon, the grab well, the nade. Plenty of damage down onto Neff. A little bit of a decay. It's down to 76 on 4 set. He's going to be unhealable.
तो क्या comms में distraction होएगा?
Have to go against the
YZ
Seas
picking
and
showers.
grab well in the same comp with the nades, not too far behind.
Visa,
Now you're left scratching your head a bit as Bilibili, but they're going to continue this slow push towards A. And they're going to try to clear the pit as well.
Actual में ऐसा होता रहेगा क्या?
Through Chronicle ready to receive, spots on the first and gets the transfer onto the second.
Court के side.
Doesn't even take too much damage there. As Flexen now pushing forward, trying his odds. Gets the spot and does manage to get himself that headshot. But Turka drawing down with the ghost takes out Neff. That's a spike stranded back sight, covered by an operator.
क्या ये डर के सिर्फ उससे मार रहा है?
It's just Flexen all on his lonesome. There's nothing more to be done.
खत्म है बे, खत्म है.
It's just one, but nothing more. Durka with 3 will get Fnatic up to 4.
Well, now Fnatic is really
अभी
asserting their
ये
control.
lolling करेगा, lolling.
And this is something I kind of
समझ रहे हो?
expected to see. You know, with
Running
an Astra
away
in there,
with rounds.
particularly on Bind. Normally it's a Brimstone, or previously Fnatic could run Clove, but with Astra there, you can really make life just miserable for your opponents. And we saw it with the grab well nade combo. Durka holding that off angle with the op. Doing a great job.
कौन
right now,
सुनना है यार?
Fnatic
YZ
bouncing
picking
back.
showers वाला.
You know, Bilibili came out swinging a bit. And
भाई आज अल्फा जहर शांत है बे.
we still have enough for a bit of a buy, but
Alpha
go down
Jet
to a
मारेगा
Bulldog
अभी.
for Flexen. Have that Seekers now for Neff. They're going to try their luck at B again. Kind of that same old Bilibili push. They really like these coordinated hits between Hookah and the Octagon. A good flash catches Hero.
Yeah, flash to spot out Hero. Sends out a bit of util to try to survive here, try to turn the tides, but cannot. And Alfier with the ult. Ultimately, not going to be coming up with too much.
मारेगा बोला था alt.
Plant now in play. Chronicle swapped over to try to reinforce his position. They do have plenty of cash. I mean, Alfier's in the cash cap no matter what.
Considering वो लोग ने 2 round
it feels like they should.
5-4 hold देके attack तो है लेकिन.
Absolutely.
भाई वो 2 round में एकदम crispy खेलता तो लग गए थे बे Fnatic के.
YZ's going to slip over into the cubby. Try to hold an off angle. Time ticks away. Let's see what Chronicle and Alpha can do.
Time dwindling. And, well, Alfier going to fall. YZ able to find that shot. Can contemplate whether or not he wants to take the operator there in front of him. It looks like the call is going to be just full rifles forward from here. Tied up 4-4.
if you give Bilibili this extra little bit of space at the point of attack, they are shutting Fnatic down. They are immediately landing some good util, finding some good kills like you just saw in that round. And this is going to force
Champions level के attack है जिसमें एक round
Bilibili
को
charging on
जीतना
in,
मुश्किल होगा.
finding great attacks. I mean, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but Fnatic
Games के
plays
लौड़े लग
retake
गए लेकिन.
on B better than they do just holding the site itself. I mean,
क्यों किया ये लोग
that's a strange thing to say about Bind, but it has been true so far.
Wow.
दूसरा
timeout now called here, basically back to back between the two squads. Is Fnatic wanting to make some adjustments of their own. They are starting here on this defending side, so want to be able to accrue as many of those round wins as they possibly can before pivoting over to the attack.
Absolutely. The thing they really have to be thinking about right now is the ults that are coming into cycle for the side of Bilibili Gaming. Elma Putty and Mini there. Elma making his return back to Seoul. First time since last year. Was a coach for Gen G last year. And now finds himself back here leading Fnatic to Central Champions run. We'll have to see, but certainly the team looking great in EMEA, so tip of the cap to him. But yeah, there's two ults coming into cycle for Bilibili, the Seekers and the Orbital Strike. And so that's something that really has to be thought about. You know, making sure that you're aware of that for those post plants. See if you can find a way to take that out of it. Durka is going to have
बिलीबिली का रेस अगर गन बाय करेगा उसके टीम्स बोलेंगे भाई जी बाइंग करके और बाकी लोग इको जाएंगे तो प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगा.
YZ, how aggressive does he want to get off that?
Luckily there was no one there.
Yeah.
It eats that flash.
That looked intentional.
Close corner. Yeah, it did. It's just going to be the orb pickup here for him. Now they know that it's perfectly safe. And K-Knight in a bad spot. Going to at least fake that he's running across, but now no, we'll just go ahead and go for it. Seeker's going to be sent out from the side of Neff. I don't know how many players K-Knight quite spotted out, though. But either way, Seeker's kind of telling all. They should know there's only going to be a couple players here on the site. So Bilibili now starting to scale their way forward. TP in around the back. Orbital Strike going to be sent, but it's a little bit too late to try to interrupt. But no, Hero will still get caught on the far side of it, I believe. Spot out on to one. Alpier finding that elimination. Wingman 7, that does not check the close angle. Yosemite, it turns back.
LOL, kaise?
No, made aware. Holds his ground, tries to go for the kill, but cannot find it. At the same time, going to be taken down. Circle finds that elimination. Chronicle pushing forward, has to go for the reload, but YZ able to strike. Paint Shell going to be lobbed in. The underhand toss. A little bit of damage, eating the push up into the smoke. With two players stacked up, he just cannot hold his ground. Fnatic, they will answer back and regain the lead.
This is a great round for Fnatic after that timeout. They do a phenomenal job baiting out that ultimate, using the TP. Yeah, there's one taken down, Hero goes down, but Alpha plays that so well with that Gecko utility to clear that corner. Breaks things open for Fnatic, opens up so many extra angles. Durka with the op over the top and keeping the site very well under control. And you can see Biles already a little bit frustrated with that round.
Yeah.
That was a toughie. You used so many ults, and yeah, you've got the showstopper again, but Durka's one away from his. You're one away from the Nightfall for Hero. One away from the pit, though, for Yosemite, so...
भाई ये लोग 3 ऐसे rounds आ रहे हैं Bilibili Gaming.
Wow, Durka getting real aggressive, just missed.
On a big hard line, but no counter swing available. He's able to get it out scot-free. As Showstopper opened up, looking for the concuss there, but YZ able to get past it. Continues to push forward, looking for a target. Do they suspect that he's going to be here behind the boxes? The answer is going to be no, and Chronicle doesn't even get any damage from that. Able to fully dodge it out. The snake fight going through, though, should tell all. As all the smokes dissipated. Nothing more to work with here from the side of Flex. And aside from that Molly, as Nightfall goes across. Catch onto a few players. Now the Haunt reveal as well. Why is he going to be noted? The C sent out. Neff gets a little bit of damage across onto Hero as the wingman starts to go for the plant. I think they can actually wallbang this one. They need to start spamming, and they do. But it's already held up to half. Bolster breaks open showers. Alpia able to find one. As the volley does fall. Chronicle held in place here for the moment. The snake bite further. Buying time to push out. Why is he going to be good for one? Finds a smattering of damage onto the other, but Durka keeps Chronicle protected. Another 3K. It's Fnatic get the 6.
I mean, these Flood retakes from Fnatic have
Bhai,
been so good so
baap
far
re,
this map.
teams.
I like the call here from
Close
Bilibili
are
to
ekdam.
get aggressive off the rip with that showstopper advantage in
मेरे
hand
ख्याल से डर
to
के
create
मतलब
the
the
space
most
to get the
consistent
plant
unit
down.
है.
They've got
अच्छा.
those mollies set up to
Hey,
try
most
to delay, but
consistent
they
Ashka
just
से भी.
can't fight enough. Durka just better. A great job there by Chronicle, positioning himself to avoid any damage at all from that showstopper.
रोनाल्डो बोल दिया.
Boaster just saying, hey,
having some fun.
What's up?
When they're having fun, that is when you're having a bad time.
And that's something Boaster was telling me behind the scenes before the start of the event, that a big focus for him coming into this champs was to loosen up a bit, have a bit more fun this event, not try to put too much pressure on themselves. And let's see if that mentality will pull through.
Noted the jump. As YZ just going to be making a little bit of noise, tucks back.
Trying to sell a bit of a fake. Seeing if they can keep a player stuck onto the B site.
फिर
It's been pretty decisive in their decision making.
फिर
Comes to
से
their
retake
execute,
chat.
So this time around, they're doing a good job again, I think, reading at least the early part of this round. It's just these post plants they've got to shore up.
Showstopper out, spot out, to YZ, but he jumps right over it. Lands, sticks the landing, and finds the kill on the hero. Scoops up the operator, says thank you very much, and now suddenly this A site is firmly in the hands of Bilibili.
किसने स्काई का ब्लाइंड देखा बैक साइड?
Incredible stuff from YZ. The timing on that blast pack, absolutely unreal. Still a chance for Fnatic, but it's going to be different. The pit's going down from Yosemite.
I mean, the big meat sports events going on simultaneously in the other part of the world. I'd give that landing a 10. He stuck it. And my God, did he nail a shot on the back end of it. The push forward, though, looking to try to flush them out of this pit is Alfier, just trying to go for a bit of an off-tempo, catch somebody unawares, but not.
भाई कौन बोल रहा था?
Pushing the
बिलिबिली
back
जीतेगा.
YZ continuing to thrive. Those are putting down one, but nothing more to be done. Surrounded can do some damage, but it's going to be a 4-piece here at the end.
कौन बोल रहा है भाई बिलिबिली
BLG
जीतेगा? हाथ ऊपर
give
करो,
themselves
मेरे
a
को सबका हाथ
shot, tying
देखने
things
का.
up 6-6 and a half.
Well, and guess what? YZ's one away from another
6-6 नहीं
showstopper.
7-5.
Yeah,
Whatever, it doesn't matter. He still has one away from a showstopper, but that's the big thing now coming into this round.
10-5
Is
नहीं.
do you play
6-6
Prenor?
sorry 6-6.
And how aware of that is Fnatic going to be? That's
नहीं,
absolutely
रुक.
brilliant. Just beautiful. Masterful
7-5,
from
7-5.
YZ. Huge round.
10-5.
Yeah, you've got a Thrash. Yeah, you've got the Cosmic
हाँ
Divide
था
here
ठीक है
for
ठीक है
Fnatic, but
तो बिली
again, if Bilibili can find those opening picks on
6-6
site, if they can
6-6.
just take a
I'm
player or
sorry,
two down, that's when they've been able to break things open and find round wins.
Clear on the cam, Trailblazer pushing up through long hero, just able to clear that out. Back pedals, but Orb is opened up. Showstopper now online.
Let's see how they want to do this. Fnatic playing way back.
Kusiv just able to interrupt a little bit, but he's continuing the chase, and Alfier having to backpedal, waits out the Dizzy, but he's running out of time on the rocket, sends it blind, not going to be able to find anything to get away from it. Space fought, but that's about it for now. Thrash at the ready, Alfier sending it. Goes through elbow. Double clear out as Bosa tries to go for the push here. Escorted by Hero, and the line swing is enough to disrupt. He's not going to be taken down. Mosh sent Durka arriving in from behind. HP Bar's completely and utterly wrecked at the moment here from the side of Bilibili as YZ tries to turn the tides. Flexing, able to find one. The YZ cannot hold his ground. The cleanup is there. The defuse will come through. Fnatic denying the tide up half. They'll make it a 7-5.
It's just really good stuff from Fnatic when they're playing for pure retake. When they tried to contest the executes, Bilibili was often getting the better of them. But Fnatic, when they had their heads on straight, were aware of the situation.
भाई वो लोग तीन राउंड एडवांटेज में होके 3 राउंड वो लोग हारे रीटेक्स में. इमेजिन करो भाई, अगर वो लोग ये सब चीज इंप्रूव कर दिया कि एंट्री तो हो रही है, स्टैट्स भी है, एंट्री भी हो रही है, अच्छे भी खेल रहे, वो 3 राउंड भारी पड़ा. लेकिन
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6.
Chad, we are close
Only
to
on
6
Verizon.
likes. जिसने लाइक नहीं किया है, छाती पे लिख रहा हूँ तुम्हारे, लाइक कर
Red
दो.
Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings. कान दुख रही है. पंक्स भाई जिंक्स कर दो यार मैच में। नहीं कोई जिंक्स नहीं होने वाला है। अभी अटैक मास्टर क्लास दिखेगा। रेड बॉल की वजह से मैं तो जीप ये गया। आज रात वालों होना तो चाहिए। विंग्स के चक्कर में चलने लग गया था मतलब मेरे को ना। YZ is going crazy. YZ going crazy because he's pro.
Alrighty, coming back here at the half. Fnatic out in
मैं
front.
तो आज
but only
बिली
by
को
2
सपोर्ट
rounds.
करूंगा।
I think coming into this, one thing Fnatic has to be
Champions ले रहे हो,
really
obviously.
aware of. When I went back and watched Bilibili on this map,
Battle Pass
they're
worth it
really
हमेशा।
aggressive on the flanks. Like they
For
are
the
really
radiant
willing
points,
to
you
push
should
space early, to
always
take that
buy
first
Battle Pass.
read
Always.
and try to take space off of it, to try to see if they can find that open angle. Whether it be K-Knight sometimes just lurking down short, or Neff does it as well sometimes. So there's a lot of things you have to keep in your mind. Head has to be on a swivel for Fnatic if Bilibili is going to play this. Anything like they did in
YZ ने
CTCN.
17 मारा है भाई।
YZ, 17 and
17 मारा है bro।
Real.
He heard what everyone was saying. Okay, I haven't had those high hitting moments like last year. Raise nerf, etc., and the guy showed up to play.
Yeah.
Out for blood here today. We'll see how that continues though. As of now, 2 players situated here towards B. Full focus from Fnatic, however, on this site. Paint Shell, go ahead and try to clear out the back. Little blast back forward from Zerka.
TP's down.
And Flexin out over it long, able to go ahead and intercept one. Both are going to be taken down. There's
So
round now
fast.
coming through, and Neff able to find Hero. Chronicle still going to be good for a shot, puts down YZ. So now it's a rotate through the defending spawn. They try to get themselves situated on A, and K9, he's been stagnant. He's been sitting here the entire time, and he's caught a glimpse and a headshot.
Spike down.
And he has unraveled this entire game plan here, this pivot, I should say, from Fnatic. Circa dropping down, will eventually fall. K9 collecting 2, clean the pistols, much like we saw at the beginning, and that's now 1 round separate.
But again, it's exactly what I was talking about right before this started. As soon as there's contact on B, I'm watching the 3 players over on A, and they're immediately beelining it towards the teleporter to get over to the other side. And all of a sudden, there's 3 different angles that Fnatic has to worry about. They're able to break through, get towards attacker spawn, but K-Knight is holding his ground in the wall, waiting with open arms. Fnatic just no response available. Felt like they were going to get that B site free, and this is something that Bilibili does really well on this map, is make you think that something's free, and it's actually not. There's the trap wires. Pretty standard here. They love to have them right at the entrances of doors. Try to play off of it.
Oh, Neff going to have the back pedal quickly. Does need a little bit more damage, but ultimately he's going to be fine. Clear out on the haunt. Trapwire gets a reveal, but cannot find a kill. Boaster forced away.
Here.
Quite a bit.
A pretty
भाई रेस का पोजीशन बाप है।
Setting up.
ये स्टैक हिलेगा नहीं जब तक ये लोग ए रिक्लेयर नहीं करते।
Fnatic though.
अब हिल सकते।
Take a TP over themselves.
Why is he still here? It's a little bit of a fake attempt.
Why is he still here? Because fake हो रहा है ना। ये fake हो रहा है इसलिए YZ बाप
Still
है।
do have that spike lingering here with
पूरा दिन यही
Alfier.
जोक मारते रहूँगा लग रहा है मेरे को।
Could pivot. They could just go for the teleporter as well, join in with the rest of the players.
Oh, YZ. Heard this.
And he has push coming through, and that's going to be a collapse. Lines him up, finds the shot. Hero Chronicle taken down. Now the rest pushing their way in towards B. Stinger in hand, flexing, sending out a couple shots. Eventually finds a headshot, swaps, and it goes. Finds Circa as well. And that is clean play. Alfier, however, will find himself second. Needs to be done. Gets the third, the double face, a little bit more damage, put down, YZ up over the top. My God, he gets another headshot. Cannot finish the kill. Weapons will be lost, funds will be expended from Bilibili, but they're going to be tying things up at 7-7.
Yeah, I mean, Bilibili gets the win in this round, but there's 2 big takeaways for me from Fnatic.
they're working the map. They're getting into Bilibili's head with some of these weird maneuvers they're making, using the TP, kind of spreading the map a bit. Yeah, it's decently well read here by YZ, but the other thing that I'm taking away from this round is maybe Alpha's heating up, and then things get real scary for anybody that's going against Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, incredible amount of damage dealt. As Bile is saying, like, yeah, I'm glad we got the win.
Last day of coaching.
It could have been much cleaner than that.
Last day of coaching.
Now you see the very fractured purchase here from Bilibili. 2 rifles, 2 stingers. Flexen considering a sheriff. No, we'll add a third stinger into the mix.
Come on, Fnatic, baby.
Oh boy. I think Boasters.
Ooh, he's flashed, but finds a headshot, and there's no one else there to try to counter swing.
Go there,
He's sticking around, but he's very wary about this B-Link approach. Starts pushing forward and might end up clashing here with Durka.
Yeah, I think Durka's aware.
Pink hai na?
There's a swing out. Durka a little bit snappier with it.
Let's go. Clean चाहिए, flawless चाहिए मेरे को Fnatic भाई. Flawless चाहिए, ठीक है?
Now in pole
बहुत
position to
support
regain
कर
the
रहे हैं.
lead.
Flawless चाहिए.
Yeah, this is
पैसा चाहिए अपने को.
Fnatic doing their homework. Again, Billy really likes to get aggressive out of short, and Boaster tucked in a nice spot to counter that. Calls in Durka just to make sure it's clear. Great job taking 2 players down early. 2 stingers and a bulldog. All that's left in the arsenal for Bilibili.
10-4 होता था अभी.
Going to back off that angle, but
technically
it's just a TP over towards
अच्छा
A.
था Billy.
And poor Flexen all on his own with a stinger and showers.
Maybe an opportunity to try to recover the weapon, but Hero's not playing forward, not playing aggressively here. So Flexen for now just tucked within his own smoke as the site gets taken, the plant comes through.
30 seconds left.
Nothing more that he can do. It seems like the call is going to be made for Yosemite to just stick around on that B side of the site. Maybe watching just for a linger. Curious to see if he actually rotates in to try to go for a retake here.
वो नहीं बता.
Gonna have to go for it. But with Hero there, this is so tricky for Flexen. Just wants to do as much damage as he can.
Read तो है बे.
Hero.
I mean, he keeps hearing the door open, stay open. He knows that he's playing close to that now. It's shut. And it's widely. Players ready to just be taken down by the spike. Flexen's going to be in a bit of a rough position to make that happen. Is okay. Made at his feet. Goes sprinting across. He will die to Durka. King Knight sacrificed over to the spike.
Yes, finally back.
Bulldog saved here from Yosemite. Fnatic gained the lead, but just by a round. Now we go into close to an actual proper rifle round. Not going to have too many full armors here between the squads.
Tension, pasina, sab hat gaya.
But the weaponry should ultimately be matched.
Absolutely. And this is great discipline that you're seeing from Fnatic.
Bonus
just really being super patient there is Hero. Yeah, he's only 3 and 9 on the scoreline, but that was a nice play.
हमारा देखा था bonus कैसे मारा था.
There, 1910, your birth year. And we'll get ready to go into this round, see if Bilibili can tie things up at 8-8.
Wow. I didn't know I was born before World War I.
Here.
Yep.
Cool. Good to know. The Roaring 20s were great, yeah.
Survive Prohibition.
I made it barely through that.
No one knows. You're actually the guy who invented Monopoly. Anyway.
And yet I'm not making any money off of it.
No. 3 players situated here at A.
By boy, क्या execute?
On at the ready. Curious to see how fast of a strike this ends up being from Fnatic, because you still do have Alfier poking and prodding, and actually being poked back quite a bit. Look at his HP bar. He's down to 30.
Yeah, they got 2 players.
One
on the box. It's all to dodge the Thrash, I think. I'm going to let it go through to U-Haul. And it is going to catch one on the backside there, but I think that's all just a bait.
Hit onto Yosemite. Oh my God, Flexen. Into the smoke finds Alfier. Snappy to readjust, clears out. That dizzy. Durka now here, but players going around, and YZ the one taken down. Still plenty of firepower available to BLG to hold this line. Now 25 seconds remaining for Fnatic. What do you do? You push forward and try to take the teleporter. Well, Hero will open things up with 1. Continue to push up. Hero finds himself a second, and suddenly they've turned this on its head.
Suddenly, fantastically, fanatically.
Just won that on gunfire.
Suddenly, नहीं बोलना.
Won that on gunfire.
Baby.
Finish it. Tagged down to 30 at the beginning.
भाई.
A headshot, and somehow, some way,
एक और throw. Let's go, baby.
Slip out of their grasp.
चौथा round out of their grass, the flipping scale.
And I mean, you've got to be thrilled as Bilibili with how they're thinking about these rounds. And I mean, another thing to consider about this matchup, Achilleos, is Bile and Elmaputty were both on Gen G last year. These two coaches know each other very well.
There we go.
And so certainly this should be a really interesting chess match, kind of understanding each other's tendencies and trying to work through them. And I think Billy has at times had the better reads, but in rounds like that where Fnatic's firepower just boosts them over.
Speaking of which,
yep.
Brim boost कैसे लिया? Satchel मार के
in this position.
Body boost allowed नहीं है, वो satchel मार के गया वो.
Just holding things down. Plant coming out there. He reads it like a book.
I got you.
Knows that they're going to be looking for the interrupt. And finds the punish before the Baki shot can even ring out. In all likelihood, I mean, why is he's got that staple, that basic judge in his hands. Does still have 2 blast packs, but how much can you actually do from this position? We need to go monstrous here. Turkey going to be noted. Up on top, Paint Shell trying to flush him out, and YZ blinded and taken down. Neff is able to find 2. Answers back a little bit, but Fnatic now find themselves up to 10.
Yeah, they're really starting to feel themselves now. The confidence is flowing for Fnatic. Showstoppers for both of our raises.
भाई YZ अभी भी 20 पे और कोई 10 पे नहीं पहुंचा भाई. Hello.
For another moment. See if they can regroup, see if they can
find
some advantages here on their defender side, see if they can use these ults that they've got in a cycle to try to break this trend. 3 in a row for Fnatic. It's a tough task for anybody. And Bilibili doing their darndest. YZ doing his damnedest. 20 kills so far. But Durka with 17, Chronicle with 14. Alpha starting to heat up. He's up to 10. Things are starting to swing the other way with the pendulum.
Yeah, I mean, YZ's been a bit of a constant here thus far in the map for the side of Bilibili.
It's
really rocky. I mean, K-Knight able to find those 2 in the pistol. Nothing since then. Most of his kills in the first half were
no muscle. Lully उठाने के लिए इतना muscle काफी है.
So yeah, there's a little bit of sway here, and they need to find stability across the rest of this roster.
ये T-shirt कहाँ से लिया?
Somebody regularly getting punished by Chronicle is something that they very much cannot afford.
Yeah, it's definitely been
मैंने साफ लिखा था
Fnatic
जीतेगा.
For sure. Yosemite having a really tough time being able to find those
कौन है जो Pick'ems में Bilibili choose किया मेरे को जानने का.
Positions that he'd like to. They're just red
Official
every
Pick'ems
time by
में
Fnatic.
Bilibili कौन choose किया?
Again, both teams doing a great job reading each other
कौन है
at
वो
times, really getting good beads on what the other team is trying to do. It's gonna be Hero swapping up to the Phantom. 3 players with full armor for Bilibili, and not much money on the back of this.
I got the spike.
If Bilibili can't win this round, Fnatic likely to send this to match point. But a lot of ults again to play with. You have that orbital strike. You have those seekers. You have that showstopper.
भाई सब टीम अच्छे खेलते हैं. चैंपियंस के पहले वो लोग ने कितना प्रैक्टिस किया रहेगा, कितना स्क्रिम्स किया रहेगा. भाई साल में होता ही एक इवेंट.
One over at Showers, one here at Hookah.
सबसे बड़ा पूरा मेहनत करते ही रहने का है.
Prowler on the approach. Showstopper going to be popped, and YZ instantly dealt with the ult, finding no value. Neff will be able to answer one back as poster. Just get caught up in the crossfire. 1-for-1 exchange, but be hoping that you're able to find something with that ult. Now Durka has his own in play. The spot out on the 1. Neff trying to go for the challenge, but it's just staring at the rocket as it lands right in front of his face. Swinging to the back. Durka does end up falling. Jump to the plant. It's K9 trying to come alive. Does find a second. Somebody gets taken down. We find ourselves now here in the 2v2. Teleport going to be used. Yep, the wide rotate all the way back. Still do have the linger here from K9. If he hears anything on that site, he's going to know that this is where it's meant to end up. Starting to push forward though. How much more does he swing? Goes for it, but Chronicle finds it. And suddenly flexing all on his lonesome. But with the cash the way that it is, with the Fnatic about to get up to 11. I think he's just going to have to hold on to this.
Heartbreaking for Bilibili. Invested so much and just couldn't get it done. In this round. It's not over yet, sure. But that round is an absolute breaker.
Gas on there.
Who knows? Flexing has an opportunity. A 1v2 could beat the hero here for BLG.
One smoke to try to isolate.
Cat 6 के legs करो.
To flush out an angle, spots him out. All eyes now going to be trained on this position. Dodges the C's, but seems like that's going to be enough. Wary about a flank coming through.
11-7.
Doesn't find anything on the opening to try to isolate into a 1v1, so have to just go for the save.
A tough position, no doubt.
Excuse me.
K-Knight there. I thought after those first 2 kills, he could really be the difference maker. Okay, yeah, you
तो
got
like करो बोले तो लोग vote कर रहे हैं.
That's not bad.
Votes बढ़ गए 200.
Take that as flexing, but
but
what really hurts is that you get the jump on Chronicle there, right outside of tube, and Chronicle just swings and takes you down instantly. I mean, these first 2 kills, phenomenal from K-Knight. Waiting with open arms. But you can see Chronicle had just turned a little bit and then stabilizes. He's so fast, man.
Bilibili for the win.
Unbelievable.
Been quite the impeccable game from him. So now early smoke trying to dissuade the push forward here into showers.
4 round throw be. 4 round.
Really able to get too much full weaponry across here.
मजाक ही क्या भाई?
Just creating a little bit of noise.
Actual में winnable तो था BLG के लिए. At least ये map. हाँ ये map winnable था.
Off the back of that
Past
contact,
tense.
just chilling, waiting to see if maybe there's going to be that hit through short. It's definitely where they were somewhat hoping.
Guiding Light doesn't spot anything. No info being given over.
They're going to re-aggress here towards short, hoping that they had convinced Bilibili that this is a B hit now with how much time it's taken.
Yosemite's in such a force. He's going to be spotted and he's taken down. He's not understanding where he was at. That's catastrophic. YZ up close here alongside the wall. The double push out. There's the first one cleared out. YZ dealt with Chronicle. Crushing any hopes and dreams now. Orb going to be picked up. Double TP back across here towards A. Neff is dead. And all K-Knight can do is stay tucked and hope that they don't come hunting.
I think they just convinced Bilibili
दो अलग-अलग plays बना रहे बे. एक
they got a little bit
पूरा
antsy.
U-Haul खाली करने का try कर रहे हैं.
Moving through, and like you said, a bit of a positional mistake there from Yosemite. It's been a rough map for him. Didn't quite read that the legs would be sticking out a little bit, or just thought it'd be clear and
ये गलत था.
paid the price.
You up the jaws music.
They found my wire.
Trap wire cleared. Does he actually swing out for a challenge?
इसने तो ping किया.
Pushing, finds the first. Snappy to find the kill. The TP now across. Cage going to be dropped in. Chronicle swinging out, looking for the angle. Puts a couple shots there into the shoulder. The sync bite up over the top. K9 does manage to push back. Trapwire slowing things up as Alfier similarly trying to get in on top of him and will be able to do so.
Alpha Zahir मारेगा एक और बोला था.
And now we get up to map point.
Yeah, and they're going to have to cut funds a little bit.
Why is he stuck at 20
Couple Guardians coming into play already for Bilibili.
Gonna be a judge for YZ.
Yep. Makes sense.
That leg being shown.
It's brutal. Little things like that.
आपसे expected नहीं था
Make
यार.
all the difference. Can't afford those mistakes at this level. Especially against a team like Fnatic. They will punish you every time. Now Chronicle has a Viper's Pit. Alpha is a Thrash. Yeah, you've got K-Knight's ult, but you have to get a kill first. Be able to put that to good use. Boasters one away from another Cosmic Divide. I mean, this is very, very dire for BLG. They once again set up in this 2-2-1 setup.
G fighting वाली फिर ये क्या?
Guard showers. Durka. See if he wants to challenge.
Code doesn't tell how close this map was.
Read on his position.
It was actually winnable for
Use
BLG.
the Dizzy or the Prowler here to set him up.
No, just quick swing
Few
in.
rounds.
Trying to backpedal as quietly and quickly as he possibly can. Does manage to make it out towards safety. Trailblazer around the back, cannot get the stun.
Postplan comms में कुछ बहुत सारा हो सकता है. कुछ तो हो गया.
Wanting to try to challenge forward,
बस
wanting
वो
to try to
fix
get a
कर देगा
catch,
भाई साहब.
but
उसके अलावा
Thrash
the
now
last
in
round
play.
इतना खास नहीं था. बाकी round तो अच्छा
He's
खेला
pushing
यार.
forward, Judge still at the ready. Thrash finding nothing. Lux unable to tuck back, keeps himself protected, obscured for now. Spike plant coming in. C's gets sent, catches here onto the enemy brim. Dizzy going to be cleared out, but flex in. They assess his position, they find that kill. Chronicle does get taken down. YZ able to find one, but still needs to recover a different weapon. Real Death's going to be coming through, and YZ scoops up the Vandal, instantly finds value. Xavier gets taken down. Man advantage now there for the side of BLG. They're trying to push them off. They line up for him, but he cannot collect the first kill. Hero cannot readjust. This map not over quite just yet. 4 players surviving. BLG, they hang in.
And it's just a call to play safe, play for the retake as BLG, and it works a treat.
Ulti कभी आएगा?
Really just
Fade और Raze ulti में
give Fnatic all the space they want to get that plant down and do to Fnatic what Fnatic was doing really well to them on the other side of the map.
Okay, दो half of
Play those 5v5 retakes and start taking players down. Good news is Fnatic, you only use the Thrash in that round. Now you've got the Cosmic Divide. Chronicle still has a Viper's Pit. So still a lot of tools to work with to keep Bilibili from getting 4 more rounds to send it to OT. Already Alpha's getting ready to throw a dizzy potentially here. Set up Durka, but no contact just found. Patience shown from YZ. He backs up a bit. Neff doing the duty that is
huge showers
that is of the skies to just hold this angle all the time. Long B is your job, but he's going to tuck into that corner.
Nice. Shower push
Checked by Fnatic if they decide to push. Thinking about util. They're going to go for the
Trying to go for the pop flash here, and they are going to be able to catch on to one. Alpier take it down. Teleport take it, but that is the spike now. Stuck. They have to rotate back across the map to regain this. Why is he slowly just trying to evacuate? Paint shells likely to be committed to try to clear out that side.
आराम से 4 भी ace 20 stack कर सकते हैं. कर दिया.
That's how much they want to challenge this. YZ up close and personal.
Towers में cam है ना?
Yes. Blast pack forward. Sees into the corner. Nothing spotted there, but to pull off the angle. Snake bite thrown to try to stop the peak. Grab well as well, going to be used. 25 seconds remaining. Time ticking.
जाने पड़ेगा.
I'm not going to be taking the teleporter. It is going to be the push here on the B side. 3 players still here. YZ, the first one, holding the line. Looking for the drag across, cannot find. It's going to be flexed out. We're coming up with 2, and now Spike is stranded, and that is going to be the round. Done and dusted. Nothing more that Chronicle could do.
Yes,
BLG closing the gap. Well, a little bit more than he could do. Puts YZ down. We'll take the teleporter.
Okay, एक और round.
BLG continue to stay here in the map. They need 3 more consecutive rounds to try to take this into overtime.
Yeah, and it's just mostly good kind of disciplined play now from Bilibili. They're not really getting aggressive until they know they've got a decent opportunity there. Pop flash and the push from YZ. And once that spike is down, that's such an awkward position for Fnatic to be in. Wow, that is a heck of a drawing.
Moving on.
Moving on.
Good kick with the dizzy. YZ 2 away from a showstopper. Same for Flexton with that orbital strike. A little bit of pressure, a little bit of damage there onto Yosemite, forces him back with the lamps.
And they're playing the Cypher now over towards A. All that util, anticipating that Fnatic's going to try a different approach, and now YZ and Neff also getting very aggressive towards long B. Prowler.
Cameraman ka job gaya.
In the showers.
The push up, the reveal, and Yosemite able to collect. Durka just not ready for that one, but the headshot through the box. Alfier able to put him quite low. Flexing down to 22 HP as the plant gets ready to come in. Chronicle trying to scale up, trying to take some space. Ends up falling with the plant, comes in all the same, but 2x man advantage here for the side of BLG. Shorty in hand. The push forward. Tries to go for it. Alpier able to find one. Boaster gets the other. But advantage maintained. This hero going to try to have some impact. Over from Showers. He's now the last man standing. Position known. Finds the first. Finds the second. Looks for the third. Paint Shell puts him low. The Nightfall going to be committed to. The stick being held, he's spotted it, he's got it!
Holy
fuck,
round, BLG!
A nice moment at the
end
there
round
for the new addition to this Fnatic squad. Able to come up big when they needed it. Looked like BLG might be able to get themselves up to double digit here in this round, but Hero had other thoughts. Plays this perfectly, has the Nightfall. YZ
Saala, 18
opted to just try to
banda.
take it to half, but couldn't get it there.
And incredible performance from him, but now they have to go into Fnatic's map pick of a Lotus. We'll see how they fare when we come back.
अच्छा गेला टॅक्सी गेला टॅक्सी तो गेला बंगडो what was trying hey tea is there kya bango my stomach is doing some nakre bro मैंने वो जो खाया था वो बहुत गंदा था यार लाइफ में वेज चिली तेरे गांड में अच्छी कलर वेज चिली साला वेज चिली से अच्छा तो शेक चिली है भाई बहुत गंदा है पपूलर बोला तो गले तक आ गया पता है
क्या कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे ओ गाली दे रहे करके ऐसा मुंह मोड़ाने तुम लोग गाली दे रहे हो ना के लिए ये सब होता है अरे नहीं देंगे गाली मैं हूं ना इधर आ Hello. आएगा कोई खाना Hi.
Hey guys, I'm standing here right now with Elmo Putty of Fnatic. So Elmo Putty, what surprised you the most about BLG, especially since I think the map was a lot closer than everybody anticipated, and how does that knowledge carry over onto the second map, Lotus?
I don't think anything surprised us. I think we played pretty poorly, to be honest with you. We gave away a lot of rounds. We weren't just not following our basic protocols. As you can see, we've changed the comp again since we last played Bind, so I think there's a little bit of, maybe we need a few extra scrims on that in some of these players and the new agents. But yeah, I think they played this pretty similar to what we thought they would, but we just got to tighten up our own game.
Well, it sounds like Fnatic isn't in their final form just yet, so we're going to see what they bring out on the second map.
Fnatic managed to walk away with the win. You heard Elmo Putty there saying they're not really in their best form. They're more like a Super Saiyan 1, you know, maybe a KO Ken status, but they're really looking to get to Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3.
Is that One Piece?
That's a Dragon Ball reference. Man, you're
Close
30.
though.
Come on,
nice
man.
Try, nice try.
Definitely didn't know that.
Mimi, you got an elaborate setup over here for Bilibili.
Yeah.
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 It would be a shame if it all came crumbling down
Was
right
that
now.
like were those the
would
building
be a
blocks?
shame.
The building blocks of their next map
The
being a
structure
win.
is so strong.
It really is. Hold on a second. If you don't mind, production, give me a second. I'm curious to see what a gentle breeze would do.
No!
Oh, what a shame.
That bodes well for the rest of the series, I think.
Yeah, well, that's how it's going to be on Lotus potentially, because
They say Rome wasn't built in a day.
It was. All right, well, let's go ahead, though, and talk about this one. And something that we should note, though, is that, yes, Bilibili definitely were taking it to Fnatic in a few of those rounds. But we got to remember that this was, you know, pretty solid map for Bilibili to begin with. So this isn't all that shocking, but ultimately this was the map that they needed to win if they wanted to be competitive in this series.
Yeah, I think it's almost a little bit sad at times. Like, I think some of the initial plans they had in rounds was very good. Like, they had ideas that if they managed to actually get it over the line towards the end, it would have actually looked like some really good plans. It was just that they ended up making some really silly errors throughout those rounds, which I think are actually easy fixes. Like, if they look back at that, they're going to go, yeah, that was a bit silly gaming.
The big thing for me is that 5 out of 10 post-plant wins. Fnatic was consistently letting them get the spike down and get into these post-plants, but quite frankly, their post-plant protocols were not up to snuff. There was so many rounds where they had these advantages, and then you saw players in positions where they were untradeable, swinging forward and getting punished by these Fnatic retakes that looked super drilled. This could have been a much closer game if Bilibili had been able to close out more of those rounds in the post-plant and made less of these little errors. It's the same thing that we kind of saw with FPX earlier from the same region, where they have a lot of advantageous positions. You see kind of the goal for this team, and then the mistakes towards the end of these rounds is where they get punished.
Yeah, but you know what, though? One individual that really did show up in this one was YZ 100%. That brings us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. YZ he had a few great moments. He had a few not so great moments as well, but this one was one of the good ones. The fact that my guy managed to become Neo, fly into the sky, and then somehow, some way take out both of the Mr. Smith agents. Unbelievable stuff here. This guy...
That was like some prime UK level stuff. Like, the guy was on one. And the thing is, I think that also helped pad a lot of the stats. It was weird. We were almost saying that it felt like when they planted, they became a little bit more disjointed when they fell back. When they were actually pushing together and like going into the site and he was the lead, they actually looked really good. They were causing a lot of issues. They just didn't have those protocols once the plant went down.
Yeah, they didn't have a crazy like game plan. It was just a lot of these rounds where they're slowly contacting up the extremities and going for these fast pop plays with one sky flash into the site. And honestly, it looked pretty good. They were punishing the site anchors in a lot of rounds, but again, it was Fnatic's coordination and resiliency along with individual moments to win out in the end there with that map.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, of course, BLG, they're currently down in the series. Let's go ahead and check out the coach, the camp of the BLG side, to see what they think going into Lotus.
Hey guys, we're here now with Coach Bile of BLG and Jen to help with some translation.
Benjage,
Now,
baby.
that was a really close map. I feel like a lot of people maybe were surprised with the result, but what is the plan for map number 2? I mean, there was some momentum in that first map. How did that carry over and translate to win?
1세트 접전이었고
Sorry to
패배는
say.
했지만 그래도 어느 정도 BLG도 흐름을 탄 것
예,
같거든요.
BLG
2세트에도
압착해라.
이 좋은 흐름을 이어가기 위해서
Especially
어떤 점이
YZ
중요할까요?
playing good.
일단은 지금 실수를 너무 많이 해서 선수들한테 우리가 최근에 가장 많이 하는 실수를 좀 줄이자는
YZ playing
거를
good.
피드백을 좀 하면서 선수들 멘탈도 좀 챙겨야 될 것 같고
YZ playing good.
2세트 준비는 사실 프나틱이 로터스 고를 거
야.
알고 있어서 그래서
YZ
준비를 좀
playing
많이
good.
하긴 했는데 사실 이게 지금
Okay.
선수들
YZ playing good.
कौन?
अबे पागल है क्या ये? YZ playing good.
Good.
हाँ, ये आंसर है.
Make sure we don't make the same mistakes over and over, but I
Where
don't
the
think it's
naam
going to
hai
be
YZ?
super
No
easy for the
statement
players
karo,
to come
YZ
back
playing good.
mentally, reset the mentality completely because we made so many mistakes. But in terms of Lotus, we are well prepared. We knew that Fnatic were going to pick it, but it's just down to how much mental reset that we're able to get.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time, and we're going to see if BLG can take Lotus from
देखना
Fnatic.
पड़ेगा मेरा पेट का हालत.
I mean, I'll be real. I'll keep it $150 with y'all home. don't really feel that confident coming out of that interview. You know, hoping that they can reset the mental is definitely a tall task to ask of these boys after, you know, they lost a map that was good, quite good for them. And now they're going into a map that was quite good for their opponent.
Yeah, Fnatic has won this one 6 times in a row. It has been their best map since I feel like it came into the pool.
They were the best team in the world on it last year.
The meta
they only lost to Loud last year on this map. That was it. Twice.
Yeah, so you're really looking at a Fnatic that, you know, statistically is super favored in
and
this
also
Lotus.
Factually.
Yeah, no, statistically facts. But isn't statistics facts?
Not always, but they can be indicative of facts.
I guess so. Yeah, you're right. You know, I'm just trying to.
This is where we've got to. We're arguing.
I'm just trying to cause controversy over here.
All I know is they don't care about your feelings, GB.
That's perfectly fine. But yeah, I mean, you know, look. Bilibili are certainly going to be in a bit of a blender here if they're not prepared for what Fnatic are going to bring. But there is so much material for Fnatic that surely BLG can maybe build something off of that. Oh boy, what is he doing?
He's going through his match history.
Oh, but I mean, Boaster, you're always going to be sad if you do that, bud.
I do want to talk about Fnatic though, because they did talk about some of the mistakes they were making. I think we did see it there, letting some things slip. I think not being quite ready for a lot of these executes early on if BLG was throwing. However, I think that they proved to be able to bounce back. Boaster had some really good calling in the second half, finding the right site. Individual players like Durko were really stepping up. I think this is a good match for them to kind of warm up into international competition and also to get Hero comfortable.
Yeah, I also think the other thing as well is you have to bear in mind, once again, they completely changed their composition. You had Alpha going on to a Gecko, you had the switch up of getting rid of the Clove, just a different composition.
What they're running on Buzz. Does that become diminishing returns, though, where you're just changing
that's what I'm saying.
much?
Going into Lotus, they haven't changed this map the whole year. I think there's no chance they do that again. So I think any chance that BLG has gone.
This stuffed wingman on broadcast if they change their Lotus comp.
Okay,
just for changing the comp. I respect
they're not
it.
Gonna do it.
It's super
0% chance.
How do we get this to happen?
The big penguin.
BLG wins. BLG wins. Artist shaves his head. Mimi eats damn stuffed penguin.
First of all, he seems like a lovely penguin, and I would not eat him.
It's also a lot
of vegetarian. I'm not going to eat the penguin.
It's a freaking severed head, Mimi. At this point, I mean, what are you going to do?
He has a body.
This
Can
particular
we show
penguin
the
does
penguin,
it.
please, that GB's telling me to eat?
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to do it. Because that's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. You see, I think that would be expert content, personally speaking. But, you know.
But you're not an expert on content, really.
I'm truly not, if any of my social media is being looked at. Oh, man. All right, well, let's go ahead and see. Mimi doesn't have to eat.
Okay, they brought
Neon. Okay.
Why is he playing Neon? Okay, that's kind of sick. Why is he was picking on map 1? I think this is a cool role to see play. We've seen other teams try these breach Neon comps, and I think they're solid.
Yeah, the only thing is his race was fantastic, so I almost kind of wanted to see it going forward. But again, I don't think it's anything that Fnatic are going to be too surprised by. Maybe it will allow him to get past a lot of that Killjoy utility a little bit
they've played against Miniboo. They're familiar with this comp.
Yeah, true, that's true.
Yeah, and, you know, it gives also YZ an ability to, like, you know, disrupt some of the more typical timings and things like that. Like,
especially, I think, when they get to the defense, how fast those rotations can come through.
Yeah.
I think Neon is actually a low-key really good stall agent when you can get that stun in the right position, but it's going to be tough against this home territory.
Dear Fnatic, can you teach my wife कि गेम के पहले करने का रहता है? आज जो हवा स्ट्रीम हुआ है उसके बाद बैठ के ऐसे करने से कल का गेम इंप्रूव नहीं आएगा.
Much, yeah. You can see the players, they're still having some fun, still vibing out, trying to play around with the Fnatic squad on the opposite side of the stage, but they have some work to do. We go into Lotus. The desk was talking about how dominant this map is and has been across many, many years here for the side of Fnatic. Does that continue today? Can Bilibili, with these big changes, somehow make them stumble?
Well, we saw it yesterday.
What is the difference between
I mean, anything's possible.
Arnab,
you know, you just kind of assumed that Heretics was going to take fine.
वो A से चालू होता है मैं B
I mean,
से.
their change in their comp was
ये
way
difference
different than what we're seeing here, but certainly doable. But I mean, like the desk has been talking about, this is the best Lotus team in the world.
Goodbye.
Eyes
Thank
on
you for
YZ,
the
because not only is he coming
2.49
up here with this
rupees.
neon, a big change in its own right, he's playing it for the first time. He has not been playing this at all, and he's not going to be playing it much here in this round. Taking down his Chronicle, able to find two, continuing to wreak havoc as Hero joins in.
कौन था half check किया तो?
Unite eliminated Hero, Snappy with a second headshot. Neff eliminated in this pistol
13-0,
round.
baby.
Is done and dusted.
13-0.
Surely it's done and dusted. Yeah, it's done. It's dusted. And it's
13-0.
Fnatic taking another pistol. Just shut down to the point of attack. I mean, just no utility
Bomb
there
to
to
bomb
disrupt
moves.
Chronicle. And as we
ये
saw
t-shirt
on
कहाँ से लिया
Vine,
Bangkok?
he don't miss those.
Yep.
You do not miss those.
भाई Fnatic
And
का
he was
सबसे
really good on
favorite
first kills. I think he's
test
4
map
and
है.
2 on Bind for Fnatic. So just picking up right where he left off. Oh, the flash was just a bit late. And then Hero just swoops in. Find a couple of his own. Shut down immediately there.
मैंने ads off करके रखा
Really
मेरी
just
जान.
not even able to turn the key to get
First
the
party
engine
पे मेरा
started
ads
on
off
that round
है.
or
जो
this
ad
map.
आता है वो normal YouTube
Well, now
से आता है. मैं
Cam set up here outside of B. Chronicle again, the
Band
player
कर
that they have to try to fight against. And again, he's going to be taking down YZ. Looks for a little bit more. TP forward here. Shorty in hand. Will be able to catch him off guard. The
Lord
Chronicle
में भी pick
falls.
कर रहा है.
Yosemite picking off one is Alpier going to be taken down. But now Yosemite once again, last man standing, finds the first headshot. But this time, we're not going to be seeing that eco round win come
Technically
through. It's going to be
good eco.
Fnatic up 2-0.
Yeah, and there's decent damage done
Technically,
here.
yep.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, this is not a bad eco round at all for Bilibili.
Yep.
You're taking a couple guns out of the hands of Fnatic. You know, they're still able to put together 3 Vandals and a Bulldog. And Durka, in fact, also getting a Vandal, so still enough to buy, but economic damage done for Bilibili, and see if they can maybe string together a little bit more success. This time around, they're going to send YZ seemingly out on a bait mission to try to convince Fnatic that this is another A hit.
Binks is a gamer.
He's got to be
ये
ultra
गया.
careful. There's 3 players
ए
waiting
first
here.
super chat कैसे? अभी तुमने कौन सा किया था?
To go
Second
out
किया
and a
था?
slide back. YZ able
दो
to get away scot-free.
First super chat कैसे कर रही है?
Get the paranoia away.
अर्नब मैं आपका hater यहाँ पे क्या कर रहा है? Hello.
A big piece of util now taken out of the hands here of Fnatic as there's the nano swarms. Going to be slowed up on the approach.
तेरी भी जली
Alpier
ना.
pushing forward, catching him off guard. Whatnot coming in time to try to draw that attention away. So they lose that on a player now. Equalize here as the players rotate in.
Hero का
Matching off
aim.
the face, and okay, had the lineup on him. I thought maybe we were going to be able to find that elimination, but Neff does get willed down to 16 HP. Sees dodged out. The pullback stays protected for now, but the spike no closer to being planted here. As Bilibili are very much just held at bay. Durka through the wall, taking down Neff. In the meanwhile, this rotation here from Boaster continues to creep closer and closer.
The Bucks?
Just great stuff there from Durka. Never giving up those
The
angles.
Bucks was this?
It's such a bad spotter, BLG. Yeah, there
And now
goes
he
Boaster.
strikes.
Yep.
And Flexen will be able to find
God.
one. Some additional damage dealt the tap, but Boaster able to find the
What's the
second
ball
headshot. Fnatic will convert the bonus.
Yeah, so, you know, Bilibili trying to sell a bit of a fake over towards A, trying to buy that extra little bit of space, and they do get mountain control off of it. However, Alpha is waiting on C site, and he is very, very challenging to get through, as many teams have found out the hard way. And he's so patient with his utility there. That's one of the big things that gives him a huge advantage in that round is he doesn't pop the util off the Prowler. He waits for the alarm bot, pop the nanos, gets a little bit of damage, swings down, takes out YZ.
Watch by, thank you for the 30.
Really able to try to climb through towards the site, but eventually fall.
Still grabbing
Gonna
whatever
be challenging
firepower
for
they
BLG.
can. K-Knight just with a frenzy in hand. Couple stingers, a guardian there as well. And swing around the back. Alpier able to deal with the first, and Chronicle collects 2. K-Knight Neff both going to be taken down. Hero now spamming through the wall.
By Hero,
gets rid of Flexen, strands the
खेल रहा
spike.
है.
And Yosemite will just get one tap there. The guardian not able to come to fruition whatsoever.
हाँ Hero
There's one
अच्छा तो
player
खेल
lost,
रहा है.
but Alpha still got his. 4-0 now for Fnatic.
Yep. You try to go for the fast
6-1
hit.
पे Hero.
Again, you're just having a tough time getting any of your util to land onto Alpha to make him uncomfortable.
7-0
He gets
8-0
another
पे एक
first
और
kill.
timeout आएगा 13-0
So
गेम
far,
खत्म.
every first kill going the way of Fnatic. I decided to start keeping track of them because I was like,
बहुत
it's
अच्छा.
going pretty well for them right now.
Yep.
They've got a lot of ults in cycle. So
Timeout
does
needed
Bilibili in a way,
momentum
but
break.
you're one away from the
Momentum
nightfall
नहीं
for
वो लोग
Hero.
बेस्ट मैप है यार.
2 away from the Viper's Pit for Chronicle, 2 away from a lockdown for Alpha. Durka already has a showstopper. Things are already looking very, very challenging for Bilibili.
When would an Indian team play in Valo?
Talk about. Good luck. It's tough. I mean, I think maybe just trying to slow the rounds down a little bit in the beginning. Try to see if you can take a little bit of rebel control. See if you can kind of spread Fnatic's defenses a little bit more, make it harder for them to react. So far, you haven't really.
Game चालू कर. ऊपर से ignore कर रहा हूँ. Game चालू करना तेरी बहन की.
It's been a very one-sided affair thus far. As we'll see with 15 seconds remaining what the adjustments end up looking like here for the side of Bilibili. But thus far, it's not been great. We've had plenty of players given the buffs, you know, through to Neon. Coming in, try it, pick it up for the very first time. YZ is one of those players now here on the biggest stage. And so far, it's not been finding too much value. It's a singular assist to his name.
I was fairly surprised with how good YZ's raise is, and not just today, not just because it will look good on mind, generally pretty good at it, that they would make this shift. You know, he has been playing the raise pretty much all year.
Did you get the 2024 Phantom?
Really a bit surprising. I think this is actually his first Neon game.
Looking for a pacey hit here. Durka, the showstopper, out, catching a glimpse of one, sends it down directly below. YZ going to be taken down, but still value going to be found as K9 able to open up the kill on a boaster. Heroes head packing, rotates back around through B, gets his way up into upper. As the neural theft comes out.
This is great. Exactly what I wanted to see. Some rebel control taken. You're able to win some fights, get the showstopper off the board, and now you can pivot over towards B and get the plant down.
Prowler to check here on the cross. Swing out, jump back. Page going to be coming up. Lurk v Lurk over at A, though. Chronicle with an opportunity to maybe even up the count, but he's pushing over here towards the door instead. Seemingly, though, wary, but there still could be someone in position. Now he knows about it. On cleared sight. Open here for now. K9 turning his way back over here. Sends out that fault line, looking for the days. Alfia, however, able to get the punish, but time is ticking. And now Snappy with a headshot puts him down. Remaining players making the call to go for the save.
Yeah, just a great small change for Bilibili. Nets them their first round win. And all it takes is a couple kills off the rip. You're able to break the space open that you need to get the plant down. Set up for those nice post plants. Make it so Chronicle can't go for that wraparound towards Baby Door. And yeah, I just double checked. This is indeed YZ's first Neon game on an official match.
Yep.
To bring it out in Champions.
Bold move.
It's very bold.
Still kills, but people able to play off his util in that previous round, so did set the rest of his team up for success. So Bilibili now on the board. Still a lot more to try to claw back, though, because when you're playing this, Leon, expecting to see that impact really coming through on the attack, and oh, they just read it like a book. Sees Nate combo. He's dead.
Yeah, and this time around, an immediate adjustment from Fnatic.
इसलिए रेज और जेट दोनों डॉज कर सकते थे.
And now Boaster has an Odin in hand. Able to start lining up to do some damage. But man, you've got some big ults here for Bilibili. You've got the Nightfall, you've got the Rolling Thunder.
लेकिन करेंगे घुसेंगे कैसे यार?
And the opportunity to use it, you might be able to turn this round on its head. Oh boy. Only a little bit of damage done. Flexing down to 77 for armor. Knight just barely tagged up. They're going to try their hand at the other side of the map, leaving Naf to just get taken down as soon as he launched that Nightfall.
Yep, sends it, dies for it. An attempt at a fake. But still have to try to get through. Alfia, who so far has been a bit of a raid. Boss, but Chronicle is the first to put them down. 2 quick kills. Alfia on the finisher. Chronicle just guy can do no wrong. Unbelievable.
Guys.
He's so talented.
Just
so clean with his mechanics.
Yeah,
positioning so good. Reads his opponents incredibly well. And they drop the Odin over to Durka, and immediately when that Nightfall was launched, he was ready.
Yeah, to be able to recover after sending out the util. Just the 1-2 punch. Chef's kiss on that round.
Well deserved.
Well, now Alpha backpedaling here. A lot of presence over here towards C. It's going to be a pickup on the orb from YZ. Ult is online, but Chronicle immediately pushes back in from Waterfall, sets up the pit.
So smart.
They've already gotten Boaster into a forward position outside A, just playing alongside Rumble. And
क्या
Chronicle still
reveal
through the
दिया bro?
smoke.
क्या reveal दिया
Finds
उसने?
Just reads it.
कैसे reveal? कहाँ से reveal
Not
दिया
sure.
उसने bro?
I think they may have. I think they might have gotten a ping reveal. Third one going out. Hero now able to find one. As the stuns do come through off the relay bolts, but no one can push forward. This Viper wall from Chronicle continues to hold him at bay. He is locking down all 3 sites by himself at the moment. High-low setup. Put it on the one side, the swing forward, and it's just into the meat grinder. Absolutely minced.
खत्म baby. भाई मेरे को उसका recon lineup देखने गया.
This is so difficult.
B के खड्डे से किधर तो फेंका है उसने.
Read this.
Nope.
भाई recon
Thinks
दिखाओ
about it,
please.
but Angle's a little bit wrong. Flawless here from Fnatic.
भाई strong map for a
Continuing on the
reason,
reign of
हाँ?
terror, only dropping that one round thus
भाई
far.
recon दिखाओ ना please.
For BLG, you know, you're able to get that round win after the timeout call. But now you only
Hello.
have one more.
But
How long do you let this go get away from you
Hello.
before you have to invest that second timeout in the first half?
That's a great question.
Hello.
But for me, what I love is the way Fnatic thinks about these things, their protocols they have, the immediate response with that Viper's pit after that orb is picked up. They know that it's almost certainly going over to YZ.
Ording use
so he can get
करने
his
से
overdrive
वो
in
लोग
that round.
spammer नहीं बोलते हैं.
And that just completely gummed things up.
दो ही
And then
map
they
पे
just
main
send
ording use होता है ना.
Hero
एक ये
and
और
Durka
दूसरा
over
Ascent.
towards B, and they have BLG completely trapped. And they
Ascent.
just
हाँ.
absolutely
एक ये और
sweep
दूसरा
them
Ascent.
away from that round. Oh, that's a little bit off the mark, but here we go.
Okay, overdrive gonna get popped, but can't really spot out anything. Everything is covered, obscured here by these smokes. As a matter of damage found on a Hero. The swing onto the corner, Durka. Just quite a bit of damage there with that Odin, looking for more as Neff down low on 23 HP.
क्या चल रहा है भाई?
Blast packs across. YZ now
Scald का
working his
time
way,
खत्म.
considering with a push here into the B side, and Durka's just dragging it across, and Neff goes down. I love this gun.
I know you do.
Prowler to search. Noting that they're there in the connector.
हो गया mindfuck
Oh,
उसका.
Alpha. So close.
अब मेरे जैसा गुस्सा जागेगा. वो लोग भी लेंगे अभी.
Lockdown
Coming
in
through,
hand.
but lockdown is ready to go. Seemingly Bilibili may be aware of this, and they're going to look to try to up the tempo, perhaps.
This isn't going to hit Alpha. This is going to hit the lockdown if they use the Rolling Thunder here.
Considering what they want to do, but there's the Rolling Thunder coming across the race forward. They tuck back
Oh,
over
the
towards
C's.
stairs. The Odin is still there, and yep, they get locked into position. The punish cannot be found now. Nightfall to try to counteract as the plant gets ready to come through the lockdown. Layered in on top of it. They can't hear a damn thing. They have to evacuate. And Fnatic are poised to win this round. Boaster swinging around the back. Finds a headshot on the first, the second. Looking for the 30. He's got it. And now it is just YZ.
माँ कसम bro.
Kill us thus far.
भाई वो
To
लोग
see
क्या
if he
कर
can try to
सकते
take
थे
them all
लेकिन.
down. He will get that first kill. He will find
ये
Hero.
round
But
BLG की
Fnatic will find
गलती भी
themselves
नहीं है.
up
क्या
by
कर
6
सकते हैं?
round
Spam से
wins.
मरा.
And it's just
ए
like
पे ऊपर अल्टी
Fnatic
मारा. उसका
knows what
आंसर
you're
सीज
going to
था.
do before you
काउंटर
do it.
फेड अल्ट और
The
नेड
lockdown's in a
वापस
perfect spot
पोजी लेने के
where
लिए.
it's not going to get hit by the
लॉकडाउन
Rolling
के
Thunder.
वजह से
They've
वो
got
लोग
the
ना
C's
सी जा
prepared
सकते
for the
हैं
quick
ना
dash
बी
from
जा
the
सकते
Neon
हैं.
off the back of the Rolling Thunder.
यहाँ पे
They've got
अगर
a
मारते थे
Nightfall for
तो
their
भी
own
डिफ्यूज
flood
का
retake.
कुछ काउंटर नहीं है.
Boaster's lurking and clicking heads.
क्या कर सकते हैं लोग? कुछ नहीं कर सकते.
I mean, they're just so good at this map. This is just reminding me so much of Fnatic from last year, where I just loved
Boaster
watching them
भड़का हुआ
play
है, हाँ?
because of the way that they out-utiled you, out-thought you on maps like this.
Attempted a counter spray here with an Odin of their own. Durka once again setting up, trying to get this damage across. Tiny amounts of it being found so far. I'll be at the same time though. Poke
मैं
down
बोला ना
55.
मेरे जैसा भड़क के
Yosemite
ओडिंग
maybe
लेगा.
catching him
बोला था कि
with the
नहीं.
Guardian.
Just to rotate over. Alpha's already down to half
ये
HP,
तोड़ भी
but
नहीं सकते ना रे. इसका यूटिल
still
किल जगह यूटिल तोड़ भी
a
नहीं
bit of a
सकते.
different angle. And look,
Raise
this
नहीं.
Nano up on the site. Okay,
Bas
gets
हो
cleared, but oh, it slows him up.
The slide across. Oh, YZ is going so very low. Relay Bolt gets the catch. The push forward. And Alvia cannot keep it steady enough. But Chronicle still is here. Already 2 kills. The Sigmet for 1. The Vandal for the other. Flexen pushing forward into the smoke. Paranoid out of his mind. And Boaster will shut him down.
भाई वो लोग क्या करेंगे
once again, but Yosemite tries to take some space. There's the showstopper for the interrupt. The spike plant denied. Fnatic.
क्या एक सेकंड मैं BLG हूँ क्या कर सकते सी पे किल जाएगा यूटिल नहीं तोड़ सकते ये अलम्बॉट इतना एग्रो है अलम्बॉट ट्रिगर होते ही स्मोक अप होता है और नेड होता है ठीक है उसके बाद रीड करना इम्पॉसिबल है क्योंकि बाकी लोग आ जाएंगे प्लस पिट भी आ जाएगा बी पे लोग ये करके रोटेशन फास्ट होते हैं ए पे जाएंगे तो साला ओमिन ब्लाइंड है ओडिन स्पैम है नेड है बांग भोसड़ा है करे तो क्या करे चैट अगर अपन BLG है तो क्या करे सबसे पहले मेरे हिसाब से बी स्टन और बी प्रेशर सबसे पहले ठीक है 20 टन बी प्रेशर किलजॉय का टरेट तोड़ो सबसे पहले उससे एक बंदा कंफर्म बी के पास रहेगा बचे 4 ठीक है फिर अपने को करना पड़ेगा सी ठीक है किलजॉय का यूटिल तोड़ना तो पड़ेगा चाहे कांटेक्ट में तोड़े या कुछ भी तोड़े कवर देके ठीक है तो ये लोग सी पे यूटिल्स डाल के वॉल डाल के नियॉन को भेज सकते हैं सी और बाद में 3 जन वापस ए जा और बी वाला लर्क करो ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं क्या करेंगे भाई
try to get something done but
नियॉन ने अगर एक मारा तो
even with
बोनस
a big drastic comp change on Bind still good enough to take down Bilibili on their best map of Bind and seemingly looking to close the door quickly and tightly on Bilibili.
Oh my God. Well, seems like the call was trying to make a pacey hit, maybe bait some audio over towards C, but Dirk goes for the peak, and he nails the flick. YZ shut down. K9 with a nice counter spray across. Will be able to pick off Chronicle. And a 1-for-1. But Alpier going to be unexpected in that position. Still able to find one flex and dig it down. Oh, it doesn't miss the second time either. Yosemite dead, and now Neff is all on his lonesome spike in hand. Trying to push his way out of connector. Boaster going to be spotted. Decides to back off. Gives himself some space. Gives respect here over to Neff. He's got everything to do. Riding up the rope. Not snappy enough there is Hero. Neff in with an opportunity, but needs to clutch it out.
बिना सैचल या ऐसा साउंड दे तो डॉज कर ही नहीं सकता.
Get the Nightfall. One more kill, Durka. Oh.
Scope in. And has it. A third for Durka. Now up to 12 kills here. We'll get the defuse, get towards that next showstopper, and get Fnatic now to 9.
I mean, just a great opening shot from Durka. It's Bilibili packing towards the B site where they're just waiting, using that fade util to sneak Alpha up underneath their noses. And there you go, right there, bang. And then they just strike together. I mean, again, the protocol's immaculate for Fnatic. Durka, great with the op.
Hi, Binks, kaise sab badhiya?
Kind of how I felt on that one, Boaster.
Doma upper rank too?
Slow-mo, but
yeah, still.
Where is the real Doma?
If not quite the expression, but yeah, 12-3-2 here for Durka. Once again, BLG can try to contest over Rubble, and this time Fnatic, they give them some space. Just keep that Odin quiet. Ready to strike at any given moment. Durka peeking out ahead of that trap wire. Actually does get him through B main. YZ, however, able to find one as Boaster's going to be taken down. Slide across and the headshot nails it. Breaks open this A site.
Slide buff bolte.
YZ coming alive is something that BLG desperately need. That is a very good start to the round here. 5 members strong. Still that operator in hand here for Durka. Reveal out onto one. YZ does. Oh, he actually counter punches and does manage to find Hero. Jiggle peek out. YZ technically on for an ace now as he drops down off the top of the rope.
Entry तो था Hero.
Oh.
लेकिन अभी ये लोग वापस 3 बंदे ये रखेंगे ना.
Continues to push up. Spots him again. Finds a headshot on the Durka. Slides back through. Overdrive's gonna be popped. Can tell how badly he wants it. And YZ has gotten it. An ace to give BLG the second round win. Stylish, but now we can still go into the last round of the half. They will pick up this operator, but can they run this back even further? Because they are still down in the dumps.
I mean, an incredible round here for YZ. That is a ridiculous drive-by on the Boaster.
They're all ridiculous drive-bys. Did he get... This is the only kill he got while not sliding, basically.
Yeah.
4 slide kills है उसके 4.
The concerning thing is you're going to have to do that a lot more on this map. I mean, that's his... that puts him up to 7 kills. He had 2 before that round.
Right.
And now he's top fragging for BLG.
Dropping spike.
Which, hey, great round. Now you've got an op. Maybe you can get this third. Maybe your defender side can look a lot cleaner, but I mean, Fnatic there just trying to sell a bit of a hidden position, trying to allow for some quick rotations, quick flanks, and BLG just gets so ahead of it because of YZ's insane play. I mean, tip of the cap, but now Fnatic back to kind of more of a default position here.
Nice. यही वो round करने का था.
Close. Nothing noted at Mound. Still back box, something that could be a concern, but they have cleared it out. Once again, though, looking to push forward in towards Alpha here and Chronicle. A pain point for them here time and time again. This time the spam, able to find, I believe, just the alarm bot there. Both nanos still available, and he's able to bait them out. The movement there from YZ, just hearing the audio, it's enough for Alpha to go ahead and send the pops on those. Yosemite swinging through, but immediately had shot taken down. The assault on the C site now coming through.
Good awareness, though, from Alpha and Chronicle to back out, knowing that the ult was coming. Setting up for this retake.
They both going to be sent. They're trying to get their way out of the smokes here. Hero able to find one, but YZ and Neff getting one apiece. 3v3. Boaster still making his way over towards the site. Has been able to dump the operator. Has a vandal in hand. Making some noise here. Just strafing forward. Paranoia still at the ready. Sends it. Clips onto at least one, I do believe. They get the haunt reveal as well as the decay across, and YZ's going to be taken down. Hero not going to be able to find the ace as Chronicle will collect the last 2 kills, but it's going to be Fnatic now up 10-2. BLG now need to do what DRX did to them last year at Champions if they want to win on this Lotus.
A difficult task, to say the least. And again, it's just great protocols from Fnatic. I mean, I like the idea here from BLG. I like that they're better about doing this, but still gonna get over the line.
Rough spot to be in. 10-2 at the half. Fnatic way out the front, looking for an easy closeout. We'll see if they can get it done when we come back from the break.
Clear picture मिल गई, क्या करना है exactly मुझे? Rare to find good people like you. Love you, bye. Stay happy and stay true to your family, मेरी जान के टोटे. Do good in life, make them proud. ऐसा दिख रहा है कि मेरा हाथ कटा है, लेकिन कटा कब? What the fuck? ब्रीच कैल्टी से ए डोर वाले स्नाइपर को निकालो, शॉटगन लेके डोर रश करेगा नहीं जान, इतना इजी नहीं है. सपोर्ट और हेल्प भी आता है ना यार, वन वे स्मोक भी आता है, बहुत कुछ आता है.
You're the only thing that really makes me want to live. There are times when I feel like I have no will to fight.
Alrighty, we're back and about to go into the second half here of the second half of the second series on the second day of Champs Seoul. Fnatic, however, in such an advantageous position, find themselves up 10-2 here on their map pick.
It's a tough road for Bilibili, no matter how you slice it. And generally speaking, attacker side is better for most teams on this map, but who knows? Maybe Bilibili got something dialed up. They've got something in store, but they've struggled mightily on this map so far here throughout Stage 2 and into Champions. You're going up against a Fnatic team that is looking very well drilled, very confident, coming into their pick of Lotus. It's going to be a desperately needed pistol round for Bilibili. They're going to pick this one up. Let's see.
They've been decently elusive so far.
Yeah. Fnatic is really starting to pick up steam. On to check. Space taken. Rubble.
वैसे अच्छा खेलता कोई और टीम पोच करेगी उसे?
An Alpha.
नहीं.
Firmly planted to watch their backs.
Mostly A team पे रहेगा यार. अभी तो उसका पहला
परफॉर्मेंस. Bilibili's going to want to get aggressive. Try to get in towards Fnatic spawn if possible.
There.
Team अच्छी है.
Towards the site. Bilibili's going to split.
थोड़ा changes करना पड़ेगा मेरे हिसाब से.
Turret left there, but as they begin to make their way through, turret is going to be grabbed, so there's going to be some space available for Bilibili. They've got an extra player sliding in towards stairs. They could make this pretty difficult for Fnatic.
Prowler reroutes Neff up over towards Row. Bite into the back of side here, and Yosemite eating quite a bit of damage. Boaster able to find first blood as K-Knight going to be taken down. Push forward, clear out on the trap wire. Boaster and plus by that, but headshot certainly offset him. 2 kills found here for Neff in replies. We find ourselves now into a 3v3. Alpha down to 40. YZ approaching from behind. Swing out, they spot him. They know that he's got the Sheriff. Catches a glimpse. Continues to push his way forward. Trying to play a little bit of ring around the rosy here with Alpha, but Alpha maybe outdoing him a bit. Swings around the back. Hero at the same time, able to find Flex in, but Neff finds himself a third. Tap onto the spike. YZ opening things up even further as Hero trying to live up to the name. Knows that he's right in front of him. And he has it! The headshot for the Red Bull clutch. Hero delivering Fnatic another pistol win.
Another big clutch for Hero. A great entry into Champions for this young pickup for Fnatic. 15 kills, now topping the leaderboard for Fnatic on Lotus in the fragging department. Clutch. And I mean, just this looked like it was going to be so difficult. I mean, Alpha just really with an interesting turret placement there. Looked like he was just going to be able to delay YZ into infinity. But instead, YZ's able to finally find some success and make it a 1v2, but still couldn't get a win. Frenzy in hand. You see a shorty there for flexing. Every pistol in the game. BLG right now.
Yeah.
Just trying to see, you know, whatever sticks.
One of them's bound to work.
Yeah.
He's been a face of Fnatic since a very long time.
Fair drift back across here from Fnatic.
He's a good
over at A. 3 players from the side of BLG in position. Tap on the door. Now just Neff on the opposite side. Sheriff in hand. And as he swings out, tries to go for the headshot, but Durka able to put him down. Pick up on the orb, and now he's already over halfway to that showstopper.
And that was the Sheriff. It is scooped up by K-Knight, though.
Well, one to try to hold them in position. Yosemite playing off the back of that nicely. Gets the catch here on a Boaster, but Durka still in a spot to try to strike, but it's going to be Chronicle who's able to find him.
Shots, counters,
playing around the rotating door. Now cut across, back over in towards B. And Flex it. I mean, he's got to reposition. He's got that shorty in hand. Tries to take the fight here. Does get the catch on Alpha here. Guardian now at the ready. A 2v3, a Bulldog picked up. And everybody from Fnatic fanned out. Flexin going to maybe reroute. Looks like they want to approach from the same angle. K-Knight able to find one. Durka taken down.
That's huge.
You know, just that Sheriff in hand.
Cover going out. लेकिन अभी उसके उम्मीद के reposition की वजह से ना लोगों को बीमिन भी check करना पड़ेगा.
Send across, holding them at bay here for now, but they still have to get their way over onto the spike. It's planted in deep. The swing out, Hero putting him down low. K-Knight, 10 HP, and Chronicle with a backstab. Cleans them up as Fnatic get themselves now.
Well, this is GG really right nice there, dude.
In this round from Fnatic to catch Yosemite at the door. Durka sees the cape as they're swinging the other way. Chronicle's right there to take him down.
Hero
does a great job avoiding getting killed and just opens the door for Chronicle to swoop in.
G2 PRX.
Yep.
Oh, fuck.
Well, now it all comes down to this.
पहला मैच तो
bonus for Fnatic.
bread
Must-win
butter
round for the side of
चस्का
BLG.
एकदम वाला मैच है.
They will
दूसरा
need to
मैच
win
थोड़ा
10
competition
consecutive.
वाला है. पहले होगा रात को होना चाहिए.
Now we're not spotting anything.
मैं पहले हल्का
More
सा
aggressive
टट्टी
push
उल्टी
up here
करके
towards
उल्टी कर
a
लो.
rubble
Great
from
साफ करना
BLG, but all
बहुत
eyes
गंदा खाना खाया.
of Fnatic right now set up here on this C site. They're going to be lobbed in, clear out on one of the wires. As there's a reveal, Durka does get taken down. Solid from Yosemite. Poster going to be eliminated as well as he plays up close, but Hero eventually finds the elimination. Push out the swoop around, playing distract here, drawing the attention as Chronicle will fall. Javier, though, eventually able to stabilize, finds that first kill, but cannot get the second.
Hero.
Spike not planted, aftershock thrown. Hero cannot quite clutch it out this time around as BLG will be allowed to hold out hope for a bit longer.
Yeah, just good hold from Yosemite. That extra layer of trap wire confuses Fnatic a little bit, not expecting it. Catches Durka out. Durka does have a showstopper. And definitely picking up the second as well, huge there for BLG. And they're quick to rotate, quick to bail out Yosemite. Keep Fnatic at bay. Very nicely done overall.
Right there.
An outlaw for YZ. It is a bit of a scuff by now for Fnatic, but you have that showstopper, do have a rifle in Hero's hands. Great shot.
Wasn't ready for him to be that far forward, and YZ good with the adjustment. Puts him down, and Neural Theft now is going to tell all. Solid investment here from the side of BLG. They know that the pressure is working against them. They know that they have to win out every single one of these rounds, so as much info as they can get is going to be necessary, but now the round starts getting away from them. Poster with one, YZ finds his second. Relay Bolt looking for the stun, doesn't bounce quite deep enough, I believe, to actually connect on to Chronicle. Ultimately, he'll back away, look to reroute. Flexing here, trying to hold the door, eventually finds the kill. The swing out, though, from Hero. Takes him down, and now it's a 2v2.
Boaster has just been waiting a drop. Still has the spike in hand.
Gun milega.
No ult available. Unless he found a kill, but he's going to be able to scoop it. Already in. YZ with another with the outlaw.
Third gets a shutdown. Yosemite finds Boaster as well, but still decent damage dealt here from the side of Fnatic. BLG now up to 4 rounds.
And I mean, the rounds that have been going Bilibili's way are some where YZ is able to find some real impact early, and they're able to kind of snowball off the back of that. That is a crazy good shot, Boaster. That is nasty, and that was the Nightfall in Neff's hands that gets taken out there, and that's a moment where I started looking at that round thinking, oh boy, it could just end right here, but Bilibili clings to life for a little bit longer.
It was looking possible for a brief little moment. Front line through, showstopper going to be popped, and YZ blinded up, cannot get away from it. Durka puts him down, looks for a little bit more. Neff and K-Knight both playing forward here. Boaster and Hero eating quite a bit, but ultimately lives are intact, and for now, Fnatic make the call to just cut all sound. Play this quietly, and let that doubt start infecting the minds of the BLG players on the opposite side.
For sure, and you had to anticipate that maybe BLG was trying to take more space off that aggressive play from YZ to see if they could create some flank angles, create a bit of a crunch. Not going to come through this round. Fnatic now begins methodically working their way towards B, maybe C, but right around the door. Flexen holding the box, taken right down by Alpha.
Alpha able to find it now. C-site wide open, man. Advantage very much here in the hands of Fnatic. So they look for a flawless finish to this map, into this series. Now has the Nightfall. He's going to have to send it, but how well can they play off the back of it is going to be the question. For now, he's drifting his way forward over towards that door. Nightfall sent. Gets the catch here on damn near everybody. Kills aren't found yet. Neff able to open up with one. Yosemite trying to get those pot shots through. The headshots just not quite connecting. K-Knight pushing forward. Able to find Chronicle. Finds Alfier. And now it is all down to Boaster. Last man standing. HP bars willed away at Neff, which is 10 HP, and Boaster drags it across for the Red Bull clutch and the finish. 13-4. Fnatic arrive here at Champions, and they find themselves at 2-0 to kick off their group stage.
What a nice little fake smoke there from Boaster.
Clean के लिए.
Here's them splashing in the
दिमाग तो
water.
था,
and able to take
दिमाग
him down.
तो
But
है
overall,
भोजपुर में.
clean and efficient
100
for the
IQ.
side of Fnatic. 19-7 for Hero on that map. Welcome to Champions, young man. What a performance for him.
303 on the ACS. An incredible performance, some great clutches from him. BLG, of course, can take that bow. The road does not end here, but this
पहला मैप
it
भाई
probably was.
मजाक से हटकर पहला मैप BLG, you earned my respect. पहला मैप was yours 100%. मतलब जो तुम्हारा मैप पिक है उसमें तुम क्या कर सकते हो करके पोटेंशियल एकदम हैवी था. मैप 2 देखा नहीं गया मेरे से, बट मैप 1 was crazy.
Territory, their stomping ground, and what is that?
Well, they got Alfier into a Timbers. As of course, Buster came prepared with some celebrations. And Alfier saying, well, he's the captain, I gotta go along with it.
बेचारा अल्पाजेर यार.
From Fnatic after a fantastic start.
बेचारा अल्पाजेर. हेलो.
Just, how much further can this team go?
Right.
What is that? What are the heights going to be here for this squad? Last year, at Champs, left people a bit wanting. The whole start of 2024 left people saying, where is this team? Why have they not been present? They and DRX now find themselves here at International. They are going to be clashing. It's going to be insane.
अल्पाजेर जिसे मॉन्स्टर को क्या बना दिया यार. चलो गाइस, दैट इज इट फॉर टुडे. मिलते हैं रात को. होगा नहीं होगा स्ट्रीम मुझे खुद नहीं पता, बट या अभी मैं जाऊंगा, थोड़ा बहुत उल्टी करने की कोशिश करूंगा, गेंद मेरा साफ करूंगा, पेट मेरा साफ करूंगा, उसके बाद थोड़ा रेस्ट लूंगा और होपफुली मिलते हैं 9:30 बजे मेरा एकदम पांक पोसड़ा गेम प्ले देखने के लिए. ठीक है, तो मिलते गाइस. बाय 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 बाय. आदियोस, चेडे पे आदियोस. टेक केयर. गुड नाइट. Love the youth. Bye-bye.
When there's no hope hiding, no chance.